An incredibly beautiful and at the same time terrifying mythical animal stands proudly in the middle of a snowstorm, as if merging with the snowfall, and gazes intently with its bewitching green eyes. Two men stand in front of the monster, one of whom, Steve, encounters such a creature for the first time, and with horror in his eyes, asks about the essence of the unknown monster. The second, the captain of the combat detachment, had already met the ruler of the snowy plains, and even told his stunned companion his name, the sorcerer Bayless. But this did not stop his heart from beating wildly with fear. And to understand how these three met, let's go back half a day, to our civilized world, where an unsuspecting Steve stands in the middle of the street and watches a new message from his boss. After a while, after reading another stupid task from his boss, the angry young man begins to scream and complain at his phone as if he were talking to his stupid boss. And while the guy curses his phone, imagining the face of his boss, suddenly a huge fish falls on his head. From the point of impact, blood gushes out in a stream. Before Steve has time to understand what happened, he suddenly loses consciousness and falls on the spot, and passers-by, seeing this scene, rush to call the rescue service, at the same time discussing the situation and feeling sorry for the young guy. Losing consciousness, Steve and his phone fall into a time rift. Suddenly a loud voice is heard saying that the corrector has been detected. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the hero tries to open his eyes but fails. Consciousness slips away, and he again falls into a deep sleep. Suddenly a huge creature appears in space, the color of the starry sky and with mystical violet eyes, which at first glance resembles a huge cat or fox. Passing through some portal, the creature finds itself next to the guy and accidentally clicking on the phone, starts the installation process. Suddenly a spatial rift appears again. This was unexpected even for the mythical cat. Suddenly a crack begins to suck Steve along with an unknown creature, and as the guy gradually disappears, another notification is heard with words about the spirit star. In an instant, Steve, shrouded in a purple aura, falls from the sky from that same rift and finds himself in the snow-capped mountains. Not far from where the hero fell is the Snow Plains Disaster Relief Headquarters. The appearance of the other world does not go unnoticed. A staff member, noticing energy fluctuations that increase the norm, immediately reports this to Mr. Zuo, and with his permission sends a combat group there. At the same time, our hero is still lying unconscious in the snow, and next to him is our unknown mythical creature guarding him. A pack of wolves runs up to the guy with the obvious intention of getting enough of him. But as soon as he sees them, the mystical creature immediately imitates their appearance only with the size of much larger wolves, and drives the entire pack away from Steve. After the wolves leave, a group of rescuers appears. Rescuers quickly find the guy with the help of a four-legged detective. When they find a person unconscious, the guys professionally refuse first aid, and when they see a huge wolf next to him, they are not even surprised. Having seen traces of predators, rescuers assume that this snow wolf is the guy's spiritual beast, and it is thanks to his protection that the young man is still alive and unharmed. While the squad members discuss the situation among themselves, Steve wakes up and feels terrible pain in his body. Having opened his eyes, the hero gradually begins to come to his senses, gradually remembering his past. Among the memories there were clear and blurry memories. After some time, Steve, seeing that there is a lot of snow around, realizes that he has been transported. And the first thing our smart guy thinks about is that in such a situation, he should have received some kind of superpower, cheats, or special skills. But without feeling any special changes in his body, he begins to scream at the sky, where, in his opinion, it is believed that there are gods or unknown forces that sent him here. Seeing this scene from the outside, the rescuers begin to think that the young man is not bright enough, or that he hit his head when he fell. While some are in deep thought, other members of the squad inform the captain that the identity of the victim has been established. After reading the dossier, they find out the name and age of the boy, namely Steve, 18 years old, as well as his place of registration, school, college where the high school student was going to go. And most importantly, the squad learns that Steve is the orphan of a fallen hero, and it was with his appearance that all people, the victims of the Beast Uprising, have been identified. Which means only one thing: this boy needs to be protected. Seeing such a special person, one of the rescuers succumbs to a surge of curiosity and asks the guy how he was able to survive Centipede. But before Steve has time to answer, that huge creature appears behind the interlocutor's back, the sorcerer Bailey's. Seeing the beast, the captain explains to the surprised boy who it is, and assumes that he cannot write on them. Until the beast attacks, a rescue team takes Steve back to the city. Upon arrival at the headquarters, the victim is given the necessary assistance, and all his wounds are bandaged, and only after feeling pain throughout his body from countless wounds does Steve come to the realization that this is not just a dream, but reality, and he really has found himself in another world. After rummaging around in his pockets a little, the guy finds his student card and little by little begins to remember that this is one of the best schools on the continent. To better understand the essence of this world, Steve turns on the TV and starts watching the news, trying to compare what he saw and heard in the program with his memories. And suddenly, unexpectedly, the news shows the main daytime wanderer, Qian, who was in the same place where the guy was found. But the most amazing thing is that he is sitting astride that huge monster, the ruler of the snowy plains. Seeing this, Steve jumps to the TV in surprise, and as if not believing his eyes, he furiously tries to see if there really is a person on the monster. Gradually, the memories become clearer, and Steve begins to remember the structure of this world, namely that there is a profession that controls spirits, and judging by the memories, these are people who can enter into spiritual contracts with the spiritual animals of this world and control them, namely, engage in battles, conduct reconnaissance. Remembering everything, Steve comes to the conclusion that he is not yet a spirit manager, but in his heart, he is simply delighted that he has entered the world of fantasy. And suddenly, a familiar loud voice is heard in the air, announcing that the proofreader status has been confirmed. Hearing a voice out of nowhere, the high school student jumps from his seat in surprise. Having looked around and made sure that there was no one nearby except the big wolf, Steve begins to suspect that it was the wolf who spoke and expresses all his suspicions, asking the animal if he has become a spirit, and reminding that animals are no longer allowed to become personal spirits, and seeing a smug face and arrogant wolf, loses his temper and screams, clarifying that this was not praise. In a fit of anger, the hero accidentally drops the phone and notices that the inscription 99% is displayed on the screen. Seeing the blue screen, the guy looks in surprise at the phone he took from Earth and realizes that something has changed. Suddenly, the download completes, and one after another, notifications begin to appear with the guy's personal information, where it is written that the owner of the phone is Steve, his race is human, his status is a proofreader. Then there is a list of skills, including the passive skill animal language, which helps to communicate with spiritual animals, and the active skill golden hands, which allows the owner to stroke the contracted spiritual beast and use spiritual power to develop its abilities. The last notification issues a task for a beginner, namely, it tells you that you need to enter into a contract with a spiritual beast, and for completing it, a system function will open, a camera. After reading all the notifications, Steve is delighted with the understanding that he has a system. Rejoicing with happiness that he actually received the cheat, the hero shouts that he wants to become the kami of the new world. Having calmed down a little, Steve begins to think about the information received. Looking at the wolf, he thinks about the golden hands skill, namely how this skill works. Will the wolf become bigger if he just pets it? In order to test his theory and become a manager of spirits, he hugs the wolf with all his might. It's not clear why he makes a terrible face, and squeezes him so hard that the poor fellow's tears well up from hopelessness. Suddenly, the room is covered with a veil of night and a notification is heard that the task has been completed. Our hero is now a novice controlling spirits, and therefore the camera function has been unlocked. Having heard the notification, the guy lets go of the frightened wolf and looks at his hands with confusion, noting that he doesn't feel any special changes. To make sure that the task is completed, the boy checks his phone, where he sees that, as expected, the information has changed. Among other characteristics, 2 more have been added, one of which is the rank of novice spirit manager, and the second is spiritual strength, which, judging by the indicators, is 100/100, also a newly acquired camera skill, is now in the list of existing skills. Naturally, Steve decides to test his new skill and turns on the camera and points his phone at the wolf to take a photo. Suddenly, the wolf takes on his true form. In surprise, the hero screams at the same time, asking whether he is the beast of the void, and whether he was with him in that empty space. Hearing the spiritual beast's answer, Steve understands why. He was able to complete the first task so quickly, although in order to conclude a contract you need to get the approval of the beast. In his case, everything went quite smoothly, since they were initially together, and obviously the wolf was not against the contract. But also he realizes the power of the animal's language, since he is now talking to the wolf and fully understands what he is telling him. After talking with his spiritual beast, Steve learns that the void beast itself does not know how it ended up with the guy, and why they came to this world together. So in order to find out the answers to his questions and go home, he was not against their contract. After hearing story of the wolf, Steve promises to take responsibility and take care of the beast. Having heard the guy's promise, the wolf happily licks his contactor, and he in turn decides to test the skill of golden hands. While petting the dog, the boy recalls the classification of spirit beasts, namely inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, and superior. According to the memories, this is equivalent to a human IQ. Analyzing the data obtained, Steve understands that this is an unusual dog, and he has excellent natural characteristics. While the hero is enthusiastically stroking the husky, he does not notice how, using the golden hands skill, he has used up all his spiritual power and loses consciousness. At this time, standing at the entrance of the other world, Qian learns from his spiritual beasts that something unknown is arising in the depths of this other world. This something grew from countless tentacles similar to branches. They intertwined together, forming something between a tree and a rock. And then it completely took on a human form. Or rather, it was something very similar to an overly realistic statue, with white hair, creepy eyes, and a smile, the very sight of which makes you shiver. After some time, Steve receives a new task from the system, where it is written that he must raise the contract spirit beast to the usual level of 2 stars, and the reward for the task will be the discovery of a quick learning skill, which allows the spirit beast, after the end of the battle, to gain more experience. After reading the notification, he is also surprised to discover that the husky has become an application, and compared to the camera shot, there is much more information in the application. Following the logic, the hero comes to the conclusion that all the spiritual beasts with which he will have a contract will appear in the system as an application. While the guy was lost in his thoughts, a cute young girl with short blonde hair suddenly called out and approached from behind and tried to see what Steve was looking at. Out of surprise, the guy abruptly pulled his hand back and hid the phone behind his back. It turned out that she was the daughter of friends of Steve's parents. Her name was Yuna. A spiritual beast was melting on her shoulder. Naturally, she and Steve had known each other since childhood, so this guy's reaction greatly surprised the girl. Suspecting something was wrong, Yuna abruptly snatched the phone from her friend's hands, and despite his objections, began to look at what her friend was so furiously trying to hide. In her phone, she found a photo of a dog and was surprised to learn that Steve got a dog, because she didn't know that he liked animals. In order not to arouse even more suspicion, the hero decided to show off his husky. He also realized that no one except him could see that strange system, and most likely the reason was his strange status as a proofreader. While stroking the dog, Yuna decided to ask her friend how he was feeling, since she heard that he had recently encountered a fracture in the other world. Trying to explain the situation as naturally as possible, Steve only said that he was fine, and the husky saved him from the wolves. Yuna was surprised to see a smile on her friend's face when talking about such terrible events, and thanked the husky for saving Steve, promising something tasty as a reward next time. Suddenly it dawned on the guy. He asked his friend for permission to take a picture of her fluffy furry, and having received permission, he took a picture, and thanks to the system, he received complete information about the animal, according to which, the object is a snowy starry night fox, has the usual level of 4 stars. Spiritual power is 240/240ths, also has excellent natural abilities and 2 skills, namely Snow Blast and Star Capture. Also according to the information in the system, after reaching adulthood, cubs close to humans, in addition to the ability to control snow and ice, can borrow the power of stars. But the most unusual thing in all this was how skillfully the fox posed for the camera. Remembering all the cute poses that she taught her little animal, Yuna blushed with embarrassment and began to demand that Steve immediately delete the photo. Having calmed down a little, the girl remembered that after the shooting, the guy had been looking thoughtfully at the phone for some time, and decided to find out the reason. Steve had no choice but to tell part of the truth. He said that he had signed a contract with a dog at night, and now he was thinking about how to promote it to 2-star. After carefully hearing his friend's story, Yuna was very surprised that he became a spirit manager. But she was even more surprised that Steve entered into a contract with the wolf of the snowy plains. Since these animals are not particularly suitable for a contract, they have comparatively low natural abilities, and the limit of spiritual strength is not high. After listening to his friend, the guy did not know how to explain his action without revealing the secret that his husky was not a husky at all, and simply justified his action by the fact that it was this wolf who saved him that day. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Yuna decided to cheer up Steve by telling him that sometimes wolves of the snowy plains can awaken very powerful skills of a companion, although she herself understood that the likelihood of such a development of events was extremely small. This was the first time Steve had heard of the companion skill, so he decided to ask what it was. The girl calmly began to explain that these are skills that can only appear in spiritual animals that have entered into a contract. For example, her fox has a chance to awaken such a skill. Snow Dance, which allows the furry, due to the expenditure of spiritual forces, to move faster on snow and ice. Yuna also noted that the spiritual power of newcomers to spirit control is very weak, and even if the contracted spiritual beast has high natural abilities, and they were able to awaken the companion's skill, even several times will not be needed to expend all the strength, and in serious cases, they may even lose consciousness. However, if they rest, their spiritual power will gradually recover. In simple terms, it is similar to the MP value in games. When Steve asked how to increase spiritual power, The friend replied that every time the spirit beast that entered into the contract makes a breakthrough, the contract will nourish the spiritual powers of the spirit manager. Both parties mutually benefit each other and grow together. This is the original purpose of the spiritual contract. However, there are natural resources and treasures that can directly increase the spiritual power of a spirit manager. But these are not something that can be accessed so easily. Having heard such a detailed and extensive answer to his question, Steve decided to ask about the limit of spiritual power, namely, whether they are the same for the beast and the manager. Yuna also answered this question, saying that the redistribution of the power of a spiritual animal depends on race and level, and it naturally increases. Only a breakthrough is needed. While the girl answered the questions in detail, the wolf and Steve listened very carefully. The guy even tried to write everything down so as not to forget anything. Having finished her explanations, Yuna decided to return to her friend's question about raising the husky to the usual level of 2 stars, and offered to help her fox, namely joint training. The guy was immediately wary, because the star fox was much higher level, and a fight could be dangerous for his dog. But at the same time, he was looking forward to the amount of experience that could be gained for fighting a 4-star spirit animal. The girl promised to be lenient and launched her furry forward. Our big wolf cub stood and looked at the little fox with confusion. Yuna, having considered all the strengths and weaknesses of her beast and his opponent, gave the first command, to use a snow explosion and obscure the view. At the same moment, many small pieces of ice flew right onto the husky's face. The stunned dog didn't even have time to react. Steve, seeing his spirit beast's confusion, rushed to help, shouting to the wolf to dodge and hit his opponent with his icy breath. The dog followed the command, but the view was already blocked, so the attack had no effect. Steve, due to his inexperience, realized his mistake too late. Yuna continued to skillfully control her beast. While the guy gave 2 rash and impulsive commands, the husky continued to follow Steve's commands, trying to hold his own in this uneven battle. The fox, in turn, confidently walked towards victory. At some point, the angry wolf lost control of himself, almost taking on his true form. Noticing this, Steve quickly hugged the dog to calm him down. Seeing this, Yuna hurried to boast to her friend that she and the fluffy one were very strong, and while the girl and the fox stood proudly with their noses in the air, the husky barked loudly at them in anger. He barked very long and loudly. The cute wolf cub was very indignant. After the fight, Steve checked the husky app again, and noticed that there were a lot of unlocked functions there. And most likely to unlock them, you would need to increase the level of the beast. But the guy never found any information about who the correctors were. At the same time, on the snowy plains, one of the members of the combat detachment reports to Qian, and also Mr. Zuo, that the outer perimeter of the other world is almost cleared of otherworldly animals. Having heard the report, Zuo gives the order to retreat, and he himself heads to the entrance to enter there. Finally, the first day of study at the university arrived. Freshmen from one of the prestigious universities in the world were in the audience, where the head of Group B of Bingyuan University, Danny Smith, gave an opening speech. After a short introduction, Danny Smith tells the freshmen about the program of study, also informing them that, at the request of the school, military training for freshmen will be carried out in the outside world, and the result of this training will be included in the final grades and will affect the professional classification in the next semester. After the leader's speech, the students begin to actively discuss what they heard, some expressing their fears about the terrifying beasts of that world, and some reassuring themselves and others with the news that Mr. Zuo is there. The only thing that bothers Steve is that even in this world he won't be able to avoid military training. To cheer up the frightened students and reduce tension, the group leader tells that only low-level beasts remain there, and this will be an excellent lesson in controlling spiritual beasts. Then reminds them that the training camp will begin in a week, and the students will work in groups of 3. From everything he has heard, Steve is only happy about this news, since he is counting on the help of his girlfriend, or rather her animal. To begin with, the guy asks Yuna to work together, and having received consent, he quickly goes to look for a third participant. But his enthusiasm quickly fades. The freshmen, only hearing that Steve's spiritual beast is a snow wolf, immediately refuse, since everyone wants to unite with the strongest. The guy himself understands this, so first he decides to unlock the quick absorption skill. Having made his decision, Steve also asks Yuna where there is a suitable place in the city to train newcomers in spirit control. The girl, after thinking for a moment, replies that she herself studied in the spirit control pavilion, where they increased the level to the usual 4 stars. He also adds that the pavilion is free for orphans like them, but of course this is only limited to the period of mental control of the newcomer. Hearing Yuna's recommendation, Steve, gently stroking the husky, tells him that they will go see the pavilion tomorrow. The dog responds to the news about the pavilion with a loud bark, for which he gets hit on the head from the contractor, which naturally infuriates the cute snow wolf cub. Having safely emerged from the other world, Mr. Zuo instructs the battle group to relay his orders for the parade to enter the other world tomorrow. But the Snowplane army will be at the entrance, and they are prohibited from entering the depths of the other world's core. After making a decision, Steve and Yuna come to the pavilion. At the entrance, the administrator asks to see documents for registration. Seeing the young people's identity cards, the administrator is surprised to learn that they are the children of martyrs, and her gaze shows the deepest respect. Entering the pavilion, the guy looks around with wide-open eyes, admiring what he sees. Yuna explains to her friend that this layer is especially for beginners, and then there are layers for more advanced ones. From a conversation with Yuna, Steve learns that the girl studied here for 2 months, but her friend clarifies that before coming here she went to see him. But he said that he had some kind of research in the snowfield. He did not tell the details, and the connection with him was severed, so she was very worried, and now she is very happy to know that he is okay. After hearing Yuna's story, Steve couldn't remember what exactly he was looking for or researching. While Yuna was looking for a place to train, the guy couldn't remember exactly what he was hiding from his friend. Having found the right place, the girl noticed that her friend was in deep thought and did not even notice her. In order to bring Steve down from heaven and earth, Yuna pulled the guy by the hood with all her might. In surprise, Steve reflexively grabbed the husky's tail. The girl in this very form dragged her friend and the dog to the desired room. Having opened the doors, the students saw the caretaker, who immediately recognized Yuna and was the first to say hello, and asked the reason for the girl's arrival, because she had 4 stars, and there was no point in starting the test of normal difficulty. Yuna quickly denied everything, answering that she was just bringing a friend today. As the conversation progressed, the caretaker explained how much he admired Yuna the fox's upbringing, and still remembered how she came 3rd on the 1-star permit list. Seeing that her friend did not understand what he was talking about, Yuna proudly showed the list on the wall and boasted about her achievement, not forgetting to clarify that those who can get on the list can receive many awards, which is how she received 4 stars. Hearing about the awards, Steve's eyes lit up with determination. He was already anticipating his victory. Seeing the guy's interest, the trainer decided to find out whether he was going to pass the test and where his animal was. When Steve introduced his beast, the caretaker was dumbfounded. He thought it was a joke, but Yuna confirmed that it was true. Realizing that this was not a joke, the man read a long tirade about how low the chances of winning with such a spiritual beast were. What he heard angered Steve, and he responded with only one phrase, decisively stating that only by trying they would find out. Reluctantly and worriedly, the caretaker allowed the boy to take part in the test, notifying the medical staff in advance. Seeing Yuna's look, the coach asked her if she was worried about her friend, to which he received a quite laconic and clear answer that she believed in Steve. The hero and the wolf entered the test simulator. Soon the first snowball appeared. Steve immediately ordered the husky to jump up and attack the enemy in the neck, and also reminded him not to show his true appearance. The wolf understood everything and agreed. Immediately after the contractor's command, the dog rushed into battle. The fight was not easy. At some point the wolf got distracted. Noticing this, Steve shouted loudly, prompting the husky to look around. Hearing the warning, the wolf focused all his attention on the enemy. The battle was difficult. Both animals were badly wounded, but the wolf did not even think of giving up. Seeing such a tough fight, the caretaker was surprised to realize that this wolf was special, since despite all the wounds, he continued to get up. Yuna also watched the fight with bated breath. The screen showed how a dozen wild boars surrounded the wolf. Husky continued to take hits from his enemies. Suddenly, the wolf acquired unknown strength. His eyes shone with determination, and his body exuded an unknown aura. Yuna and the caretaker were simply dumbfounded. None of them had ever seen a snow wolf with a red aura. They did not understand what was happening, although the trainer felt that he had already seen this somewhere, but could not remember where exactly. At the same time, the battle continued. The husky was not going to give up. The wild boars were surprised by the terrifying roar of the wolf. The girl and the caretaker also stood in front of the monitor and looked with complete misunderstanding. The caretaker was extremely surprised to notice that the wolf has the skill of intimidation, since this is a skill that only the ruler of the population has. But in this situation, this skill was useless. In ordinary conditions, the boars would have already run away headlong or they would have been stunned. But these boars are not real, but only simulations. Therefore, they have no self-awareness and intimidation does not affect them. But Steve and the dog did not give up. They continued the fight. Snow boars continued to attack from all sides. Yuna already clearly understood that this was not a simple snow wolf. Suddenly, Steve realized that something was wrong with the husky. He became much stronger. The guy began to suspect that the animal was using the abilities of its main appearance. In order to confirm his suspicions, he hurried to check the application on his phone. After reading all the characteristics, the guy found only one oddity: the blessing of an unknown creature. He didn't know what it was and when it appeared, but he assumed that that red mist was it. The fierce and irritated wolf continued the fight. Suddenly, the caretaker remembered exactly where he had seen such an aura. This mist was very similar to the bloody aura of the Kuimu wolf. But this is the legendary race of the true ancestors of wolves, and it was not clear how it could appear in the body of a snow wolf. The caretaker was confused. He couldn't believe his eyes. He witnessed the awakening of the bloodline, and even that of an ordinary one-star spirit beast. And what's even stranger is that this beast is a Snow Plains wolf. While the man was in deep thought, Yuna was happy for her friend that he could successfully complete the test. The coach noted that at this rate Steve would not only pass the test, he might even take first place on the list. Having heard such good news, Yuna began to scream even louder and wish her friend victory. However, she didn't have to shout victory chants for long, as the caretaker reminded her that the guy wouldn't hear them anyway. Steve supported his spirit beast with all his might. Receiving the guy's full support, the husky confidently walked forward. While the young man with the wolf did not see the end or the edge of these boars, suddenly the phone rang, another notification from the system about increasing the level. With increasing level, some new skills were also unlocked. Steve carefully studied the new skills and could not shake the feeling that it was as if the wolf had raised the level specifically for this situation. As the level increased, the husky became easier to defeat opponents. Seeing the power of his beast, Steve was glad to realize that now passing the test would be easy. The wolf also felt the full power of his new capabilities, and proudly destroyed his enemies without much effort. The longer he watched the fight, the more the trainer could not understand whether this wolf was really one of those snow wolves that he knows, because an ordinary wolf of the snowy plains would hardly have defeated even one boar. But this one had already passed half the test, but was not even tired. On the contrary, the further he goes, the faster and more accurate his attacks become. Snow hogs were still appearing in the simulator. The goal of 200 boars seemed endless, but Steve didn't think of giving up. Despite their fatigue, the hero and the wolf boldly and stubbornly walked forward, gradually reducing the number of enemies. A few more attacks, and the number of remaining enemies became 0. Steve and his beast proudly walked out of the testing room. The caretaker was surprised to notice that the rating on the screen had changed, while at the same time Yuna was incredibly proud of her friend. Then others present noticed that the list of easy difficulty leaders had changed and actively discussed this news. Everyone tried to imagine who Steve was and what kind of spiritual beast he had. Having finished his self-admiration, Steve decided to find out what his passing time was. After checking the information, the caretaker replied that the time was 2 hours 53 minutes, which was almost an hour faster than Mr. Zuo. Hearing this, the guy in the wolf cub jumped with happiness, learning that they had first place. Having learned that he had first place, Steve began to think about the reward, secretly hoping that it would be money. A lot of money. From one look at her friend's shining eyes, Yuna immediately understood what he was thinking about, and sternly warned him not to even think about money. The reward for first place should be especially valuable, something that cannot be bought with money. Having heard the conversation of the young people, the coach hastened to say that the reward would not be meager, but what exactly he could not yet say for sure. While the caretaker was talking about past awards, Steve and Yuna had already left, as the guy was in a hurry to receive his award. Noticing this, the coach ran after them, as he really wanted to introduce Steve to the owner of the pavilion. But what a surprise he was to see the owner at the administrator's desk. Without even knowing who was standing in front of him, the boy turned to the man at his uncle's table, and joyfully pulling the card with a smile said that he had come for his reward. The man, taking the card from the guy, smiled slightly and asked if he was Steve, who took first place at the easy level. Hearing this, everyone present turned around sharply to look at the winner, at the one who was able to get around Zuo. Seeing the snowy plains wolf next to the guy, the owner asked if the wolf was his spirit beast, to which Steve nodded happily, showing off his beast, as if showing off it. Analyzing the boy, the owner had high hopes for him, believing that he could become as great as Zuo, and perhaps he would achieve even more. After checking the card, the man asked Steve what reward he would like. Hearing the question, the guy was surprised and directly asked whether the man could give him everything he wanted, and whether this meant that he was in charge here. The owner confirmed with a proud smile that he was ready to give whatever Steve asked for, because it was he who founded the pavilion. Yuna and Steve were stunned by this news. The owner repeated his question about what reward the guy wants. Steve almost wanted to ask for money, but by pinching his waist, Yuna brought his friend back to his senses. Frightened by his girlfriend's angry expression, the guy quickly turned everything into a joke and quickly corrected the situation, saying that he would be glad to receive any gift from the owner of the pavilion. After thinking a little, the old man made a decision. As soon as the owner opened his mouth to speak, the young guys immediately froze, listening to what he had to say. As a reward, the owner decided that in addition to the usual rewards, the materials for the first evolution of the wolf would be fully paid for by the pavilion. All those present who witnessed such a generous reward looked at Steve either with envy or with pity that his contract animal was a wolf. At the same time, Steve sincerely thanked the owner for the gifts. Having finished with the reward, the old man suggested that the guy complete the level on normal difficulty. Hearing such a bold proposal, Steve embarrassedly replied that the owner overestimated his capabilities. The owner appreciated the guy's modesty and noted that it was just a joke, but if Steve decides, he should book the training ground in advance. Although the hero refused the usual level, so as not to attract undue attention to himself, the next day almost all the visitors to the pavilion watched yesterday's fight of an amazing guy who was able to set a new record together with the snow wolf. A few days later, everyone was actively discussing this fight. Some looked down on him, believing that there was nothing special about the guy, and some admired the spectacle. All these days, while others watched and discussed the test, Steve calmly trained with his wolf, tracking progress in the application and calculating the time required to obtain 3 stars. On the 5th day after receiving first place, the guy already had his own fan club, which consisted of pavilion participants who came every day just to look at Steve and his wolf. They actively cheered for the hero and the Huskies, shouting supportive chants. Analyzing the progress over the past days of training, the hero was almost sure that he would quickly achieve 4 and even 5 stars. While Steve sat quietly, the wolf trained as hard as he could, chasing and defeating snowboars. At this time, Louis, one of the strongest among the freshmen, with 5 stars, was calmly watching his favorite program on the computer. The freshman was completely captivated by the cute girl on the screen. At the same time, one of the workers from Louis's mansion entered the room without knocking and handed over a report. Out of surprise, the young gentleman abruptly closed the monitor, and with his face flushed with embarrassment, cried out, reminding him that before opening the door, you need to knock. Having received a report on Steve's success, Louis was extremely surprised, because the report spoke specifically about his classmate, with whom no one wanted to form a group. Finally, it was time for military training. Steve was pleased with his training and the progress of the husky. He assumed that the wolf would soon reach 3 stars. Suddenly, a teacher approached Yuna and Steve and said that their team was complete, which greatly surprised our couple, since they had not yet found a 3rd member. Hearing this, the leader was extremely annoyed, since according to his lists, the 3rd member of the group was Louis. Louis hastened to justify his action by saying that he forgot to submit an application. Then he approached Steve and extended his hand and asked to take him into the group. Seeing that the guy was in no hurry to answer, Louis introduced his 5-star snow elf. Taking this opportunity, Louis planned to test the strength of the first in the ranking, since he always trains at home, and there was no opportunity to visit the pavilion. Before the guys had time to finish speaking, one of their classmates called Louis and was indignant that he had previously said that he was already in the group. In order to get out of the situation, the guy hastened to explain himself, saying that at that time he had business, and now only Steve has a place in the group. Hearing this, all the participants were alarmed, because everyone wanted a 5-star guy in their group. Some even began to kick out their partners to make room. Some even voiced complaints against Steve. Steve naturally did not accept them. Seeing the growing aggression, Yuna quickly agreed to accept Louis into the group. Hearing this, Steve proudly told everyone that the list had already been given to the teacher, and Louis was now in their group, which greatly angered the applicants for the group for the best freshman. Seeing that the issue with the group had already been resolved, the leader ordered to take their seats on the buses, and the students hit the road. On the way to their destination, the guys chatted happily. Louis talked with admiration about Zuo, who for 10 years held all the existing records in the pavilion. He also added that Steve was the first to break her record at the beginner level. After the story, Louis suggested that Steve, upon arrival at the training site, head deeper and arrange a sparring session. The hero agreed with pleasure. Yuna was annoyed that the boys decided everything without asking her, but she agreed to go with them, on the condition that the boys would not ignore her. Louis and Steve instantly agreed. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the other students did not have contract animals with them, and asked in surprise what the reason was. Yuna explained to her friend that everyone keeps their animals in the spiritual domain, and calls them during battles. The spiritual domain is a kind of portable space that allows contracted spiritual beasts to rest and recover. It can be opened by all spirit managers. After finishing her explanation, she began to demonstrate what it looks like. After hearing the explanation, Steve tried to imagine what it looked like. To help her friend open it, the girl once again called her fox from there, while simultaneously explaining the algorithm of actions. Steve gently stroked the husky, tuning in to open the spiritual domain as instructed. The girl was sure that the guy wouldn't succeed the first time. But before she could finish speaking, Steve and the wolf started the process. Yuna and Louis were dumbfounded by this situation. The process was completed successfully. The husky was able to enter the spiritual domain. Steve was absolutely delighted, and the girl could not believe her eyes. Not only Yuna, Louis was also surprised and admired his partner at the same time. Finally, the buses reached their destination, where there were military vehicles everywhere. The military carried the corpses of killed monsters in cars. Some soldiers were unhappy with the arrival of the students, as they considered them not serious. At this time, in the mountain of killed monsters, something began to rustle and move. After the bus came to a complete stop, the students got off the transport. Coming off the bus, all the students looked around with admiration and interest, and Steve admired his spiritual domain. Not far from the students, the military who were transporting the corpses got out of the car to report their arrival. After the report, the soldiers did not have time to unload the carcass, as some surviving monsters jumped out of the mountain of corpses. The students began to run away in panic. The soldiers quickly ran up. Some were busy destroying the monsters, and the rest were ensuring the safety of the students. The military called in their contract beasts to protect children and destroy the creatures. However, many have already suffered. Otherworldly scolopendras attacked everyone. The military realized that they did not have enough people. At the moment when one of the monsters was preparing to attack a student, the husky attacked the centipede and pushed him away from the girl. Steve's group joined the fight, while the hero and Yuna dealt with the monster. Lewis helped his classmate get up. Steve and his wolf were determined to fight. The husky rushed into battle, and now there was a low-level wolf cub with 2 stars against a huge centipede of a regular level with 7 stars. The wolf struck first. Louis and Yuna with the fox also helped in the battle. Steve resolutely gave commands to the huskies. The wolf used his best skills, but the blows had no effect. While the brave trio of freshmen fought, risking their lives, the rest of the students ran away in horror. Finally, the strongest student in the group sent his elf into battle. In order to defeat an enemy that was much superior in strength, the spiritual beasts united and decided to fight together to strike the enemy with joint forces. For the sake of protecting the students, the leader also summoned his spirit beast. During the battle, the hero and his friends realized that these creatures do not know how to attack at a distance. In order to strike, they quickly reduced the distance and decided to use this advantage against the enemy. One of the students, looking in horror at the struggle of his classmates, began to think about why he himself did not dare to speak out against the monsters. The fierce battle continued. Along the way, Louis watched the husky and tried to understand what kind of skills he used. While the wolf was concentrating its forces to strike again, the monster was about to strike back with a poisonous bite. Noticing this, Steve loudly warned his beast to quickly shorten. The teacher watched the students fight from the sidelines. Analyzing their fight, Denny comes to the conclusion that the freshmen have attacking skills if they were able to hold out for so long. Other students on the bus watched from outside. Steve and his team dealt joint blows to the enemy. Their spirit beasts were also combining their attacks. While the guys were focused on the fight, one of the centipedes sneaked up unnoticed and grabbed Yuna. Seeing this, Steve gave the command to use the intimidation skill. The terrifying aura and loud roar had an effect. The monster relaxed its grip. Freed from the grip, the girl collapsed to the ground. The leader watched the battle with surprise and noticed that the low-level snow wolf had the intimidation skill. Noticing the monster's confusion, Yuna shouted for the guys to quickly attack using this opportunity. Hearing the command, the husky struck again at the enemy. Having made sure that everything was in order with the contractor, the fluffy one also rushed into battle. Joint attacks continued. Steve and Louis developed a joint attack. The plan was for Louis to strike before the scolopendra came to his senses. After such a long battle, the monster weakened a little. After a series of powerful blows, Steve noticed that the monster's weak point was the abdominal cavity, and hastened to warn his friends to hit exactly this point. Having discovered the enemy's weakness, the spirit beasts charged with renewed vigor. The monster received blows from all sides, hitting its weak point. The leader, watching the battle, was pleasantly surprised that the freshmen were able to discover a weak point and launched an effective attack. Finally, the battle was successfully completed, and the monster fell dead. But the girl could not calm down so easily. She took out her anger on the corpse, posthumously kicking the terrible monster. At this time, the snow elf Louis reported that he no longer felt the life force of the centipede. Seeing the guys' grand victory, someone envied their courage, and someone sincerely admired. After the battle, one of the soldiers ran up to the students to find out if everything was okay, and if there were any injuries. Yuna answered with a smile that everything was fine, only the spiritual beasts were very tired and needed rest. Hearing her answer, the soldier looks in surprise at the wolf sitting next to him, who does not look tired at all. Carefully watching the battle, Denny understands that although the work was a team effort, it was the snow wolf who played the decisive role in the victory. Steve joyfully praised the Huskies for their victory. Suddenly, the guy received another notification from the system, with a message about raising the level to 3 stars, increasing soul power, and improving some skills. The military man hurries to thank the students for their help, and apologizes for the omission that the soldiers made. The class teacher joins the conversation and says that he will definitely report their achievements to the university. The military man also reports that another part of the army will be brought here to ensure that such an incident does not happen again. At this time, the soldiers continue to remove the corpses of monsters. After destroying the centipedes, the leader allows the students to get off the bus. Getting off the bus, frightened first-year students vying with each other to ask the leader about the terrible beast, and some even complain that they want to go home. Denny Smith answers in a stern voice what kind of creatures these are, and also notes that although these monsters are strong, as they have already noticed, they are not invulnerable. They also have a weak point, and by working in groups they can be defeated, just as Louis did and his team. One of the students did not believe the teacher, justifying this by the fact that Louis had 5 stars, and they had a maximum of 3. At the same time, another student's competitive spirit awoke. In response to the first student's question, Denny Smith said that at the time of the battle the Snow Wolf only had 2 stars. For the students, this information was a complete surprise. Everyone looked at Steve and his dog with surprise and misunderstanding. Suddenly the hero realized that the power of the otherworldly beast was different from the power of the spiritual beast. Then Steve decided to ask Mr. Smith whether the gradation of the beast differs from the gradation of the spirit beasts. The teacher replies that the gradation is the same, but for some reason, otherworldly beasts of the same level are usually a level higher than those on the spirit star, and of all the otherworldly beasts compared so far, although the difference between individuals and races different, they were all better than the spirit beasts on the spirit star. In his answer, the leader also mentioned the fact that there are 7 classes of spirit beasts on the spirit star, namely Ordinary, Elite, Overlord, Monarch, Legend, Holy Spirit, Disaster. And if the first 4 can be met, even though the Overlord and the Monarch meet very rarely, the last 3 levels practically never occur. Even the teacher himself has never encountered such in his life. Further, Mr. Smith says that according to legend, the appearance of a catastrophic animal spirit is accompanied by a great disaster. For example, a tsunami, drought, or even volcanic eruptions. According to the story, it is a force that human beings simply cannot resist. Having heard the answer, the students had a completely reasonable question. Is it possible to conclude a contract with such a powerful beast of a catastrophic level? The sensei, also relying on the content of the legend, replied that the human emperor of the ancient spirit beast era united the spirit planet with the help of a catastrophe-class spirit beast he bred. However, it is worth remembering that if the soul is not strong enough, it will not be able to withstand the power of the soul contract of a high spirit beast level. According to the classes of spirit beasts, there are also 7 levels of spirit control, namely Beginner, Journeyman, Professional, Master, Patriarch, Glorious, Hall of Fame. Also, after passing the exam through the Spirit Control Association, you can obtain the corresponding Spirit Control Certificate. On the other hand, Spirit Beast controllers can use the perception of their spirit beasts. Then the leader told the students about the emergence of the other world, about their duty to protect themselves and their world from the invasion of otherworldly monsters. The sensei's long speech, seasoned with emotional overtones, had its effect. The previously depressed and frightened first-year students were now enthusiastically and boldly shouting that they could do it. Only now, having made sure that the students had come to their senses, was the tense leader able to breathe a sigh of relief. Only Steve, standing not far from the teacher, was thinking about whether he was an animal that fed on people, if he himself came from Earth and probably also fell through a time rift. In order to test his incredible theory, the guy decided to bite his best friend, who was nearby. After waiting a little for the students to calm down, the sensei reminded the guys about the dangers of the other world. But without receiving any response, the leader only hoped for the prudence of his charges. Some groups were already actively looking for a place with a lot of monsters to show off their skills, and some were just discussing a plan of action. Suddenly, Yuna walked up to her group with several vials of super-powerful restoration potions that the Snow Plains army had given her. Seeing the potions, Steve's mouth began to water. He assumed that it was a tasty drink, and the wolf cub was not far from his contractor. But the girl quickly removed the potions away from her friend, warning that this drink was only for spiritual beasts. Louis suggested that his group go deeper into the forest, since no one had directly designated the area beyond which it was prohibited to go. Yuna quickly gave the husky a potion, since the elf and Fluffy had already taken their share and regained their strength, and agreed with her classmate's proposal. Steve also agreed with his friend's idea, and also expressed his suspicions that perhaps the incident with the centipede was not an accident, and there seemed to be something wrong with the army. There were too few people. Hearing the guy's suspicions, the team members also began to express their opinions. Yuna suggested that the military was not happy with their arrival, and therefore was deliberately causing trouble. At the same time, Louis expressed that in his opinion, the teacher did not know about all this. Steve in turn clarified that this is the best possible option, but he suspects not the army itself, but that rift into the other world. The hero's fears caused concern among his friends, since Mr. Zuo personally explored this portal. And if there is something there that even he could not suppress, then it is something truly dangerous. Seeing the tension of his friends, Steve hastened to defuse the situation, and half-jokingly suggested that since they were still alive and the monsters had not killed them, then everything was under the control of the army. Having said everything he wanted, the hero headed towards the forest, reminding them that the stronger the beast, the more points they will receive. Yuna and Louis ran after. At this time, another group of students was intensely looking for monsters, but strangely enough, during all the time they did not meet one. One of the group members turned to the leader, who stood out with red hair and a bad character, saying that they would soon leave the given territory, and the other suggested setting up an ambush right there. Hearing this, the irritated leader became even more enraged, and almost in a commanding tone, said that this was all just a trick by the university, and if they found and killed the monsters of the abyss, they would receive a lot more points, finally ordering the group to silently follow him. Frightened classmates almost mechanically agreed. At the same time, Yuna was angry with Steve, not understanding what he was doing, because they came to the abyss for glasses. And Steve was busy with a very serious matter. He was sculpting a bait for the beast. But it seems the girl didn't appreciate her friend's efforts and threw a snowball right in his face. Louis tried to calm Yuna a little, and it seemed to work, since Yuna also decided to help Steve with his art. An unexpected bark interrupted the fun. Husky told Steve that he felt some movement. The girl looked around in surprise but saw nothing. Louis was the first to notice where the sound was coming from. Suddenly a white frog ran out of nowhere. Yuna was delighted to see a white frog with copper pupils, a snow toad, because she thought that these spiritual animals only existed in myths. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, and the guys continued to ask questions about the toad. While the guys were discussing the incredible find, our wolf cub watched the frog with sparkling eyes. According to the information, the toad had a weak fighting ability, but its peculiarity was different. Firstly, they themselves are rare creatures. Secondly, they have a keen sense for valuable objects. With the help of this ability, they easily find jewelry and artifacts, but often they simply cannot take them themselves. But thanks to this ability, they do not have to think about evolution, because they find the objects necessary for this themselves. Thirdly, they have the ability to stealth, so they are very rare in their natural habitat. Looking at the snow toad, Yuna remembered a legend about a spirit tamer. According to legend, he traveled to the snowy plains with a group of adventurers. However, due to a snowstorm, he was separated from the group and was left alone. While he was wandering across the snowy plains, he found a half-dead snow toad. With the help of a special medicine, he saved her life and went with her to a mysterious place. And after the toad helped him find treasures, she showed him the way to his comrades. And after his contract beast of elite rank absorbed this artifact, he immediately received rank monarch, bypassing Lord. Steve listened to the legend with delight, imagining how quickly he could raise the level with the help of the toad. Louis also confirmed the authenticity of the story. Hearing this, the hero's eyes immediately sparkled. He happily ran towards the frog to catch it. However, the frog turned out to be voracious and quickly jumped to the side. As a result, Steve buried his face in the snow. Although the toad did not allow itself to be caught, it told the guy that they were chasing it. Hearing this, Steve stood up abruptly. Suddenly, a pack of gray wolves appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the animals, Steve was happy that he could get points. One of the wolves attacked the guy, but he immediately reacted. Louis asked the elf to support the husky with the ice song skill. At this time, our wolf pounced and hit the gray wolf with his ice-piercing claws. The guy was proud of his wolf's victory. The battle continued. Erha defeated all opponents without much difficulty. Yuna and Louis watched the battle with their mouths open in surprise, and realized that their help was not needed there. Erha quickly dealt with all the enemies of our toad. Having defeated all the offenders, the husky proudly stood in front of the frog. Steve also ran up to the animals and joyfully praised his dog for his brilliant victory and for protecting the frog. Before they had time to rejoice at the victory, suddenly someone attacked them. There were no animals around, and the animals were not able to attack the target so clearly. Noticing his classmates, Steve got angry and said that normal people don't greet friends like that. It was a group of 3 students. They calmly walked up and started a conversation with a stupid smile. One of them realized that since Steve was strong enough to withstand his attack, then it was not worth fighting with him openly, and abruptly began to pretend that it was just a greeting. The second one, also smiling forcefully, supported his friend's legend that they were just passing by. Steve was too lazy to deal with this, so he ignored everything, only telling them to leave since they didn't need anything from them. But a group of impudent students did not want to leave so easily. They said that they had come for the toad. With a smile on his face and anger in his soul, Steve suggested asking the toad himself if he would like to go take it off. After talking with the toad for some time, Steve began to suspect that it was these guys who set the wolves against the frog. For some time, the hero simply looked at the impudent group. Suddenly, the leader of the group asked Steve if he was going to attack them, to which the guy, making a funny grimace as if mocking them, replied that he was not as shameless as they were. Apparently, the response angered the group, so much so that the third member of the group wanted to attack again. But the leader of the group stopped him, saying that first he needed to take the frog. Seeing this, Steve continued to mock and make faces. Yuna and Louis, understanding the situation and the degree of impudence of the other group, had already prepared a supply of snowballs and were waiting for Steve's further actions. The leader of the group slowly approached the toad and, holding out his hand, gently asked it to come over. In response, the toad spat in his face. Steve did not miss the chance to mock them, reminding them that the frog was not eager to go to them. Naturally, the toad's little greeting angered the guy, and he decided to take her by force. But Steve stopped him, preventing him from getting closer to the frog. Seeing this, the rest of the group invited the leader to attack together. Without waiting for an answer, they rushed into battle. But the snow wolf quickly overcame all attacks and protected the toad. This made the attackers even more angry. At the same time, the toad said that it was they who set those wolves on her. Hearing this, Steve decided to ask directly. The leader of the group did not expect such a question and accidentally gave himself away by asking Steve how he knew about it. With their suspicions confirmed, Steve and Louis prepared to fight. The enemy group also prepared to attack, but one of the group turned to Louis with a warning that because of this fight, their clans would begin to quarrel. Louis looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding what kind of enmity between the clans there could be, if he didn't even know him. The guy obviously didn't like the answer. Louis added that it was their fault, since it was they who set the animals on fire. Yuna, who had been standing aside all this time, also approached her friends and decided to support them. And then the first to disturb the peace was a member of the opposing group. He struck with an ice spear. The blow was aimed at Steve. Erha reacted instantly, shielding the guy from the attacker's blow. But this did not stop the enemy. He continued to strike cyclically with his skill. The husky also zealously defended Steve and fought off attacks. Another member of the group began to comment on his friend's actions, bragging that his friend was a master of offensive abilities, and warning that if the guy did not want to get hurt, then it was better to give up the toad. Steve gave a clear refusal, justifying this by the fact that the frog itself did not want to come to them. Undoubtedly, this was not the answer they expected, and they continued the battle. The intruder's spirit beasts attacked. Yuna also sent his furry into battle. Louis noticed that the opponents were fighting extremely unfairly. They directed all 3 attacks at the wolf, who was confused. With the help of the elf and the fox, the husky survived these attacks. Steve and his friends discussed this attack and also thought through further moves. At this time, the opponents were simply stalling for time, waiting for the leader's special spell. Suddenly, Yuna noticed that one of the opponent's spirit beasts, an ice snake, had disappeared from view. Suddenly, a snake appeared right behind the snow wolf. The enemy's spirit beast began to conjure an ice prison. Ice spikes appeared right under the husky. After some time, the ice completely surrounded the husky and imprisoned him. The enemy rejoiced at the successful completion of the plan. However, Steve was confident in the skills of his wolf. Such a worthless prison could not detain Erha. We didn't have to wait long. The dog, having broken the walls of the ice cocoon, calmly left the prison. Suddenly, the once proud husky lost his balance and could hardly stand on his paws. Rejoicing with happiness, the opponent said that it was all thanks to the skill of his brother, who created a slippery ice surface so that the spiritual beast could not move. But imagine their surprise when Steve responded to their praise with only a grin. The guy replied contemptuously that there was nothing to brag about, because only one of their group had attacking abilities. And with an evil smile, he added that his wolf cub also had an attack ability in its arsenal, Icy Death. Immediately on command, Erha launched an attack. The enemy animals fled in horror. And not only them, their contract workers were also horrified. Louis was also extremely surprised. While the opponents were confused, the wolf and the elf joined forces. Fluffy also joined the attack. While the battle was in full swing, Louis suddenly remembered and decided to ask Steve how he found out that it was these guys who set the animals on the toad. The guy was extremely surprised to learn that his friend understood spiritual beasts even without a contract. After some thought about how they were able to discover a snow toad that has the ability to stealth, the guys come to a common conclusion. They assume that since the toad allowed itself to be discovered, it means that where it was found there is such a treasure that needs to be protected despite the danger of being discovered. Having barely avoided the last attack, the enemy discussed their further plan of action. It was decided to use hypothetical disputes to put the animals into a berserk state. Seeing the animals in this state, Steve and his friends were a little confused. The spirit beasts were too small for the berserker state. The wolf cub also mentally compared his opponents with the previously defeated Scolopendra. After the comparison, the wolf cub felt relieved. The battle continues. After some time, the opponents were defeated. After the loss, the guys picked up their animals. They called off the summoning of the beasts so that they could restore strength in the spiritual domain. The toad and his protector proudly watched the offenders go. Steve and his friends also saw off their friends with a smile. Apparently, the kind words of the hero were not particularly liked by the losers. Steve was surprised that the guys still left, leaving the toad, and Louis explained this by saying that after losing they didn't have a chance. Yuna gently stroked the frog and suggested that they too could not make a contract with the toad. The frog suddenly approached Erhu. She croaked something and climbed onto the husky's head. Steve explained that she wanted to take them to one place. The guys didn't expect this. The hero was already imagining a chest of jewelry, the treasures to which the toad would lead. Discussing the upcoming find with anticipation, the guys cheerfully followed the animals. Erha and the Wa walked into some kind of fog. Trying to catch up with them, Steve slipped and fell somewhere. It turned out to be a secret entrance to the cave. The toad said that there was a treasure hidden there. Louis and Yuna followed Steve. The guys looked around in amazement, studying the unfamiliar terrain. Afterwards, the guys followed the toad further. Finally, they reached their goal. It turned out that the treasure was in glaciation crystal. Yuna and Louis explained to Steve that this is a crystal of abilities that remains after the death of a powerful beast. The ability that the beast possessed during life is stored inside. A spiritual beast that absorbs such a crystal will also be able to absorb this ability. Steve suggested with anticipation that if the stone was kept by a snow toad, then most likely there should be a cool ability inside. Louis has a detector with him, with which they can find out what is inside the crystal. With the help of a detector, the guys found out that this is an evolutionary version of a snow explosion, an avalanche. Hearing the name of the ability, Steve offered to give it to the fluffy one, but Yuna refused, saying that the fox herself could awaken this ability. Then Steve proposed to Louis, but he also refused, thinking that although the crystal was valuable, he had other artifacts at home. The guys suggested giving the crystal to the snow wolf. Steve thought it was strange. He suggested that the ability was not particularly useful, but despite this, he handed the crystal to Erha. Husky had the crystal in his mouth but didn't know what to do with it. Seeing that Steve was confused, Louis suggested that Erhu should absorb him with spiritual energy. Hearing the method, the wolf began to absorb, and since the process would take about an hour, Yuna suggested that they rest a little and then go earn points. After the girl's proposal, Steve suddenly jumped, which greatly surprised his friends. He angrily remembered that he had to force those three to leave the thing from the animals. This was unexpected for Yuna and Louis. Seeing his friend's misunderstanding, Steve quoted the teacher's words that the danger does not come only from animals, which means that if they lost that fight, they would be left without points. After their friend's explanation, Louis and Yuna realized that now they would have to fear not only animals. Half an hour later, the husky completely absorbed the crystal. After absorbing Erha, he received the rank of an ordinary beast with 4 stars, and the maximum limit of spiritual powers was also increased to 450. Steve praised the dog and suggested that he go out and try the new ability. Seeing that the guys were about to leave, the croak began to actively croak something. Steve translated the frog's speech for his friends. It turned out that she wanted to stay close to Erha. This surprised Louis very much, since rookies can only make a contract with one beast. But Yuna suggested that since Erha was able to reach 4 stars in just a week, it was possible that making a contract with a second beast would not be a problem for Steve either. However, Louis insisted that during all this time no one had been able to overcome this limitation. There is no such mention in legends or ancient scriptures, and at this time Steve had already approached the frog to conclude a contract. The hero began concluding a contract. The friends were stunned by what they saw. The contract was successfully concluded. Louis advised Steve to hide him in a secret place so that others would not find out, to which the guy replied with a smile that there were no strangers here. After signing the contract, the hero hurried to check the application on his phone. The appendix described in detail all the characteristics of the spiritual beast. In particular, that the toad beast is a regular rank 3-star, excellent condition, and also has the ability to stealth and treasure on 8 sides. The frog explained the essence of the treasure's ability from 8 directions. The toad randomly selects one of the 8 directions and follows there. As soon as it finds the treasure, it returns to the master and gives the treasure to him. Hearing this, Steve asked the toad to activate this ability. After receiving the command, the frog immediately activated the stealth and treasure ability from 8 directions. The guys watched the actions of the frog in surprise and discussed what treasure she would find. The husky also watched his friend with interest. Having finished all their business, the guys headed towards the exit. Coming out of the cave, the first-year students became wary, noticing unknown footprints at the entrance. Suddenly, animals came out of nowhere and surrounded the students. Louis and his friends prepared to fight back, but suddenly Steve stopped them. He was going to fight them himself. The hero wanted to test the new abilities of his wolf. With one attack, Erha swept away all the black wolves, and at the same time he fell exhausted, having spent all his spiritual energy. Even Steve didn't expect such attack power. While Louis and Steve were discussing the glasses, the angry Yuna was indignant about how they would dig up the thing if the husky had buried it during an attack. Then Steve, seeing his friend's angry face, suggested that she rest, and she and Louis would dig everything up themselves. The husky smelled something, and the guys began to look around. Turning around, they saw another group of animals. This time, Steve said that he could not help, since Erha had spent all his strength. Yuna offered to fight on her own while the guys dug up the thing, but Louis also decided to participate in the battle to give the elf an opportunity to rise. Then Steve, complaining that it would be better if he also took part in the battle, went with his wolf to dig for the thing. The next day, Louis and Yuna became worried when they saw their friend's face. Steve justified this by saying that the noise of the wolf was keeping him from getting enough sleep, although the whole point was that he was using his skillful hands ability too often. Yuna happily hugged Erhu and thanked her, since thanks to the avalanche they were able to accumulate a lot of points. Having finished exchanging pleasantries, the guys went on to look for prey to earn more points. This time their path was blocked by centipedes, but after raising the levels, even animals with 7 stars were not afraid of the heroes. Compared to the first day, now they dealt with the animals quite quickly, or rather, while the wolf was coping alone. But there was one small problem. After using an avalanche, I had to dig the thing out. A group of next monsters, and another avalanche attack on them. This skill helped the guys out too often. And this time too, having met another horde of animals, the guys released the wolf cub forward, relying on his snow avalanche skill. But the attack failed. There were too many monsters. Only now, running away from a crowd of angry animals, did the students realize that they had gone too deep into the jungle. Finally, the red-haired student, after raising the level of his snowboar spirit beast to 5 stars, was able to defeat the 7-star monster. While the leader was admiring his trophy, the other members of the group were too tired from the battle. They believed that the victory was difficult for them, and were afraid that if they went even further into the abyss, they might not return. They also believed that they had enough points, so there is no point in taking further risks. The leader, considering that they had reached deeper than the other groups, decided that most likely they would have more points, and most importantly, that even Louis would not be able to score more points. At this time, Louis and his group were looking at a huge bag of things and thinking about only one thing: how to drag it all to the base. The only reasonable option seemed to be to ask the military for a cart. Finally, the decisive day came. The test was completed. At the general meeting, the leader was going to announce the achievements of the freshmen and the results of the test. To begin with, he listed by what criteria the guys would be evaluated. The freshmen were eagerly awaiting their final grades. The teacher sat down at his desk and began calling students from the list to check their things. The guys were very nervous. Students took turns approaching Mr. Denny, checking in and providing items for recount. After seeing the results of the other groups, the red-haired guys group became increasingly confident that they would have a better result, since the others scored less than 1,000 points. While Louis was standing in line with a small bag containing an item from ordinary rank beasts, a red-haired guy walked past him, and when he saw the size of Louis's bag, he grinned, considering that this was all their loot, and went on to hand over his bag to the teacher. Noticing such open ridicule on the part of a classmate, Louis felt awkward, and looked forward to the return of Steve and Yun, as they should bring the main bag of things. Finally, it was the turn of the group of the guy with the beautiful hair, and suddenly the students began to fuss. As he expected, among those who had already counted their points, his group had the best result. After them, it was Louis' group's turn. Some of the guy's fans held their fists for him and wished him luck. After looking at the list, the teacher called the guy. Although the friends had not returned yet, Louis came up and handed over the small bag that he had. The leader was surprised but began counting. All this time, the guy was nervously waiting for his friends, thinking that they would not make it on time. He asked the teacher to wait a little. But suddenly there was a loud sound. Everyone turned around sharply. It was Yuna and Steve with a huge bag of things on a cart. The children proudly pushed the cart towards the teacher's desk. Seeing such a huge bag, the guy with red hair, who considered Louis his main rival, was speechless. In surprise, the leader jumped up from his seat and hurried to clarify whether the resources from the animals they had hunted were inside the bag. Having received a positive answer, Mr. Denny became slightly irritated, because now he would have to start the calculations all over again. Louis and Steve had great difficulty dragging the thing to the counting table. Seeing the contents of the bag, the leader could not believe his eyes. And he wasn't the only one. Louis' self-proclaimed rival was also shocked. The guy couldn't understand how this was possible, but he didn't doubt Louis' honesty either. At this time, Steve's group was waiting with anticipation for the results of the count. Having finished the recount, the extremely surprised teacher said that they had counted 260 animals of the lowest level, 155 of the average, and 5 of the highest. And in the end, the guys earned 23,100 points. Hearing this, all the students were shocked. Some even began to slander that this was impossible, and most likely the guys stole the loot from others. But there were also those who did not believe in this, and spoke out in defense. The red-haired man was completely speechless from what he heard and saw. Having recovered a little from the shock, the leader said that if no one else has more points, then we can assume that the winners have already been determined, and according to the rules, they will receive 30,000 points as a reward. Having heard the good news, Yuna and Steve have already begun to divide the reward equally between the group members, that is 10,000 each. Louis joined the conversation and expressed his opinion that for 10,000 points, Erha could reach 5 stars. The cheerful conversation was interrupted by the teacher's voice. One of the girls said that their thing had been stolen, and the angry leader asked who exactly it was. Hearing this, the guys turned around sharply. Everyone present was extremely surprised. The group members became worried about her friend, since they also did not know about it. The girl reported that she was fine, but her spirit beast was a little injured. She also said that she remembers her attackers. Hearing the answer, the furious friend felt relieved and promised that as soon as they returned, she would definitely take revenge at the competition. After listening to the student, the teacher once again reminded the students that outside the university, danger comes not only from monsters, but also from other groups, and this situation will be a warning to them. Students who had previously turned a blind eye to all this were now seriously worried, because initially they thought that such situations would cross the university. Steve and Yuna began to suspect those idiots with whom they had already had an argument. Louis assumed that the university was aware of everything, since there were not many new students, and most likely they would meet again at the qualifying competitions for newcomers. Steve didn't understand what kind of competition we were talking about. Louis said that every year competitions are held among newcomers within the university. The most promising students will represent the school in the competition. And that's why he believes that they should use these points to increase the level of their spirit beasts in order to wipe everyone's noses at the qualifiers. After finishing the test, the students headed to the buses. On the way back, Steve happily told his friends that after the additional 50% was calculated, everyone got 11,500 points. 2 days later, after checking the application, the hero noticed that Erha would be able to rise to 5 stars. As Louis said, points can be exchanged at the school administration for items to increase the level. The husky also arrived in a good mood. Passing by the hero, the red-haired guy looked after Steve with displeasure, not understanding how he was able to reach 4 stars so quickly, if at the beginning of the month he only had 1, and hoped that the spiritual pills that he received in exchange for points would help the snowboard achieve 6 stars. Feeling his gaze, Steve turned around, but the guy had already left. One of the teachers was sitting at the administrative desk. Entering the administration, Steve said that he wanted to exchange his glasses. The teacher asked to see my student ID. Seeing that there was a freshman in front of him, the teacher advised him to take white pills. Noticing that only pills were on the list, Steve asked the teacher if the black pills were the best, since they were the most expensive on the list. Looking bored, the man replied that this was not true, but usually new people don't have enough glasses to buy something else. But if a guy has more than 1,000 points, the teacher continued, then he can provide an assortment of a store with mid-level goods. But this didn't suit the guy either. Steve asked with a smile about top-level artifacts for 10,000 points. The teacher was surprised, and with an incredulous smile, agreed to show the list of goods. In the list of items, the cheapest one cost 10,000. It was the bone marrow of a real wolf. And after looking at the assortment, Steve became interested in this item. The teacher explained that this was bone fluid that was obtained from a lord-level beast. He also added that, of course, they are great for wolves. And in addition to increasing the level, they also increase the maximum amount of spiritual energy. In the list of items, Steve became interested in another item, which was much more expensive. 200,000 points. It was the blood of a real wolf. According to the man's explanations, it is much more effective than bone fluid and can help awaken now-lost legendary abilities. After thinking a little, the teacher told the guy that winning in the qualifiers gives a lot of points. Hearing the teacher, Steve smiled and asked for real wolf bone marrow and 3 black pills. Seeing the first-year student's score, the teacher was very surprised. Noticing the disbelief on the man's face, Steve became slightly angry and repeated his order. While the guy was happy about his successful purchase, the teacher looked after him in bewilderment, not understanding where the freshman got so many points. When Steve got home, the first thing he did was feed the black pills to the wolf. Erha ate the pills with pleasure. As soon as the husky swallowed the pills, Steve eagerly wondered how the dog felt and whether the rank had increased, but he didn't have to wait long. The rank and ultimate spiritual energy had increased. Next, Steve fed Erhu the bone marrow of a real wolf, with the hope that the wolf could awaken an active side ability. The process of mastering the artifact has begun. In the deep depths of his consciousness, Erha resisted the energy of the black wolf. In this state, Steve could do nothing to help his beast. He could only wait. After some time, Erha mastered the energy of the black wolf and reached 6 stars. Out of happiness, the wolf joyfully licked the contractor, and Steve, in turn, wanted to find out with anticipation whether he had received a new skill. Without waiting for an answer, the guy decided to check the wolf's app himself. Steve was very happy to see that the husky had awakened the side ability of night fighting. After reading everything about the new ability, the hero decides to improve his combat skills in the energy management pavilion. Sometime later, Steve came to the arena where the fights were being held. Unexpectedly meeting Louis, he asked if he was looking for an enemy. Noticing the guy standing a little further with his spiritual beast intervened in the conversation and asked Louis if he had come to watch Bao's fight or if he wanted to fight again. Hearing the voice, the guys turned around. Steve was surprised to see the spirit of fire, and for Louis, the meeting with an old acquaintance was not unexpected. In response to Green's challenge, Louis reminded him that his spiritual beast is a support and should not be drawn into any battles. Steve saw the guy for the first time, so Louis told him in a whisper that this was Green, also a newbie, crazy about fighting, always looking for opponents. And Green's spirit beast, Bao, is a little devil that originates from fire, so it is especially powerful against opponents with ice elements. While the guys made promises among themselves, Green once again turned to Louis, saying that he was aware that ice had fighting abilities. In response, Louis only waved it off, praising Bao and asking how many stars the little devil had. The guy proudly replied that there were 7 stars and once again offered to wave his fists. Hearing their conversation, Steve was surprised to learn that ice has combat abilities. But his friend hastened to clarify that this is a skill called ice weapons and lasts only 5 minutes. While the guys were talking, the elf and the wolf also exchanged smiles. They were glad to meet again. Seeing his friend's curiosity, Louis offered to show the skill, but only on the battlefield. The friends were interrupted by Green, who again offered to fight, but this time to Steve. Seeing the guy's obsession with fighting, Steve became convinced that Green was hooked on fighting. However, Steve had no experience in fighting one-on-one with another tamer, so he considered this a great chance to test his abilities. Green and Louis didn't expect Steve to agree so quickly. And now the rivals are standing in the arena. From the first seconds of the fight, Green underestimated Steve, seeing that he had a spiritual beast, a snow wolf. Already almost confident of victory, Green warned Bao to restrain himself and not hit the wolf too hard. Steve, in turn, told the wolf that although they were underestimated, the enemy was a beast with 7 stars, so they would have to try their best. The little devil was the first to rush into battle. Erha responded with an icy breath, but Bao stopped the wolf's attack in an instant. And what's more, he struck back. Steve hurried and gave the command to Erha to take his leave from the fire turtles. But the attack pursued the wolf. Tired of running away, Erha tried to stop the fireballs with his icy breath. But the little devil turned out to be stronger and conjured even more fiery monsters. Flame balls attacked the wolf from all sides. Erha tried to counterattack. He released his red aura again and entered a state of true awakening. In response, Bao summoned a fiery bull. The wolf fought bravely against the fire attacks. At this time, Steve observed and analyzed the actions of the wolf cub, his skills, and predicted further actions. During the fight, Erha remembered the words of his partner, as well as his last fight with the ice snake. The wolf continued to run in circles, avoiding the fire attacks. At the same time, the little devil continued to increase the number of fiery monsters more and more. Suddenly, right in front of the wolf cub, one of the fiery monsters appeared, which looked very much like a wolf. This was surprising, so Erha became curious and decided to pet his relative. But naturally, I got burned by it. Even Bao found this strange. Out of surprise, he even stopped the attacks, and at that time the stupid little wolf cub whined in pain and blew on his burnt paw with all his might in order to relieve the pain at least a little. Suddenly the water suddenly appeared and threw Bao to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that even Green did not understand what happened. But the guy quickly came to his senses and gave the command to get up. Hearing the command, Bao stood up and used the devilish separation skill. This surprised Steve and Erhu. While the wolf was confused, the little devil took advantage and took off to attack from the air. Steve, noticing this, warned the husky that the enemy was above. And Green, in turn, praised the resourcefulness of his animal, and recognized the wolf as a worthy opponent. The battle was in full swing. Not one of the animals wanted to give in. With his face burned, the wolf was about to use his trump card. Green quickly noticed that Erha wanted to use the snow avalanche. Although the guy was a little hesitant in surprise, he quickly realized that the only thing that could withstand an avalanche was a fire giant. Before Erha and Bao could attack each other, a male silhouette appeared between them out of nowhere. It turned out to be one of the teachers. He scolded the guys for using too strong skills, and warned that if they want to compete, they better wait for the qualifiers. Otherwise, if they destroy the arena, they will have to compensate for the damage from their own pockets, since other students also need the arena. Steve gave his wolf a quick hug to calm him down and told the teacher they were done. Finally, the teacher warned that at the qualifiers the guys would be able to fight with all their strength and destroy even everything around them. No one would demand compensation. However, it is prohibited to use destructive abilities before the competition. In response to the teacher's stern tone, the guys instantly responded that they understood everything. After the teacher left, the guys shook hands. Finally, Green asked Steve if the wolf was high level, but he replied that no, they only took the 6th star yesterday. This was unexpected for Green. When analyzing the battle, he assumed that the wolf cub had a high level. Louis also wanted to make peace with his friend, and hoped that at least at the qualifiers they would clash. Green was still slightly shocked that the beast with 6 stars had almost defeated his Bao, because according to the guy's calculations, the little devil most likely could not withstand the snow avalanche. After leaving, Steve also begged Erhu to see the difference between him and other spirit beasts, and decided to arrange special training. The guy and the wolf went to the pavilion for hard training. When asked by the administrator about the level of difficulty, Steve replied that this time they would go for training of increased difficulty, which greatly surprised the girl. To the employee's curiosity, the guy proudly replied that they had recently received a 6th star. The girl was surprised at Steve's rapid growth, but calmly gave him the key card for training. Taking the card, Steve went to the caretaker and said that he had come for an advanced training session. The caretaker almost immediately recognized Steve's voice and turned sharply to the guy to clarify whether he had heard everything correctly. Steve answered with a smile that everything was correct. He and Erha wanted to become champions at the qualifiers for beginners. The caretaker was at a loss, because Steve recently had only 2 stars. But still, following the rules, he set up the room and let the guy in there for training. But his heart was not in the right place, and he decided that this needed to be reported to the manager. Erha and Steve entered the room where fog enveloped them from all sides. The guy was in pleasant anticipation. The monsters of this level were ice tyrannosaurs. Animals from all sides looked at Steve and Erha as if they were prey. At first, the freshman and his wolf were a little scared, but still they gathered all their will into a fist and decided to fight. Erha went on the attack. Steve watched and gave commands. First of all, he activated the night battle. The wolf started with an avalanche attack. At this time, standing outside the doors, the caretaker was already informing the manager about everything. Having heard the news, the manager hurried to come, but before the manager had time to finish, the caretaker said that this was not necessary, since Steve had already left. The guy came out with a wolf in his arms, barely dragging his feet from fatigue, complained that the training was too scary. Erha, of course, received the 7th star, but it was too difficult to break through the skin of a Tyrannosaurus. After Steve left, the caretaker was speechless when he saw on the monitor that the guy had defeated more than 10 monsters. While Steve and the wolf were enjoying a well-deserved rest, the guy received another notification with a task from the system. The task was to promote the wolf to 9 stars, which would unlock the toad's special skill, Golden Touch, which evolves the artifacts that the snow toad brought. While the guy was in deep thought, someone entered the room. Seeing Steve's thoughtful look, the manager assumed that he had failed in the training. Noticing the manager, the hero was very surprised and asked what he was doing here, to which the man replied that he was just curious about how the training went and how many tyrannosaurs he was able to kill. With an awkward smile, Steve replied that there were only 12, and he would have to work for a long time to rise from 7 to 9 stars. The manager consoled the guy in his own way, saying that even masters have difficulty completing this training. Then Steve remembered that as a reward for first place in the ranking, the manager promised to give materials for evolution or promotion, and asked the man to give them now. But the man explained that if the guy uses materials now for promotion, then he will have to look for ways to evolve himself. Steve confidently replied that everything was fine. Then the manager agreed to give the reward now, and looking at Erhu, the manager began to wonder how much his spiritual power limit was now. The man was extremely surprised to learn that 900, since this was the first time in his entire life to see such a high level. According to statistics, animals of ordinary rank could only reach up to 800. Based on his experience, the manager suggested that the beast has special techniques for developing spiritual energy, or that this wolf is special. Steve decided to change the subject by asking about how previous snow guards had gone through this training. Then the man told about a girl who had a beast with fire magic and 8 stars, but she could not pass this training, and one day she spent a whole week in the gym. Then her beast received the 9th star and increased spiritual energy to 1200, and only then she was able to complete this training. But after it, no one could repeat this. Finally, the manager promised a reward if Steve could break her record, to which the guy happily agreed. At night, Steve and Erha carefully looked at the crystal they received from the manager. After thinking a little, the guy threw the material to the wolf so that he would eat it and increase the level. The energy absorption process has begun. Surprisingly, this time everything went much faster. After the absorption, as expected, Erha received the 9th star, and the ice breath skill evolved into ice fog. Steve was simply delighted with this. Erha also rejoiced at his success. The silence was broken by the sound of a new notification. In the first part, there were congratulations that the task was completed, and in the second, a new task, for which the snow wolf needs to go through the evolution of the 1st degree and training of increased difficulty, and the reward will be unlocking the ability of the eye of the true beast. After completing the first task, Steve and the huskies eagerly awaited the return of the snow toad. As soon as the croak reached the door, the guy happily opened the door to let the frog in. Seeing Steve, Quack Cubby happily showed off his find. The guy looked at the object with curiosity and did not know what it was. After thinking a little, he decided to ask the manager, and immediately sent him a photo of the find. The man did not expect a message from Steve, and when he saw the contents, he was completely speechless. It was a rare evolutionary item for beasts with fire magic, a magma flower. He immediately wrote to Steve everything he knew about the flower, and also added that it would not be suitable for a snow wolf. If necessary, in the pavilion, it could be exchanged for something more suitable. Having learned that this item was not suitable for Era, Steve decided to try the golden touch on it to check what item it would turn into after. As soon as the guy activated the skill, the light from the magma enveloped the entire room. Having received no response from the student, the manager began to suggest all sorts of options for using the evolutionary subject. To begin with, there are different paths of evolution, for example. An ordinary slime can absorb both objects for snow animals and fire ones. But this applies only to those animals that can accept different paths of evolution within themselves. And the snow wolf is not one. And if you feed it a flower, it may die. Realizing this, the manager hurried to find Steve's address to check if he was trying to feed his beast a flower in order to get a fiery evolution. By that time, the magma flower had already turned into something else, or rather returned to its original form. After much thought, the guy nevertheless brought the flower closer to the wolf, and asked whether this object was an object for fiery evolution, and whether Erha could absorb it. Although the guy was worried, understanding all the risks, he still decided to try, promising to help the wolf if something went wrong, and also giving a strict order to stop if he felt danger. The wolf happily agreed. At this time, the manager rushed with all his might to Steve, with the hope that he would make it on time. Steve and Era began the takeover. A fiery aura hovered around. At that moment, shouting that one should not give a flower to a wolf, the manager sharply opened the door. He was shocked. The snow wolf calmly absorbed the fiery energy. The evolution was successfully completed. The spiritual energy became 1700, and a new side ability, the fire whirlwind, also appeared. The guy and the wolf were extremely surprised to see the man on the doorstep, and the manager was shocked that the wolf had mastered the evolution. Steve and Erha quickly tried to hide the burned floor, and Kavakva managed to hide in the spiritual space. The manager approached the wolf and asked if it really had evolved, but could not rise to a higher level, and in response the dog whined something. Steve quickly hugged Erhu and translated his speech for the manager, saying that the wolf was stuck on the 9th star, so he wanted to return to the training hall and deal with the tyrannosaurs. The guy's answer cheered up the old man. He replied that he would be looking forward to them. Steve and Erha were determined to win. As soon as Mr. Manager left, Steve released the Wa. The hero was pleased with himself that he managed to send the frog into the spiritual space in time, and the manager did not find out about the 2 contracts. Kvakva did not have time to return, but she was already going somewhere again. This time, Steve instructed her to find something for her evolution. The toad agreed and headed towards the door. At parting, Steve touched Quaqua to his heart's content. A few days later, Steve and Erha returned to advanced training. This time they were confident in their abilities. The manager and the caretaker were watching what was happening through the monitor, and were already discussing the reward if the guy again took first place on the list. Tyrannosaurs attacked from all sides. Steve activated the night battle skill. The guy commanded the wolf to use ice fog to hide their presence. The monsters tried to repel the attacks. The little wolf also did not give up his position. To stabilize their bodies and protect themselves, the tyrannosaurs activated their ice armor. But this did not stop Erhu. He attacked the enemy. This time, Steve and the wolf decided to use a new skill, a fire whirlwind. The wolf directed the attack towards the opponents. In the blink of an eye, all the virtual beasts were destroyed. The caretaker was shocked and could not understand where the snow wolf had fiery abilities. In response, the manager spoke about the transitional evolution. Although the fiery whirlwinds were a great help, they also took an incredible amount of energy. One by one, all the animals were destroyed. Erha and Steve left the office with their heads held high. And of course, first of all, the hero asked if he had become first in the ranking, and of course received a positive answer. Seeing such a stunning result from the guy, the manager secretly began to hope that his dream would come true. Steve, having heard a positive answer, hastened to remind him of the reward promised to him. The manager responded by noting that at this rate, Erha would soon reach the elite rank, and his owner would become an apprentice, so it was necessary to think about what the next animal would be, and with whom the contract would be concluded. Steve was immediately delighted by what he heard, hastening to assume that he would receive a rare animal as a gift, but the manager upset him, because the presence of a rare animal in the hall without an owner is almost impossible, but he will definitely not be left without a valuable gift. The boy was satisfied with the situation in which, having become an apprentice, he would receive a pleasant reward, so after finishing here he took his leave, and having already left the hall, he remembered that he had to complete the task. As a reward for the task, he was able to obtain a new ability, the Eye of True Sight, with which he could see all the information about spiritual beasts and objects. At the same time, onlookers in the main hall could observe how the rating of training with increased difficulty was updated. And seeing Steve in it, everyone was deeply surprised and even shocked to learn that their idol had been practicing so quickly. and for some time without their knowledge such difficult workouts. In 9 days, the selection trials were about to begin in the arena. Yuna and Steve were preparing, simultaneously refreshing their memory of the test conditions, among which the main one was the need to defend their training ground and defeat all opponents, as a result of which it would be possible to move on to the competition in the Cloud Valley. Steve's girlfriend noted that she saw him take first place in the ranking of difficult training, and the guy himself noticed that he received an award from the manager for the fact that Erha raised his level to 9 stars. She was taken aback and only said that he had acted stupidly, spending materials that were intended for evolution on raising the level of the wolf. The guy came closer to his friend and whispered to her that Kava Kava later brought a flower made of magma, and with its help they were able to let Erha evolve, to which she was even more surprised, expressing her fears for the health of the wolf cub, because the material could harm him. Steve hastened to reassure her, showing that everything was fine with his wolf, because the evolution was successful, and in addition, Erha had learned to throw fire. At the same moment, a voice already familiar to the guy was heard. It was Green, proudly occupying one of the platforms of the arena, arrogantly inviting others to take part in the duel. Since most people had snow beasts with them, Green's advantage with his fire imp was obvious, and no one dared to challenge him. The ardent desire to arrange a duel did not leave Green, and as soon as he saw Steve, he immediately turned to him as the most interesting and equal opponent. The guy paid attention to the ardent coach only after he mentioned him and called him to the arena, and such attention bothered him a little. But the challenge was accepted, although Steve did not expect that his opponent would be the one with whom he had just recently almost destroyed the same arena. But this time, nothing would limit their potential. Among the other participants who were going to watch the beginning of the battle, there was a vague misunderstanding of the actions of the two who were so eager to fight. Green had a specific goal, to defeat his opponent, because he and the imp prepared very hard for this fight, earning Bao a new star. And indeed, statistics confirmed that since the last battle, the fiery imp had become noticeably stronger, and its supply of spiritual energy had increased. Steve almost didn't react to this, because he and Era had prepared a different tactic, designed to end the battle quickly and clearly. The air around Eri suddenly began to heat up, small flames began to fly around, and a small bright light appeared on his head. A second later, the small flame that surrounded the wolf was replaced by a huge fiery whirlwind circling around him. This discovery greatly hurt Green and especially the imp, because they wanted to take advantage of his own element against him. The imp, on the orders of his master, used the ability of the fire giant, from which his exact copy of the flame appeared behind the small animal, but tens of times larger than himself. Erhi's whirlwind very quickly overtook the imp and his copy, from which it began to suck all of its flames into itself. In a matter of seconds, the fire giant Bao was consumed by the fire whirlwind, and Green could only watch helplessly as they lost. Yuna, who was watching the battle along with the rest of the participants, was shocked by the power of the fire whirlwind that the snow wolf summoned. The fiery wave from the whirlwind was so powerful that the streams of hot air reached even the spectators furthest from the arena. The flames completely consumed the imp. His small silhouette was barely visible among the raging tongues of flame. Poor Bao could not resist the heat of the whirlwind and lost consciousness right in Green's arms. From this situation, everyone in the arena was extremely shocked, because it had never happened before that a snow wolf was able to defeat a fiery spiritual beast with its own element. Yuna greeted Steve from the arena completely dumbfounded by the power that his wolf's whirlwind possessed. As soon as they stepped off the arena platform, they immediately heard the sounds of a battle taking place on another platform. Their classmate took part in the battle, whose squad was robbed during the first test in the fields. Her beast looked clearly tired from the battle, and she herself was very angry with her opponent. According to her, the opponent was one of those who robbed them, and his beast was a huge snow leopard, which did not look tired at all. The leopard's owner explained with an arrogant smile that the snowplain was a wild area where the rules of the university did not apply, but rather the laws of the wild. He directly stated that it was their own fault if they could not protect their glasses, and they were lucky that they ran into them, and not fanatics or dangerous animals. The girl was very annoyed by this guy's statements, and in response to them, she only noticed that he was not much different from the fanatics he mentioned. Her words offended the guy, from which he bared his teeth, and only muttered that her little animal would do well to be at least half as strong as the audacity of its owner. On command, the leopard attacked the exhausted animal, causing it to fly away from the force of the blow like a small soft toy. The poor animal was not even able to get up, and the leopard was already raising its paw for its final attack, while the girl tried to recall her pet to the spiritual space. Her opponent's gaze showed manic madness. He gave the command to the leopard to prevent the animal from escaping and finish it off. What she heard greatly angered Yuna. She was beside herself with rage and was already preparing to summon her little fox, which she had managed to develop to 9 stars. Before she could head towards the fight, Steve pulled her back and said that he and Era could handle the arrogant guy. Analysis of the leopard showed that it was an elite-level beast with 1 star and a large reserve of spiritual energy. The leopard made a control strike, but did not have time to reach the target, because the animal disappeared right in front of him. The animal was saved by Erha, snatching it at the very last moment, after which he handed it over to his owner. Steve entered the arena in front of her, replacing her on the battlefield, which she was very surprised by. He understood perfectly well that replacing his classmate, no one would stop him, because her fight was clearly already over. The arrogant guy was surprised by this situation, but without expressing any objections, he only thought who was opposing him. Without having time to really look closely at who his opponent was, he saw Erhu, from which his slight interest gave way to indignation, because he believed that such a weak beast was not worthy of his attention. Having lost all his interest in the battle, he ordered the leopard to quickly end the battle, and he headed away from the battlefield. His comrade said that if they did not leave him alone, they would help him figure it out. The arrogant guy in response only said that he would sort it out himself, but behind him the wolf was already preparing his fiery whirlwind, and the leopard felt that something was wrong and became nervous. The flames once again enveloped the wolf, heating the air around him to incredible temperatures. Arrogant quickly noticed the huge surge of power that felt more powerful than a leopard's, and was shocked by the strength of an ordinary rank 9 beast. The atmosphere around was heating up, and along with it, the wolf's fervor quickly grew. From what he saw, the arrogant guy realized that Steve was stronger than the girl before, but still did not perceive him as a worthy opponent. The behavior of such arrogant fools greatly irritated Steve, because such people can only attack the weak, fearing battles with worthy opponents. Leopard took advantage of his primal hunting skills and ice armor, greatly enhancing his defense and offensive skills. Steve's classmate, who had fought before, saw the leopard's techniques and was able to understand why they were never able to hit him and do any damage. This did not bother him in any way, and rather provoked him, because together with Era, they had already had time to properly train with opponents who used it. Having completed its strengthening, the leopard rushed to the attack with a ferocious roar. The fiery whirlwind flared up with incredible force, blazing with flames of various shades. The fiery flashes kept blazing with increasing force, causing the leopard to slow down its advance, to the point of simply standing still. The flames beat against his armor, preventing him from concentrating normally on the attack. The arrogant guy again ordered the leopard to attack, because he believed that this flame could not break the elite-level ice armor. The leopard continued to advance, and everyone who watched the battle and Steve himself was amazed at how daring the orders this guy gave, because even Green's fiery demon could not withstand Era's fiery attack. It was obvious that the snow leopard would not be able to withstand such an attack. As soon as the whirlwind dissipated, it could be seen lying unconscious on the battlefield. Not realizing his loss, the guy tried to continue the fight, giving commands to the leopard, but he was already completely exhausted. His comrade replaced him, asking him to forget about what happened and rest, simultaneously freeing his clay beast. As soon as the clay beast appeared, it immediately got closer to Era, and its summoner proudly reported that fire was not afraid of them. Although the beast was not afraid of fire, it was obvious that it was extremely clumsy, which Steve noticed, so he immediately commanded Era to use ice fog. Visibility noticeably decreased, causing the beast to randomly wave its huge arms, trying to reach the dodgy wolf with them. The beast's hands quickly froze, which further slowed its movements, making it an almost motionless target. After waiting for the right moment, Era attacked the beast, delivering a crushing attack, but without causing too much damage. The beast summoner understood that the advantage was not on their side, and that it was impossible to continue, so he ordered the beast to use the quagmire ability. At the same moment, the soil under the wolf's paws gets wet and becomes viscous mud, which also slows down its movements. This move did not please Steve at all, because it took away their advantage in speed, and they could not count on a fire whirlwind, because it was ineffective, and they had very little spiritual energy left. Following the quagmire ability, opponents used the clay wave ability, bringing down a huge pile of viscous brown slurry onto the wolf. At the same time, a squad appeared in the arena that was trying to compete in the first test. They were discussing how their leader had raised the level of his boar to 8 stars. He said that he was going to deal with the upstart Steve, but their dialogue was interrupted by an unprecedented sight. A huge fire whirlwind appeared before their eyes, caused by the very wolf they had just wanted to defeat. This sight shocked them. Although the whirlwind was not effective against the clay beast, it was still able to stop the attacks, because the clay had hardened due to firing. The clay beast summoner was amazed that his opponent was still not exhausted after so many powerful attacks. In order not to run out of energy, Era used the ability of a carnivorous predator, which gave him the strength to continue making attacks. However, an incomprehensible ringing echoed through the wolf's ears, preventing him from concentrating on attacks. The attack was sure to reach its target, but the wolf still missed, which greatly surprised Steve. The answer to what happened was not long in coming. It was the ability of another elite beast of another summoner, the cursed bell, which was a rather large bell that had the ability to fly above the ground. This ringing caused the wolf to get lost in space and see hallucinations, which greatly interfered with the conduct of the battle. The hero's girlfriend, seeing such an outrageous picture, rushed to his aid with curses and indignation. In response, he only said that her help was not required, and that he and Era would cope with their own efforts, after which he told his companion not to hold back any longer. The wolf barked approvingly to his master, after which incredible energy began to fill his body. Everyone was once again shocked by what they saw, because the wolf was evolving right before their eyes. Someone in the crowd, who looked noticeably older than the other students, and most likely was a professor, had long noticed that the wolf should have evolved, but apparently was holding himself back. Era was able to evolve without any problems, becoming an elite beast with 1 star and gaining the new ability Wolf Dance. At the same time, Steve was able to receive a new title of Journeyman, while strengthening his skillful hands ability. The wolf's aura became more noticeable, showing how much stronger his evolution had made him. The clay beast and the bell perfectly sensed these changes in the wolf, which is why in their eyes he became noticeably more terrible. The owner of the bell interrupted the hesitation, because he realized that they needed to act quickly before the wolf awakened elite abilities, so he ordered his beast to urgently bewitch him. The hero knew that Era had already awakened his abilities, and all their actions were useless, so he ordered the wolf to use intimidation. The wolf obeyed and released a huge stream of psychic energy, which instilled even more fear in the other animals. The elite intimidation worked so effectively that the poor bell immediately lost consciousness and fell to the floor with a ringing sound. Following the intimidation, the wolf used an avalanche, bringing it down on his rivals. An avalanche crashed down on his opponents with a terrifying roar, covering the entire arena with a white shroud through which nothing could be seen. The newly arrived party continued to discuss in shock the terrifying power of the wolf. Their head was fascinated by this power, and he did not understand how it was possible to develop so much, only assuming that the killing of animals had such an influence. As soon as the haze cleared, Steve's rivals appeared, who were almost not affected by the avalanche, but even so the sensations were completely unpleasant. Green was also shocked by what he saw. If his demon had been covered by such an avalanche, then even his defensive abilities would not have the desired effect, while Yuna was quite cackling at the fact that the hooligans got what they deserved. The wolf's strength amazed opponents. They did not understand how such a weak beast could possess such versatile and very powerful abilities. One of them could not calm down and invited his comrades to gather and attack all together. The same man, who was clearly more mature than all those present, stopped them, informing them that they had already lost this battle, simultaneously notifying them that their dirty deeds would not go unnoticed, and they would face appropriate punishment. The hero also added to the conversation, saying that they themselves asked for this fight. The trio did not want to accept defeat, but were unable to do anything, only quietly mumbled their desire to attack Steve again. The elder reminded everyone present that there is a valid rule that fights are only one-on-one, and all violators will be punished. The hero and the wolf, even after several protracted battles with a large number of opponents, still could not calm down. Therefore, as soon as the eldest finished speaking, they immediately began to look for someone else they could arrange a fight with. Such statements greatly infuriated other students, which is why many even began to suggest defeating him in groups, but fearing punishment they immediately abandoned this idea. Steve, trying to persuade at least someone to another duel, directly said that he spent all his energy on fire abilities. Although they were indeed weakened, the students did not dare to duel and were frightened by the power of the Snow Wolf, preferring not to participate in the further race for the title of Arena Master. Seeing this, the elder had no choice but to recognize the hero and his beast as winners, awarding them the title of Arena Master. Many people were unhappy with this situation, but no one dared to object. After waiting for the result to be announced, the hero decided to go to the training hall, inviting Yuna with him, but she refused, because she wanted to train alone to become the next Arena Master. Green wanted to train with Steve, trying to attract attention, but our boy's head was already filled with thoughts about what gifts awaited him for his new status, and how he could quickly try out his improved ability. It was still not possible to go to training, because the manager of the stadium wanted to see him. He sent one of his assistants to find the hero, which he quickly dealt with and brought him to the manager's office. As soon as Steve looked into the office, he immediately began joyfully telling the manager about his victory and how his new fire ability helped him and Era. The manager took out a small box and placed it on the table. At the same time, he was also happy with the success and confirmed the hero's words that the 100 ability was indeed an excellent enhancement, because before that, snow wolves had never had fire abilities, and such a surprise clearly gave an advantage. The boy drew attention to the box, but continued the story about his successes. He said that during the battle his wolf had evolved to an elite rank, and he himself received a new rank. The caretaker in response asked if he knew that he could now enter into an agreement with another one beast. Steve knew this very well because, although the manager did not know, he had already concluded an additional agreement with Kava, although he was not an apprentice. As soon as he received a new rank, the system displayed 2 new windows on his phone, which were empty, and hinted that the hero could acquire 2 more animals. The manager continued his conversation. He asked if the boy knew about animals with technical intelligence. In response to this, the hero was only surprised and clarified whether it was possible to conclude contracts with mechanical animals. The answer was not long in coming. Yes, it was possible to conclude a contract with mechanical animals, because even though the mechanisms were man-made, they contained components from animals. Previously, people believed that all mechanisms were created only to help people, so concluding contracts was simple, even if the difference in spiritual energy was quite large, and if, nevertheless, it was not possible to conclude a contract with a very strong beast. It did not have any consequences, as well as breaking the contract. Steve said out loud his assumption that contracts could be entered into and broken with them indiscriminately, and the caretaker confirmed his words, adding information that the mechanisms have no soul, therefore there are no consequences. The boy was greatly surprised by this, because it all sounded like too incredible and enormous power. In response to this surprise, the manager said that in addition to a large number of advantages, the mechanisms also had their own significant disadvantages. The downside was that the robots could not improve themselves in the usual way. In order to increase their level, they needed to merge with the same mechanisms, thereby absorbing their powers and skills. While the manager was talking, he moved the box closer to the hero and opened it. The box contained mechanical gloves, which the manager offered to the hero, because a mechanical beast could be a good contender for a place on the hero's team. The manager smiled and said that the gloves were now completely at Steve's disposal, and when he found a more suitable beast, he could terminate the contract with this mechanical glove. The boy tried on the glove and felt that the sensations from it were really similar to those in contact with ordinary animals. But in this case, there was no resistance, and it seemed as if the glove was ready to associate itself with the hero at any moment. Analysis showed that the gloves were an elite-level monster with 7 stars, which was the maximum value for them. And with an incredible reserve of spiritual energy, the caretaker still insisted that the hero enter into a contract with them. Steve tried to tie himself to the glove, and indeed, it did not offer the slightest resistance. The agreement was concluded in the blink of an eye. The glove pliably united itself with the boy, making it possible to use its only skill. The only skill of the glove was the Protective Field A, which the hero immediately activated, after which he ordered Erha to use penetrating claws against him. The wolf was surprised by such an order, and began to shake his head negatively, afraid of harming his master. But he calmed him down, because thanks to the protective field he should not have received any damage. He obeyed and nevertheless attacked the protective field, as his master told the wolf. He did not receive the slightest damage, but the caretaker was a little surprised, because he did not want abilities to be used in his office. Steve was impressed by the strength of the glove. Although the long recovery was a serious disadvantage, the pros clearly outweighed it. At the same moment, a thought occurred to him. The gloves could not be improved, but what if he could increase their spiritual capacity with the help of the skillful hands ability? Because the ability itself had become better, and his own supply of spiritual energy had increased. He used the ability and the energy reserve of the glove increased. This pleased the hero even more, which he was very happy about, and he expressed his joy and gratitude to the caretaker, who was happy for him, but asked him not to use the abilities in his office anymore. Ignoring what was said, Steve was once again delighted with his new acquisition and went home. Already at home, the hero thought that since he managed to increase the spiritual energy of the gloves, then maybe he would be able to evolve them. In addition to the gloves, he also talked about the increased supply of his own spiritual energy. In the current conditions, he did not have the opportunity to spend it all on improving his beasts, because the energy was also used for side abilities, such as a fire whirlwind. In the current conditions, more opportunities have opened up for him, since Erha will no longer need to worry about not catching his master with his attacks, and traveling outside the university will not be so dangerous. The boy's mood was excellent, because having received his new rank, he was closer to experiencing a real fight between tamers. After some time he went to the university. Arriving at his class, Steve was greeted by the teacher, who informed him that he was supposed to be awarded points for winning the qualifying competition. He was indeed awarded 50,000 points, but he was not very happy, because this amount now felt very small. The boy was called by his friend who was standing nearby with Lewis. They informed him that they also passed the qualifiers, taking the places of those guys whom Steve had defeated and greatly weakened, and thanks to the points they received for the victory, they were able to develop and even evolve their beasts to elite ranks. Green approached the hero from behind and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he had also passed, because after he was defeated, his imp quickly came to his senses, and they were able to defend their platform to the end. Other students listened to the conversation. They heard the boy's name, and immediately remembered that it was he who completed the training with increased difficulty, setting a new record, and was able to defeat 3 opponents at once. The boys quickly surrounded him, asking him to take them with him on his next trip so that Steve could protect them when they went to other lands. None of this interested him, except the mention of new lands, which aroused in him a strong desire to quickly find out more about these very lands. The teacher confirmed that all 10 who passed the qualifiers would be sent to other territories of the Snowy Plain, along with other newcomers from 6 more universities. The fire guy asked what they needed to do to go to other territories. The answer was not long in coming. The main requirement was to increase their own combat effectiveness, because the animals in the new territories were many times stronger than the local ones, and they would also face tests between 7 universities, as a reward for which the winning teams would receive large prizes. Louis hurried to check with the teacher about what they would have to compete with other students in. The teacher answered his question, saying that they would have to go to an incompletely explored territory, where they would go down into a tomb, where they would have to defeat monsters of 3 different levels, and for defeating the monsters, crystals could be removed from their corpses. The crystals of animals from the upper levels are transparent, and the deeper they go down, the darker the crystals will become, and the task will be to collect these same crystals, but at the same time, all the students will be scattered throughout the dungeon, so the primary task will be to find a partner. At the same moment, the hero received a task from the system. It demanded that he perform a certain task in the tomb, after which the glove would receive an improvement in its ability, allowing it to transfer the protective field to other animals. The teacher also noted that since all those present were apprentices, they must have been aware of the danger of the competition, and then also noted that they would leave in 2 days from the same place, to which everyone unanimously replied that they understood it. 2 days later, everyone gathered again in the same place. Yuna and Louis looked around and tried to figure out where the transport was that could take them to the right place, and the teacher himself. At the same moment, the teacher appeared. He was freeing the beast from his space, so in order not to catch anyone, he asked everyone to make way. A techno beast appeared before the guys, which was called the aircraft carrier, on which they would fly. Steve, seeing this, hoped that he would one day be able to develop gloves to such a level. The door of the aircraft carrier opened, after which the teacher called everyone inside, simultaneously informing them that the flight would last only 10 minutes. When everyone sat down, the techno beast took off into the air, and within a matter of minutes the entire group of students was already close to the desired place. Approaching the place they needed, they crossed a dome of incomprehensible haze, dark as night. Inside, the techno beast sat down on the rocky surface without any problems. Having landed, the students began to quickly leave the car, finding only rocks and stone wastelands around them. Once outside, the students immediately felt different symptoms and ailments. Some simply had a headache, and others almost felt like they were turning inside out. The teacher explained to the students that this particular place affects their well-being. Due to unknown anomalies, people can only stay here for 5 days. So after 3 days, they will have to return back to the university. So as not to get lost, everyone will be given warning devices, according to the signal which teachers can come to the rescue, and the test will end. One of the students asked what would happen to them if they stayed for more than 5 days, to which the teacher replied that because of this place, they would simply start to go crazy over time. Erha was also not happy with this place, as evidenced by their relationship with the owner. Suddenly, a huge flying beast appeared out of nowhere. The teacher quickly calmed the students down, explaining that these were students from other universities. A teacher from another university greeted the teacher. He was clearly glad to meet him, and was surprised at how persistent his colleagues' students were. And he also mentioned that he would like to meet someone who was able to break records in the training room. The students of this teacher, in turn, felt noticeably worse than their comrades from Steve's university, which the teacher himself noticed. Of the entire squad, only one blonde girl looked intrigued and also expressed her desire to meet the hero. The guy himself was about to introduce himself in front of everyone, but his teacher didn't even let him say anything, telling him that it would be better for everyone to just see him in action when the competition starts. But the hero himself was not one of those who were discouraged for a long time, so he simply agreed with the teacher, because they really were in a dangerous place, and he should have focused on this test. The teacher assumed that all the other students from other universities were already here too, so after agreeing on the descent schedule, everyone began to prepare. Steve and Era were ready to face anything, so they quietly waited for the start. Suddenly, a blue light began to envelop all the students, including the hero himself. In the blink of an eye, just the two of them found themselves in a dark cave. There was only a quiet hum around, and in some places small drops of water could be heard falling. Loneliness was not their companion for long, because after a couple of seconds another student noticed them. He recognized the hero, so he quickly approached and extended his hand, saying that his name was Ben. The hero shook his hand and also introduced himself. The new comrade's beast was a small will-o'-the-wisp, a small 1-star elite rank ghost. The light's ability came in handy. It illuminated the cave with its blue, ghostly light. But even with this light, it was not bright enough to illuminate the monsters hiding in the darkness. The aura of animals was felt everywhere, which Ben informed the hero about and asked the hero to be careful. In the blink of an eye, dozens of red, angry eyes sparkled in front of them in the darkness. The light illuminated the dark place, and a swarm of spiders of darkness appeared before the guys, and these spiders were clearly not in a friendly mood. In the blink of an eye, the spiders were engulfed in flames, causing them to immediately run away. The hero's wolf attack successfully dispersed the monsters. Green and Louis, already familiar to him, appeared before the hero instead of monsters. Steve was surprised that the Fire Imp trainer would attack so covertly, to which he received a very angry reaction from Green. Louis explained to the hero that it was his request to Green to be more careful, and if not for this, they would have been on the second floor long ago. They continued their further journey together. Ben felt uncomfortable and did not really want to go deeper. There were more and more forks, so Green ordered Bao to split up in order to quickly reconnoiter the situation and find where the animals were hiding. Ben supported this decision, and since his light had the same ability, he did the same. This ability looked very useful, and the hero really wanted Era to learn new fire abilities. A couple of minutes later, Bao returned to the group. Anxiety was visible on his face. Something clearly frightened him. Before his owner could even understand anything, Steve had already voiced that the imp was afraid of a large crowd of shadow cats. Green did not like the fact that someone was translating Bao's speech faster than him. The imp didn't lie. 2 other students were running towards them, followed by a pack of aggressive cats. The duo saw the hero's squad, and unable to come up with anything better, decided to send this pack at them in order to distract them. They quickly realized what these scoundrels wanted to do, so they themselves rushed to run away. But the cats were faster and would soon catch up with them. Green was very angry with the students while they were running. He tried to find out from them what university they were from, but they refused to tell, because they were afraid that they would be retaliated against later. The hero snapped at the students, because it was because of them that they got into trouble. So first of all, they needed to get out. To their common regret, there was a dead end ahead and further escape was useless. With no other choice, Steve and Era volunteered to fight the cats. A crowd of ferocious beasts rushed towards them in a huge dark wave, leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. Lewis quickly realized what the hero was going to do, so he asked Green to help him with his fire giant ability, when he himself used Ice Awakening to hold off the crowd. Steve, confirming Lewis's words, also asked to buy him some time so that he could attack. The students were surprised by this situation and shouted that the hero squad was completely crazy if they wanted to fight such a crowd, to which they only received angry cries from Green that it was they who set these animals on. Snow Elf Louis activated his Ice Awakening ability, after which he transformed, becoming noticeably larger, and his appearance became more menacing, because he was now armed with 2 swords. Bao also transformed, becoming much larger after using his Fire Giant ability. The elf attacked all the wild animals that he came across, but even having strengthened himself, it was difficult for him to cope, because there were too many opponents. The time gained was enough. Erha prepared an avalanche, so the hero called out to his friends and asked them to move away, otherwise they too could be hit. A huge snowstream rolled through the cave, sweeping away everything in its path, including all the cats that got in the way. The guys who attracted the attention of these cats were stunned by Steve's strength and couldn't believe their eyes. Many cats fell in the blink of an eye, and the wolf was able to grow to the level of 3 stars for defeating them. Ben was very surprised because just recently under him, Erha received a 2nd star. As soon as the consequences of the attack had subsided, a distant, angry meow was heard from the darkness of the cave. In the darkness, one could see countless cat eyes. Apparently, the detachment had ended up in the very lair and was already surrounded on all sides. One of the guys who angered the cats panicked and shouted for everyone to run away, because the cats had the ability to high-frequency roar, and the resonance of this ability in the cave could easily collapse its entire arch directly on the troops. All the cats roared in unison, causing the cave to begin to shake with such force, as if an earthquake had begun. The ground beneath Steve and Era crackled and began to split, collapsing the floor beneath them. The wolf and his owner fell into the gaping hole. Louis tried to catch them, but did not have time, and could only watch them fall into the darkness of the rift. They flew down, unable to catch on to anything and stop the flight. Having reached the very bottom, they both fell into a small pond, splashing water in all directions. The fall was painful, but not fatal, because they were lucky, and the pond was deep enough to soften the fall. And the hero himself, after increasing his level, began to receive noticeably less damage. Except that they were completely wet. Both the boy and the wolf were safe and healthy. The top of the cave was not visible, but fortunately for the hero, the phone worked down here. Judging by the surroundings, they ended up on a floor with high-level monsters, because devil buds grew around them, and they were the signs of the lowest floors. The only passage looked unnatural, because most likely it was made by people, and since there were no other paths, the hero went there. The corridor was very dark. Steve could barely see anything further than his outstretched arm. When his eyes finally got used to the darkness, he was able to see a huge silhouette, which greatly frightened them, from which they immediately rushed to run away. Having run a little, he needed to catch his breath, since he was not so much tired from running as scared. Having caught their breath, they looked back to understand what exactly frightened them, and in the caves they saw animals, namely giant devilish lilies that simply stood motionless. Coming closer, the hero saw that these were only statues of lilies, and not the animals themselves, so he calmed down a little. Although these were only statues, the hero still felt a strange, overwhelming aura from them, which continued to instill fear. Erha was still scared, because he felt this aura better than his owner. Something sitting on top of the statues turned its attention to Steve and his wolf, and peered at them with its red eyes. At the same time, the guys above were preparing to search for their fallen comrade, asking the wisp and the imp to use fire separation again to make it easier for them to search. One of the guys who lured dangerous cats looked into the rift and found that even the bottom was not visible below, assumed that the worst had happened to the hero. The guy's words infuriated Green extremely, so he walked up to him, grabbed him by the t-shirt, and demanded that he keep his mouth shut, otherwise he would fly down. Either from his own stupidity or from his fearlessness, the guy continued to talk and said that below there was a den of devilish buds, and if Steve was smart enough, he would hide somewhere and wait for help, to which the ardent Green only replied that he couldn't, his comrade should not be underestimated. The descent of the light and the imp did not bring any results, since something below immediately destroyed the copies of the guy's animals. Their only option was to wait for more guys so that they could all find the way down and help their friend, because all this time he had been helping them, and it was impossible to leave him. The guy who caused everything to happen was well aware of his guilt, so he volunteered to help, but warned that even though they were all strong, a fall from such a height was difficult to survive. At the same time, something was creeping up behind Steve below, but he managed to notice it in time. Something attacked him from behind, but he managed to turn around in time and activate his gloves, so the entire blow went into the shield that appeared. The blow was so powerful that it threw the hero away and onto his back. The guy was glad that the manager gave him these gloves, because if the blow had hit him directly, the damage he could have received would have been very serious. A devilish bud appeared in front of him, which looked exactly like the statues in this cave, but its size was no longer as large. The bud's rank was elite, and the level was 7 stars. The hero immediately realized that the opponent who appeared before them was not an easy one. But no matter how dangerous the bud looked, the only thing they could do was fight, so the guy immediately gave the command to the wolf to prepare and use the night battle and the wolf dance. A huge bright ball appeared right above the bud. It used the scorching sun ability. The hero covered himself with a shield, so the hot rays from this fireball could not cause any serious damage. Luckily for them, Ares' icy breath evolved into an icy fog, so as soon as the wolf used it, the environment became noticeably colder. The bud became more angry, and using the ability of wild flora, lashed its sprouts towards the wolf. The wriggling sprouts of the bud were already flying towards Ares, overtaking him from all sides. Steve knew what they should do in this situation, so he commanded the wolf to use a fire whirlwind. His guess turned out to be completely accurate. The fiery attack caused colossal damage to the grass beast. At that moment, he thanked Quaqua for being able to find the necessary materials to develop Erhu. Therefore, in gratitude, he would then like to evolve the frog itself. Bud began to move away from the fiery whirlwind, as the fire frightened him greatly at the level of instincts. The result of the attack greatly pleased Steve, but he knew that he would not be able to use this ability too often due to the waste of his own spiritual energy. The prolonged attack enraged the Bud, so he himself began to prepare a new attack. He concentrated a large amount of spiritual energy, and then sent it directly into the ground. Giant vines erupted from the ground. This was the result of using the wild fauna ability. With the plant control ability, the Bud pierced the whirlwind, thereby dispelling it. The hero saw that by blocking the fiery whirlwind, the Bud spent a huge amount of energy, which made it look weaker. To avoid the attack, the Bud only had to dodge, so the guy assumed that this beast was protecting something or someone from the whirlwind. Behind the Bud there was another statue, so the hero assumed that it was them he was protecting. To confirm his theory, he instructed Erha to dodge the vines and attack the statue behind the Bud. The wolf deftly dodged all the attacks, after which, using piercing claws, he rushed at the statue. The guess turned out to be correct. The Bud exposed itself to the attack in order to prevent it from hitting the statue. Steve gave another command to the wolf, ordering him to attack the statues with all his might. Erha dodged and used his wolf dance ability again to strengthen himself. The hero gave the wolf a command to use a fire whirlwind, and then covered himself with icy fog, while the bud lit up with a bright light, charging an incomprehensible attack. Just a couple of seconds later, the bud exploded, sending beams of energy in different directions, and pushing the wolf and his abilities away with the force of the explosion. An explosion of incredible power threw the wolf away from the statues, and forced the hero to cover himself with a shield, and stay on his feet with all his might so as not to fall. A prolonged battle with a strong enemy caused the wolf's level to increase to 4 stars, as a result of which the ability of piercing claws developed into the wolf's soul, allowing the use of shadow claws against opponents. The hero was very surprised by what happened. He did not expect that in order to protect the statues, they were ready to meet him in battle. At the same time, on the floor above there was another battle of children against aggressive cats. Green and Bao fought with an enemy who was poorly affected by the fiery abilities of the imp. Unfortunately, Louis could not help his comrades with the boost, since it only affected snow-type beasts, so he was worried that they would take too long to fight their way to help their comrade. The guy who followed the guys was nervous that they had gone too deep and would soon not be able to get out of these places on their own. And about Steve, he assumed that he had already clearly interrupted his test. The assumption was quickly dashed by the fact that the hero was not one to give up, as he was the one who raised his beast's rank from a regular 1-star to a 3-star elite and broke several top records in training. The guy continued and did not believe that at least someone would survive on the lower floor, because they were all at most 1-star elites, while below there were 7-star elite beasts. Ben hastened to remind this pessimist that it was Steve who was able to raise the star level on the outer floor to the 2nd, killing hundreds of spiders, and later, in a battle with cats, received a 3rd star. He continued to play his record about high-ranking beasts, while Louis thought about their current situation, realizing that they would not be able to get further, and they should find another way. At the same time, Steve covered himself with a shield from the fiery whirlwind of the wolf, who was fighting with another bud. Despite the fiery attacks, the bud did not retreat and zealously defended the statues from all attacks. He showed with his whole being that he did not intend to retreat and would fight against the invaders to the last. Knowing that the statues were the weak point of the buds, the hero ordered the wolf to attack one of them with the new wolf soul ability. Erha jumped towards the nearest statue. Behind him were giant dark claws that looked very menacing. The claws accidentally touched a rock nearby, shattering it into pieces. Bud, seeing the attack on the statue, rushed to intercept, exposing his grassy body to the wolf's claws. He didn't make it in time because the ox rushed past, almost catching a living plant. The blow hit the statue, causing it to be severely cracked, and the bud was terribly shocked by what happened. At that same moment, the beast flew into a rage and screamed deafeningly loudly with such force that it could easily block the ears even at a great distance. Steve realized that the bud was about to explode, so he ordered the wolf to urgently move away from the plant, and he used his glove to cover himself with a shield. The bud instantly began to charge a huge amount of energy above itself, forming another fiery sphere, from which rays scattered in different directions. The second bud, like the first, undermined itself with its own ability, throwing Steve and Erha away. The shockwave from the explosion reached the detachment searching for the hero and his beast. Green noticed that the explosion was coming from underground, but for some reason he raised his head and looked up, which Ben noticed and noticed the strangeness of this act. The cowardly skeptic again began to express doubts about the need for further searches, since the explosions below were greatly annoying him. Green was very annoyed by his whining, but he answered him that they needed to look for their comrade further, because Steve was not afraid of any explosions, and now this guy would go first. The hero and his wolf came to their senses after the explosion. It was clear that it was better not to damage the statues, because of this, the buds instantly undermined themselves. The guy patted the wolf on the head, asking if he was feeling well, to which he received an approving bark from Erhi. The explosion gave them trouble. Steve hoped that it would not attract more animals, but they found another cloudy crystal, and they also realized that for now they could only fight these monsters one-on-one. Noticing this, to their misfortune, a group of buds immediately appeared, which foreshadowed many problems. All the buds rushed to attack at the same time, but the guy still managed to dodge and run away from them. Together with their wolf, they were seized by panic, because they could not survive against the whole group, so the guy began to think that this was their end. The group consisted of 3 buds, but they were all dangerous and aimed at killing the hero and his beast. The numerical advantage was clearly not on the hero's side, but they still knew about the weakness of the buds. The buds hit the hero with their vines at the same time, but using the glove he was able to repel this attack. Erha lay on the floor scared, expecting to be killed by these angry weeds, but he discovered that he was still alive, so he simply stood up. Realizing that he needed to counterattack, he took advantage of the icy fog, after which he and his owner began to disappear from sight of the buds. The plant simultaneously hit the place where the hero and his beast had just been, After the fog cleared a little, they discovered that there was no one in the place where they hit. Steve and Erha were already standing on one of the statues that these buds treasured so much, letting them know where they were. The buds were furious, so they immediately rushed towards them, preparing to attack with everything they could. The guy jumped behind the statue at the very last moment, forcing the buds to attack the statue, and not him. The attack reached its target, but the bud managed to slow down, so no damage was done to the statue. Realizing that they couldn't choose a better moment to attack, the hero told Urka to get ready to which they were located with solar flares, preparing for the next detonation. An explosion and 3 more weeds left only smoldering remains, and Era was able to immediately grow by 2 stars for such an unequal battle, becoming a 6-star elite beast. The next tremors from the explosions again reached Steve's group. The skeptic continued to deny that the hero fought such a fierce battle and was still alive. However, the entire detachment did not know what to answer him, since they themselves did not understand what exactly was happening under their feet. Multiple more explosions shook the entire tomb and illuminated the vaults of the caves in which Steve was located. The roar of these detonations did not go unnoticed. A 1-star Lord-rank beast, the leader of the Devil Buds, awakened in the caves. After many repetitions of his strategy, the guy and his wolf once again fell off their feet from the shaking. Having made sure that they were intact, they began to rise to their feet. The force of the explosions was incredible. Because of them, more and more buds were running towards them. If not for Era's protective glove and abilities, they would not have been able to hold out for so long. In these battles, they both took a lot of risks, because if something went wrong, they would simply blow themselves up. But all the risks were worth it, because the wolf's characteristics grew by leaps and bounds. The hero and his wolf rejoiced at their success, once again thanked the system for the abilities they had, and after a quick inspection of the environment, they assumed that there were no more monsters left in this area. This was confirmed by the fact that the shaking around had stopped and there was silence all around, so they could calmly collect trophies. The number of crystals was so large that they no longer even fit in his bag, which made Steve think that he should have grabbed more bags. At the same time, the guys above did not understand what was happening below, because the earthquakes were incredibly strong, which is why even Lewis's optimism was replaced by doubts. Once again, the main pessimist of their squad expressed his opinion that no one could have survived such explosions, and further searches would not bring any results, for which he was grabbed by the collar by Green, who was already very tired of this guy's whining. The pessimist was saved from Green's anger only by the fact that Ben was able to find a descent to the floor below, which he informed his comrades about. Considering that there were fewer and fewer cats around, this was most likely a lower descent, so the guys, being in full combat readiness, continued on their way. Having descended, they found those same giant statues, against the background of which they seemed very tiny. A sound came from behind one of the statues. Someone was clearly approaching them. Lewis and his snow elf were the first to react, and were already preparing to attack what was about to jump out at them. Everyone was in full combat readiness. The sound was getting louder and louder, but instead of a roar or some other noise suitable for animals, they heard only heavy sighs. Steve and Era appeared from behind the statue, rejoicing at their catch, which they were able to earn. Seeing them, the guys exhaled and calmed down, because they no longer had to fight any high-ranking monsters. The first thing that caught the skeptic's eye was a huge bag overflowing with black crystals. To make sure that these were really dark crystals, the guys compared them with those that were extracted from spiders on the external level. And indeed, these crystals were noticeably darker than spider crystals. The hero had a whole bag of such crystals, so the guys bombarded him with questions about how he managed to find them and get such a large number. The guy openly said that getting the crystals was not that difficult, so even a low-level journeyman tamer could do it. Another bud appeared in the cave, but unlike the others, it was noticeably larger. Noticing the hero with his squad, he rushed towards them, filled only with the desire to kill them all. As he approached, he attacked all the guys with a huge number of vines which, like rain, fell on them from above. It was only by miracle that none of the guys were hit, and without thinking twice they rushed in all directions so that the monster could not kill them all at the same time. The animals immediately began to fight off the vines surrounding them, and the hero noticed that this bud was very different from those he had encountered. One thing was obvious: this beast was the most important in this tomb, and therefore very strong. A quick analysis showed the hero that it was a lord-level beast, so he shouted for everyone to run away, because he was too dangerous for all of them. Earthquakes throughout the dungeon resumed with renewed vigor, and one of the teachers received a notification from a pessimistic guy asking for help. The alert indicated that the signal came from the internal tomb, so the teachers began to urgently gather to help. Steve's teacher also went to help, and he really hoped that it wasn't his students who were in trouble. The battle in the tomb continued. A fiery whirlwind burned out the vines of the giant bud, but it continued to attack non-stop. The hero informed everyone else that they needed to hold out and get closer to the statues as soon as possible. By order of his master, Era strengthened himself twice with the wolf dance and rushed to attack the statues. A large number of bud vines switched to protecting the statues instead of attacking. All the other guys in the squad noticed this, and realizing what they needed to do, they also focused their attacks on the statues. A flurry of attacks fell on the statues. The bud did not have time to protect them all, so it was furious. Steve was glad that there were many of them, because altogether, due to their majority, they could repel even a beast of Lord rank. Having sent all the vines to protect the statues, the bud opened itself, so Erha was preparing an avalanche attack to inflict colossal damage on it. Bud understood that he was in a hopeless situation, so he began to accumulate energy in order to create an explosion of incredible force. It was not possible to protect against such an explosion with a protective glove, so the guys rushed away from the living bomb. It was too late. The beast had already accumulated a large amount of energy, and was about to explode along with everyone who was near it. Just before the explosion, one of the teachers finally appeared. It was Steve's teacher, and he stood right in front of the epicenter. It seemed that everything was lost, but the teacher erected an indestructible shield that closed him and his students, preventing them from dying in real hell. As soon as the consequences of the explosion ended, the teacher removed the barrier. The hero picked up a crystal from the corpse of the monster lord, which shimmered with the brightest colors and resembled a small sun. The teacher noticed that the guys were great if they were able to provoke a lord-level beast to self-detonate, to which Green immediately noted that it was Steve who found a way to deal with the buds. The teacher also noticed a huge number of dark crystals that the hero had collected, and asked whether he had collected them, to which he received an affirmative answer. The teacher was more than happy with this situation, because the victory of his university was only in his favor, but they could not rejoice for long, because the cave began to collapse, so they hastily began to leave it. Somewhere in the dungeon, a shockwave and shaking reached Yuna, who continued to explore the surroundings. The entire dungeon was collapsing, so the teachers ordered that all students be taken out of it. In the depths of the tomb, something even more terrible than the Beast Lord was awakening, which the hero and his friends defeated. The cave in which Yuna was also destroyed, so she tried to run out as quickly as possible. She got out very quickly, and running further away from the entrance, began to wait for the rest of the guys. A man in a red robe suddenly appeared next to her. He introduced himself as one of the night guards and said that they would save the students locked in the dungeon. Having got out of the central hall, the teacher told the children to continue to get out, and while they were on their way, Steve would be in charge, and he himself would go look for the rest of the students. The teacher believed that the hero's strength would definitely be enough for them all to get out of the cave safely. The students did not argue, so they rushed to the exit, simultaneously wishing good luck to their teacher. At the same time, a terrible thing was happening in the center of the tomb. The giant statues came to life and became buds of even larger sizes than the lord-level beast with which the guys fought. The animals were furious, and their only desire was to destroy all the invaders who set their sights on this tomb. Night guards led everyone out of the collapsing caves. Students and teachers helped the wounded get out. Panic and chaos reigned all around. Among those leaving the dungeon, Yuna could not see her friends. She was tormented by disturbing thoughts, and not understanding what was going on in the caves only aggravated her anxiety. In addition to people, monsters were also fleeing from the caves. The snow elf Louis reported that she felt a terrible aura from underground. Green immediately assumed that some kind of monster had awakened underground. Hearing this, Steve immediately realized that most likely those giant statues that they saw below had awakened. He warned everyone about his guess, including the teacher, but the fact that he did not understand immediately worried him. While running away, he also realized why the buds were guarding these statues, namely in order to protect the animals inside. Checking his phone, he noticed that the condition of the task that the system had set for him was fulfilled. He was able to unravel the mystery of this dungeon, so he concluded that those statues were the true bosses of this dungeon. The cave continued to collapse. Some wild animals did not have time to escape and were hit by debris. It was obvious that the guys were being pursued by something, and that something was incredibly evil. The passage in front of the detachment was blocked, thereby blocking their path to retreat. Loud, heavy steps could be heard from behind. A huge something was visible in the rising column of smoke. It was this thing that was pursuing them, and was already preparing to attack. A giant monster burst out of the smoke. It was a Thorn General, a Lord-rank beast, with a level of 5 stars. Its reserve of spiritual energy was incredibly large. The monster was preparing to attack, but a man unknown to them in a red robe jumped out in front of the guys, and demanded that they stay behind and leave the monster to him. This unknown person was a Night Guard girl, one of the special unit of the snow troops of the Night Guard. She called upon her beast for help, which was a giant demonic bull that was either the same size as the thorn, or was even larger than it. Giant monsters rushed towards each other with terrible screams, preparing to fight to the death. Steve was shocked by this sight, because before his eyes 2 of the Lord's beasts clashed in battle. and the tamer of one of them was a professional who could use the abilities of his beast. The thorn attacked her, but the girl parried the monster's attacks with her own hands, while her beast chopped the embittered monster with its axe. The hero was even more shocked, because in front of his eyes, an ordinary person repelled the attack of a lord-level beast, while apparently kneeling with the monsters on the lower levels. Throwing the stone aside as if it weighed nothing at all, she told the students to continue to get out of the cave, because it was too dangerous here to continue the task. The guys didn't even think about arguing with her, so they simply continued their escape, as the guard demanded. Having got out, the guys were met by a guard at the exit, and one of the teachers. The guard asked to double-check the lists and make sure that everyone got out alive. For their salvation, the guys thanked the guard with all their hearts and bowed low to him. Yuna was finally able to find the guys. She scolded Steve, because she was worried about him, and even thought that he died there. But she was interrupted by Lewis, saying that it was the hero who worked the hardest in the dungeon. Determined to prove that he had not wasted his time in the dungeons, he pulled out a bag from behind his back and invited his girlfriend to guess what was inside. She immediately guessed that there were crystals inside, in her opinion. Although Era could defeat many strong beasts, they should not have taken such risks for the sake of the crystals. When she opened the bag, she expected to see Shadowcat crystals inside, but instead what she saw shocked her. Inside the bag, she saw many dark crystals of monsters from the central rooms of the tomb. She could not realize how many buds Steve managed to defeat. Seeing one rainbow crystal, she was even more surprised, because during the entire test, she had heard or met only 3 types of crystals. He explained that it was a crystal that he removed from the corpse of the monster lord, whom they managed to defeat, which plunged his girlfriend into even greater shock. Before she could comment on what she had just been told, they were interrupted by one of the teachers, saying that the test was completed. But this did not cancel the awards, and after counting the crystals of all students in universities, the winners would be announced. Steve's girlfriend continued to sit, not understanding how he was able to collect so many crystals, but understanding that he would once again take first place. Green intervened in their silence and invited the teacher to count all the crystals that the hero had collected. It is unlikely that she would be interested in counting the crystals of some random student, but in the name of the hero, she recognized the very same person who was able to break records in training that no one could surpass for 10 years. Looking into the bag, she, like the hero's friend, was shocked to see inside a huge number of dark crystals, and even one rarer one. Recovering slightly from her surprise, she asked Steve to wait while she consulted with other teachers about the rare stone he had collected. One of the professional class teachers, seeing a rare crystal, was also very surprised, because he did not expect this from students who had just moved to a new level. He asked if it was she who got inside the tomb and killed the boss of the floor, to which she replied that it was not her, but one of the new students, a participant in the test. The teacher still couldn't believe that any of the students were able to climb so far and even defeat such a serious opponent. After some further reflection, he decided that the teachers would not count this crystal, since in their opinion, it could not have been earned in an honest way. In addition, if they count this crystal when calculating the points earned, then there will be no competition, and the one who got this crystal will win. The teacher returned to Steve with the crystal and approached him, asking him where he could get this crystal from. The boy honestly answered that he pulled out the sphere from the corpse of the boss bud while on the central floor. The entire crowd around them trembled, because no one believed that the students could really defeat the boss of the inner floor. The teacher approached the guys and began questioning them. He still didn't believe the students, so he assumed that it was the night guards who defeated the beast and gave them the crystal. Steve didn't understand what they were talking about, but the teacher snatched the crystal from the hands of another teacher and said that if it wasn't the hero who killed the monster, then they wouldn't count the crystal. The hero did not dispute the words of the teachers. On the contrary, he agreed with them, saying that in fact it was not he who killed the beast. Before Steve could finish, he was interrupted by Green, who was outraged that they weren't getting credit for the crystal they earned by fighting the bud, and forced him to blow himself up. And the only outside help they received was from the teachers who protected them from explosion. The blonde teacher was surprised by what she heard, because even if the monster blew itself up, the students in any case needed to bring it to such a state that it would have no other choice. Steve tried to calm Green down, but he did not let up, because he considered such verdicts unfair to his friend. The hero continued to reassure his friend. This arrangement suited the evaluator's teacher, because if this crystal was removed from the race, then those who found it would return to the same usual results as other students. And this was to his advantage, because he did not want to believe that students from another university would cope better than his. However, as soon as he dumped other crystals from the hero's backpack, all hope for the victory of his class crumbled into dust, because the bag was filled only with dark crystals. All the students were shocked by what they saw, because many had not even seen these crystals, and mining them was out of the question. Steve approached the teachers and explained that he had obtained them himself, and asked if they would be credited to him. to which he received an affirmative answer. The night guard watched all this and was very impressed by how many crystals the boy was able to obtain alone. She saw in him the potential to become a night guard in the future. The rest of the students, seeing the number of dark crystals, began to think about giving up right away and not fighting for first place, since the winner was obvious to everyone. The students began to come up one by one and say that they were admitting defeat, because they saw no point in further counting the crystals. The teachers doubted what the students were telling them, so they asked if they were sure they wanted to admit defeat, to which all the students reluctantly answered that yes, they were giving up. The evaluator teacher was disappointed in what was happening, but there was no arguing with the facts. There were indeed incomparably many black crystals. Even his students admitted defeat, which greatly hurt his pride, but their ordinary crystals, obtained from spiders and cats, could not be compared. After everyone admitted defeat, the teacher, having no other choice, reluctantly accepted Ice Plains University as the winner. The victory didn't even require the crystals collected by Steve's classmates, which disappointed the guys a little. Many students from other universities were delighted with the hero's results, so they surrounded him, because they really wanted to get to know him. The hero's teacher also said that the winners, in addition to the main reward, can also take all the crystals they collected with them. Steve turned to the teacher with a question. He was wondering what exactly the crystals were for, to which he received the answer that they were needed to create spiritual pills with which you could increase the level of your animals, and at the university they would be taught how to make them. Green was very surprised by what he heard, because the hero had a lot of dark crystals, and accordingly he could produce an incredible amount of high-level pills. After some thought, Steve decided that he would give his low and mid-rank crystals to his friends, after which he handed them a bag filled to the top with 2 types of crystals. The guys were very surprised by this act of altruism, so they asked their friend if he was sure that he wanted to give so many crystals to them. Without any worries, he replied that he had plenty of high-rank crystals, so he did not need the rest. In addition, although he did not tell his friends about it, such pills were already practically useless, since he was already at a very high level. Many students were amazed by such an act of altruism, and aroused even greater admiration for the hero. And someone said that everyone should learn from the hero, which he immediately regretted, because he was offered to share his crystals to follow his example. The same girl from the night guards approached the hero and his classmates and called out to him. Steve was glad to see the night guard, which she noticed. She introduced herself as Triss, and the boy kindly introduced himself in response and asked if she had any business with him. Triss immediately asked him, without any further digressions or explanations, if he wanted to become a night guard. The boy was surprised because this was a very unexpected offer for him. The guard explained that if he was able to collect so many dark crystals alone, it means he was not deprived of power. Steve justified himself by saying that they were simply lucky to find the weak point of the monsters, and besides, his snow wolf was only a 6-star spirit of the elite rank, which in his opinion did not meet the criteria of full-time guards. Triss was very surprised. Yes, his beast was a 6-star elite, taking into account the fact that among the other students there were barely 2-star elites. But the fact that the beast was one of the weakest species was the most surprising fact for her. Although his species was one of the weakest, one thing was obvious. The wolf was special for being able to break the best records in the training courses. The guard continued to say that since they managed to work together to defeat a lord-level beast, then they definitely had enough strength and skills to become night guards. Steve still couldn't believe that it was possible to get to the night guards so easily, because he was still just a freshman, to which the guard told him that if you wanted, you could always find a way out. Their conversation was interrupted by the teacher. He asked the guard if they had problems with a lack of people at the moment, to which Triss replied that they never had a shortage of people. Hearing this, the teacher, in a more irritated tone, asked her why she was then trying to recruit his student, especially one who had just become an apprentice. Steve himself noted that serving as a night guard promised considerable benefits, but was quite dangerous. The teacher only agreed with his words, noting that this is why they have few people in the service. The guard continued to insist on her position, saying that all doors and roads were open to the night guards, literally and figuratively, because he would be able to move to different countries completely freely, without filing petitions, and also asked him to think about this proposal. The boy found the offer tempting, so he promised her that he would think about the offer. The guard's proposal sounded really interesting, but it was still military service, and military service requires discipline, and in this very service, most likely, he would have almost no time for his searches and research. The guys had already been in the anomalous zone for quite a long time, so their teacher summoned a techno-beast, which was a giant transport plane, and reported that they were returning. The students were glad to finish their school day and leave this strange place. Before leaving, the teacher checked with a nearby guard about what was happening now in the tomb, to which the guard replied that alien creatures of the Lord level had been discovered below, but at the moment, they were kept under control. He also asked if it was possible to find out the reason why the animals below were so aggressive, to which he received a negative answer. But these animals were definitely looking for something. Already on the way back, many of the guys were sleeping in the plane, but Steve was immersed in his thoughts. The system informed the boy that he now had a main long-term task, namely to find out the truth about the alien kingdom. And he also received a side task to get a fourth beast into his squad, for which he could receive a new skill, the body of a pseudo-beast. Steve suggested that with this skill he could disguise himself as animals, which would greatly help him in research in foreign lands. Since the guys were flying back on another techno-beast, the journey took a little longer, but they got there without any problems. The hero was about to go home to rest, but his girlfriend stopped him and called him with her, because their teacher already wanted to give them all awards. The guys followed the teacher to the logistics department, where they were told that the reward for the tests would be skill crystals of their choice. Green asked the teacher what crystals they had, because most likely only fire crystals were available to him. The teacher replied that they had everything, and smiled lightly. Entering the room, a huge table with a variety of stones appeared in front of the children. As the teacher said, they were all collected here as a reward, and the children could choose one of them. Green immediately had his eye on the fire skill Magma Eruption, so he immediately stated that he would choose it. However, besides him, Ben also wanted to get this stone, because his beast was also of the fire type. So a dispute arose between the guys over the stone. Louis, seeing that the couple was about to quarrel, suggested that one of them simply choose a different skill. Yuna was interested in what Steve would choose, because thanks to him they won. She invited him to choose the stone first. The guys who were arguing nearby immediately realized their mistake, because their friend was right, and they were not the first to choose the reward. They quickly calmed down, and also suggested that the hero choose his reward first, even recommending that he take the stone over which they had just almost quarreled. The teacher was pleasantly surprised by this attitude of classmates towards each other. Steve, by common decision, went to choose a stone from among the huge variety that was in the room. The guys continued to argue with each other, and Yuna simply asked the price of what stones were there, looking in advance for something that would be useful to her. The first thing that caught the hero's eye was the Ice Festival ability, which allows him to create various weapons from ice, which was not suitable for Erha. The second was the Fiery Palm. It had a similar effect to the Wolf Soul, so it was also not suitable. The boy noticed an unusual stone with the third skill, which contained two skills, Chain Lightning and the embodiment of a Thunder Shadow, and apparently these were control skills. Apparently, only the hero saw the double skill with the help of his ability of the Eye of True Vision, because otherwise, there was no way to explain the reason for finding such a strong skill here. Yuna asked the teacher what kind of stone it was, to which she received the answer that there was a Chain Lightning skill inside the stone, which proved that only the hero saw the double skill. Steve was amazed at the power contained in the stone, but he was also surprised that no one at the university had been able to detect such power. The boy decided to ask the teacher if he knew the skill of incarnating a Thunder Shadow. According to the teacher, Thunder Shadow embodiment was a rare skill that a very small number of Thunder Spirit beasts possess. The skill creates a very strong clone of the Lightning Beast. The strength of a clone depends on the level of the Spirit Beast, but a Spirit Beast can also combine with a clone, thereby increasing its strength, but reducing the lifespan of the clone itself. The hero understood that this was exactly the skill that he and Erha needed, so now they needed Erha to evolve again, but through the element of thunder. The teacher asked Steve if he was confident in his choice, because there were many more suitable skills for Erha. Without the slightest doubt, he said that it was this stone that he needed, to which Yuna was once again surprised by the actions of her friend. The choice seemed very strange to her, but at the same time, she already knew her friend well, so she could expect anything from Steve. The guys, who were still arguing about who would get the magma stone, saw their friend's choice, and once again considered it his act of altruism in favor of their friends, which really touched them to the core. Only the hero knew that he had taken the best reward in the room, which was even to his advantage. However, right now the stone could not be used, and most likely, in order to use it, the materials of the element of thunder alone were not enough here, so Steve needed to get more information for his further growth. In search of answers, the guy decided to go to a specific person, namely the manager, who was not too happy with him, but still accepted him in his office. The hero asked the manager about what materials were required for evolution with a focus on electricity, where they could be obtained, and whether anything else was required, to which the manager answered him that only materials of the element of thunder were required. The caretaker was very surprised because no one had developed their spiritual beasts so quickly before, and the fact that Steve wanted to carry out another impossible evolution even scared him a little. He warned the student that his idea was dangerous, to which the hero only replied that he would be careful, and everything would work out for him and Erha, just like last time. Realizing that there was no point in dissuading his student, the caretaker simply continued his business, and Steve promised that everything would be fine, and they would cope. Before the hero left, the caretaker asked the hero about his second beast, and whether he had already managed to find it. The boy replied that he and the wolf had no time for this at all, because they were developing skills and characteristics. In response to this, the caretaker advised them to visit the Thunder Canyon in the south, because it was there that they could find the materials necessary for evolution. But in addition to materials, in the canyon, they can find a rare beast, the spirit of the element of thunder, which was called the Star Guard, and was an animal spiritually very close to people, helping travelers lost in the canyon find their way to safe places. The beast was strong and restrained. He was a kind of guardian angel in those places, warning people if they went to a dangerous place. The caretaker advised that when searching for materials, you should also look for guards, because most likely the guards themselves appeared from animals that evolved with the help of local materials, and therefore should have lived nearby. Steve assumed that the warden was hinting that he should try to conclude a contract with the guard, but he corrected him, because he did not mean anything like that in his words. But it was the will of the student himself to try or not. The caretaker did not offer to conclude a contract with the guard, because although they were positively disposed towards people, they were freedom-loving animals, and therefore it was much more difficult to conclude a contract with them. Steve was surprised and a little embarrassed that he was given the go-ahead to conclude such an agreement, but the caretaker again repeated that the students themselves decide which animals to connect their fate with, and only asked the boy to be careful and take care of his protection from the elements when he goes into the canyon. The student thanked the guard and promised that he would get the materials, get to know the guard, and also, with the help of materials for evolution, develop his erhu to new heights, so that even the powerful guard would be weaker than his wolf. Already at home, the boy was preparing for the trip. To his luck, after the competition in those caves, the university gave them a vacation, so nothing prevented them from going to the Thunderstorm Canyon right now. The hero prepared everything he needed for the hike, but forgot the most important thing, namely, to find out from the ranger where the canyon was located. So the first idea that came to his mind was to call his girlfriend and find out from her where he needed to go. Yuna quickly picked up the phone and immediately asked what happened to him, to which Steve told her that he was going to the Thunder Canyon, but did not know where to go, to which her friend was very surprised and asked her to wait while she packed her things. The two of them went on the train, where only when they got there, the boy still asked why she decided to go with him. His girlfriend was not happy with the fact that he was going to have fun alone again, so she got involved, to which the guy only said that he was going to collect materials and not have fun. Apart from the fact that she just wanted to have fun, Yuna said that it was no longer possible to go into the canyon alone. Steve immediately asked her how many people it takes to get into the canyon, but his friend didn't know that herself, so she suggested finding out on the spot. Arriving in Bentley, the city in which the canyon was located, the guy immediately noticed that they were walking through the Imperial Hall of Spirits. The girl confirmed his guess, because it was the Imperial Hall that served as the command hall for sending to the canyon. So all adventurers first of all had to arrive in the hall. Since the canyon was too dangerous, only teams were allowed there, so solo adventurers could unite here in teams. Approaching the registration desk, Yuna immediately asked the administrator how many people were required for the squad, to which the female administrator answered her in a friendly manner that only squads of 4 people are sent to the canyon, and one of them must have a healing spirit in them in a squad. The sister immediately noticed that they needed a healing spirit on the team, so she introduced her partner, a jellyfish spirit named Shui, who had similar skills. Shui was an ordinary type, an 8-star level aquatic spirit beast. Gwen was proud that she was able to raise it to such a level. Simon's spirit beast was a muscular golden turtle named Jinji, a regular rank and 8-star level, and his brother was very proud of what a wonderful protector his beast was. The administrator interrupted the greeting of the guys, reminding them that in order to go to the canyon, they needed to register. The twins ran off to fill out the necessary documents, and the administrator decided to tell the hero and his girlfriend a little more about this duo, saying that these two constantly returned to the canyon to find their missing father. Due to the fact that they got into trouble every time, none of the local adventurers wanted to join forces with them, so all they can hope for is visiting adventurers who are unfamiliar with them, which is why they stuck to Steve and Yuna. However, the guys were not bad, because they tried to help all the newcomers who went with them, not sparing their strength in themselves. Literally a couple of minutes later, the twins returned with completed documents. In addition, Gwen also completed documents for Steve and Yuna, which caused everyone sincere surprise. The hero was not against it, but he checked with the twins about how soon they would go to the canyon, because he didn't really want to wait, to which he received the answer that they could go right now. The administrator was worried that the boys would get into trouble because of the twins, so she tried to suggest choosing more experienced adventurers. but the hero said that they were happy with everything, and they quickly left. Rechecking the profiles, the administrator read Steve and Yuna's profile more carefully, after which she was very surprised. In their profiles, she saw that the guys had elite animals, so she began to worry a little less about their group, because it already had experienced participants. After some time, the guys were already at the entrance to the Thunderstorm Canyon. Even here, the lightning struck with great force and without stopping. The blows were so powerful that even the stones split into small rubble after each lightning. Even standing below, Steve felt the full force of the blows and thunder. Yuna expressed her concern about whether they should have teamed up with these guys, to which he only replied that the twins were clearly not here for the first time, and they needed a guide familiar with the local roads. Although the level of the animals was lower, the twins definitely had more experience in visiting the canyon, since they went there so often. Simon turned to the guys and asked what they wanted to do when they arrived at the canyon itself. The hero's girlfriend quickly answered them that they were looking for evolutionary materials, and, if possible, would like to meet the Star Guardian Spirit Beast. What they heard amused the twins, so Gwen told them that most non-local seekers come here with the same idea, and unfortunately for them, the guard was not a legendary beast. According to the sister, the guards used the canyon as their natural habitat, so once they entered it, they would have a chance to see them. Lightning struck very close to Steve's squad, indicating that the weather was getting worse. The twins noticed this, so they assumed that the weather would only get worse further, so they should have given up the idea of going to the canyon today. Simon suggested that everyone rest until the weather calmed down, and luckily for them, there was a house nearby. The twins told the guys not to worry, because they knew where to look for materials, so as soon as the weather calmed down, they would immediately take them to the right place. They led them to a house that their father had built especially for adventurers who were caught in bad weather. But now few people knew about it, so they themselves could use it without any problems. Already inside, the hero remembered the guards and decided to ask the twins if they really help adventurers in trouble. From this question, Simon became noticeably angrier and replied that it was all just inventions of those who had not even met them. His sister was very surprised by what his brother said, because according to her words, the guards had already helped them more than once, to which he agreed, but noticed that they did not help their father. Yuna asked to clarify who their father was, to which he replied that he, like many locals, made a living in Thunder Canyon, working as a climber. He searched for rare materials in the canyon for sale, and also served as a guide, helping adventurers avoid getting lost in the area. It was thanks to their father that the twins navigated the canyon so well. Steve tried to ask the guys what happened to him. They couldn't believe that he could just get lost in a place that he knew better than anyone in the world, so they thought that someone had killed him. They could not be completely sure that their guess was correct, until they found their father's body, which is why they forced themselves into the squads, as happened with the hero and his girlfriend, for which the twins apologized. Steve and Yuna had nothing against it after all. Everyone in the canyon was pursuing their own goals, so they were counting on the twins when they all got into the canyon. The twins just realized that they still hadn't gotten to know each other properly, so they all introduced themselves to each other, but this time more fully. The thunderstorm outside the window subsided, to which Gwen drew attention. She explained that the duration of thunderstorms in the canyon is very chaotic, so they can last from a couple of minutes to several days in a row. But from their experience, it was known that the pause between thunderstorms is at least half a day. Simon explained to the heroes that after the thunderstorm, some of the strong animals hid, because for now the canyon was relatively safe, and if they wanted to find materials, then they needed to look for places where lightning struck. They left the house. The brother asked the guys to follow him so that he could take them to the places where the lightning struck. He also noticed that these places are difficult to find, so those who find themselves in the canyon for the first time may not find them, to which the hero joyfully asked that he and his girlfriend be taken care of and taken to the right place. The whole group a few minutes later arrived at a section of the forest that was completely scorched. Simon said that the dead trees here were saturated with energy from lightning strikes, which is why these were the materials for evolution, but asked them to be careful, as there could be wild animals here who are also looking for it for evolution. The brother called upon his spirit and told him that their task was now to protect the guys while they collected materials. Steve noticed a branch that sparkled unnaturally, and suggested out loud that this was the material they needed. Before the guys had time to start collecting materials, a thunder-winged tiger suddenly came towards them. Simon asked his comrades to hurry up and collect materials while he detained him. The fight promised to be tough, as he noticed that the tiger was on the verge of increasing its level. The tiger was about to rush at the guys, but before he could even move, the brother commanded his turtle to attack with a ram. The animals flew at each other, but before they collided, something that glowed brightly blue crashed into the tiger. It continued to deliver a series of blows to the tiger, not giving it a chance to budge. This something turned out to be Yuna's little fox, who was able to scare the tiger so much that he was already cowardly running away with his tail between his legs. Simon was shocked by what he saw because even his muscular turtle could not cope with this beast. The little fox returned to its owner, and Gwen approached her with him and asked what rank her animal was, to which she received the answer that their rank was 2-star elite. The twins were shocked by what they heard, because they themselves were second-year students, and in their class there were only a few people with elite beasts. But Yuna only answered that her little fox was not very strong yet. Simon assumed that she was the strongest in their class, since her fox cub was an elite beast. Steve was looking for materials all this time and, having found a sparkling branch, asked the twins whether it was materials. But the guys had no time for that. The tiger returned, but he brought with him another, but already elite and seemingly more powerful relative. The monster did not stand on ceremony and immediately began to attack, charging a huge amount of energy in front of its face. The attack flew towards Simon and Steve. The twin brother managed to dodge the attack, and the hero used his shield and blocked the monster's attack. As soon as the attack dissipated, the hero summoned Era to the battlefield, and, at his command, the wolf immediately burst out of the spiritual space, preparing to counterattack. The wolf howled with a wild cry, thereby using the ability of intimidation, from which the tiger got scared and rushed away. The twins were shocked by what they saw, because one of the weaker species of beasts had just driven off an elite beast before their eyes. Simon approached Steve and asked him what rank his wolf was, to which he received the answer that Erha was only a 6-star elite. The twins were even more shocked because only some of the high school students at their university were elites. Having recovered a little from the shock, Gwen laughed it off, saying that now apparently they will be the ones who will be protected on this campaign. Steve gave the electrical branch to Erha, and noted out loud that most likely these were materials for the ordinary and elite levels, to which Simon confirmed his guess. The brother promised that since he and his sister could not protect the hero and his girlfriend, they would at least be their guides, and take them to places where there were more advanced evolutionary materials. He pointed to the sky, right at the epicenter of the eternal thunderstorm, and said that the closer they came to this epicenter, the more and better materials they would encounter. Continuing to talk, he noticed that the best material for development is a thunder mushroom, and that is what the guys needed to look for. Although the twins had never been able to get that close themselves, now they had elite-rank beasts with them. So this time they expected to get to the center and look for clues about their father. They continued on their way, but Simon also noted that if they were lucky, they would be able to meet and see the Star Guard. Having walked a little further, lightning struck next to a terrible roar, which scared everyone seriously. Steve asked the twins if there was still time before the storm, then why lightning struck in front of them now, but the twins could not answer anything specific. Without having time to figure out what was happening, lightning continued to strike non-stop nearby. But looking closely at the epicenter of the thunderstorm, Steve was able to see something. The most powerful lightning strike struck the ground right in front of the twins, splitting rocks. As soon as the sparks dissipated, none other than the Star Guard appeared before the guys. Following him, another animal landed on the ground. From its appearance, one could understand that it was aggressive. As soon as they saw each other, the guard and the unknown beast clashed in battle, throwing lightning in all directions. Yuna asked Simon what kind of monster was fighting with the guard, to which the guy replied that it was the king of wind and thunder, and they were most likely fighting for territory. What they thought was a thunderstorm was most likely the aftermath of a fight between these beasts. Yuna was surprised that they were fighting in thunderclouds, but Gwen hastened to reassure her, because thunderclouds were the natural habitat for these animals, and they even needed to bathe in thunderstorms before evolving. The strange thing about this situation was that the animals were fighting, which was an unusual thing for them, because they always got along in the canyon. The guys left the animals and continued their journey, reaching a steep rise, where they climbed the vines. Climbing up, Simon reported that they should be very close to the places where thunder mushrooms and possibly traces of their father could be found. At the same moment, lightning flew at the guys from the direction of the battle, but at the last moment they managed to jump away. As soon as the lightning dissipated, in its place the guys saw a guard who was very aggressive. The guard was clearly not friendly towards the hero's squad and was clearly preparing to attack them. He flew over the guys, after which sparks and lightning scattered in all directions, forcing the guys to run away. Although it seemed that the guard was aggressive, the hero, with the help of his abilities, understood that the guard wanted the guys to hide in the nearest cave. Having driven the guys away, the guard turned around and again clashed with another beast in battle. Having run into the cave, the guys were again surprised that the hero could understand the guard, but decided that they should still trust him. In the depths of the cave, they noticed a light, and having no choice, decided to check what it was. The light came from a torch, next to which an adult man was lying. The twins immediately recognized him as their father, and he recognized them. He asked them who they were with them, to which the guys introduced Steve and Yuna and said that it was thanks to them that they were able to find him. He thanked the hero and his girlfriend for helping the twins find him and protecting him along the way. But he himself looked badly injured, his clothes torn to shreds and covered in dirt and dried blood. They responded by saying that there was nothing to thank them for, because they were friends. The father of the twins asked how they managed to find him. The guys briefly told how they were able to get here and about the guards' fight outside. What they heard did not make their father happy, because from his words, the guard had been fighting for some time. He continued and said that it was his fault that the guard lost, because he had to protect the man. More than a month ago, he came to the canyon to collect materials, but even with his knowledge of the area, he still got into trouble. In his search, he met a strange beast that was definitely not from this area, because he had never seen such humanoid-like beasts here. The beast attacked him, killed his spirit beast and threw him off a cliff. Their father almost died from his injuries. He was lucky and was found by the Star Guard, who was on the prowl in search of a strange troublemaker, but instead decided to help the twins' father. In order to help the man, the guard climbed into the gardens of the King of Wind and Thunder and stole from there a thunder pear, one of the many effects of which was the healing of wounds, which is why the king took up arms against the guard. Normally the guardian would be able to defeat the king, but lately she had been spending most of her energy caring for her cubs. The story was interrupted by a roar from above. Stones and rubble were falling from the ceiling of the cave. The animals were too carried away by the battle from above. Everyone agreed that the cave should be left, because at any moment it could collapse. Once outside, Steve volunteers to help the guard in the fight while the others help remove the twins' wounded father. The father asked his children if the hero knew that he was going to intervene in the battle of Lord-level beasts, to which they answered him that he knew what he was doing and was strong enough to join the fight. Yuna confirmed their words, saying that the boy already had experience fighting Lord-level beasts and even emerged victorious from such a fight. Steve turned to the guard and asked him to limit the flight of their enemy so that they could help win the battle. The guard stunned the king with his attack, causing him to lose his balance and fall like a stone. The beast collapsed to the ground and, unable to move due to the guardian's ability, floundered helplessly on the ground. The boy took advantage of this chance and ordered Erha to freeze the beast's wings, causing them to freeze, preventing the king from soaring into the sky again. Realizing that the beast was immobilized, the wolf began to charge a powerful attack to cause fatal damage. Together with Erha, the guard also attacked. The attacks covered the beast, causing enormous damage to it, but the beast still remained conscious. What caught the king's eye was the stolen pear that was in the hands of the twins' father, and because of which this brawl began. The beast howled when he saw his treasure, which had been so shamelessly stolen from him, and was already preparing to attack those whom he considered to be thieves. Steve noticed this and shouted to the guys to be careful, because the beast rushed towards them. Yuna noticed the beast and was already preparing to meet it with a counterattack, because she didn't want everyone to think that only a hero was capable of fighting. The girl summoned her spirit beast and ordered it to use the ice cage on the king. The attack slowed the beast, but not for long. Yuna was not yet strong enough to compete with a lord-level beast. The king crushed the ice that appeared but could not reach the guys, because another lightning strike flew at him. The beast collapsed on its back, and lightning began to bind it, immobilizing the king and preventing him from escaping anywhere. The guard unleashed a powerful lightning attack on the king, behind which his silhouette was no longer visible. The beast tried to get out of its bonds, flapping its wings and trying to emerge from this guardian's attack. He gathered all his strength and will, and then dispelled the guard's attack. The beast broke his bonds, thereby finally freeing himself. He was furious. The king rushed at Steve and Erhu, but they were already waiting for him to launch a joint attack. The hero used a shield on his beast, and the wolf activated the wolf soul ability, preparing to knock down the beast. When the king flew up to the wolf as quickly as possible, Erha's shadow paws fell on him, dropping him and pinning him to the ground. The next moment, he put all his strength into the attack and drove the beast into the ground, breaking the stones under it. The twins and their father were shocked by what they saw. They did not believe that in front of them a newcomer was fighting on equal terms with the Beast Lord. The guard took advantage of the moment, and while the king lay stunned, rained down a hail of lightning on him. The guard was still conscious and was even able to stand on his paws, not wanting to admit defeat. But Erha did not give the king a chance, attacking him and preventing him from coming to his senses and somehow counterattacking. The guard joined Erha, combining his attack with the wolf's attack, strengthening it significantly. The attack fell on the king with monstrous force, and not having the strength to somehow stay on the ground, the beast was carried away. Victory in battle increased the wolf's level to 7 stars, and his fire whirlwind skill developed into the fire snake skill, and the hero himself received a new task to increase his own level. The reward for completing this task was to upgrade the quick absorption skill to the joint absorption skill, with the help of which the hero and his animals could receive part of the experience that Erha earned. Although the task was still not completed, Steve already felt a strong connection with his beast, and felt himself saturated with energy. He saw that the wolf's characteristics also continued to grow. which made the wolf stronger. But besides this, even the guy's gloves grew in their characteristics. The wolf continued to feed on energy until he increased his level once again, greatly surprising the onlookers. The guys were again surprised by the hero's skills. It seemed that with such rapid growth, he would become a top-level tamer at a young age, which ruined their entire picture of the world. The energy had finished feeding the wolf and the guy, ultimately leaving the wolf with 8 stars at the elite level. It only remained to get 1 star before being able to develop the element of thunder. A couple of minutes later, realizing that the battle was over, the Star Guard came down to the guys, and as soon as he appeared before the heroes, they were able to notice how big and beautiful this beast was. Yuna, who had kept the guardian cub with her all this time, released him to his parent, and he flew as quickly as possible to meet the adult guardian. Gwen reported that the guard was grateful to the girl, which surprised her, and the large beast bowed its head slightly as a sign of its gratitude. The twins' father noted that the guard was most likely grateful that the girl protected his cub, and Simon suggested that she try to conclude a contract with this cub. The girls were very surprised by what they heard, but in response the man only noted that Yuna had every chance of concluding this contract. The offer sounded interesting, but the hero's girlfriend still decided to offer Steve to sign this contract, because he clearly had more chances. Hearing this proposal, Steve asked her to remember why they had come, to which the girl replied that they had come for evolutionary materials. He continued to say that he wanted to develop Erhu into the element of thunder, but since the guardian was also of this element, he did not need a second such beast. Therefore he pushed his friend and told her to try to conclude this contract. The guardian's parent also did not mind, because he was already convinced in practice that the girl was good and she could be trusted with her child. Yuna knelt in front of the little guard and invited him to sign a contract, to which the little animal nodded in agreement. The girl asked the baby for the last time whether he wanted to conclude this agreement, uniting their souls, and if he wanted, then the further choice was his. The kid quietly sat down in front of the girl to concentrate, and as a result, the alliance between the beast and the tamer was concluded. The twins and their father were glad to see such a picture, because they had never seen someone enter into a contract with the Star Guards. The guys congratulated the girl on the new addition to her team, and the hero was able to appreciate the little animal, seeing that its characteristics were very impressive. Yuna told the guys that they too would soon be able to sign new contracts, to which they told her that it was too early for them to have a second beast on the team. While the guys were busy with the contract between the guard and the hero's girlfriend, the big guard went off somewhere on his own business, after which he returned with a large sheet in his teeth. He placed the leaf on the ground, and as it turned out, thunder mushrooms were stacked inside. It was the guardian's parting gift to his child and his new friends, as a token of gratitude for their help. At the same moment, lightning struck with an incredible roar next to the guys. A flock of kings flew towards them, who wanted to avenge their comrade. The hero told his comrades that the guard asked them to leave the canyon, because he was going to call a powerful thunderstorm, so the guys rushed to run away, because the battle of a dozen beasts of the lords was too dangerous a sight. The entire party fled the canyon until they were able to reach the safety of the Bentley City Hall. The father of the twins, in gratitude for the fact that they were able to get to the city safely, gave the hero the pear that the guard had gotten for him, because he didn't need it, and the guy could use it to improve his wolf. The onlookers in the hall noticed that Yuna was holding a star guard in her hands, which caused a great stir among the people. Someone from the crowd decided to check whether the girl was worthy of this beast, so he called his own, preparing to join the battle. The twins asked the guy not to do anything dangerous, because the contract had already been concluded, and no one had to prove anything to anyone. Steve went to meet the aggressive guy halfway. He greatly irritated the hero by bullying other people. The aggressor did not adequately perceive the hero's desire to protect his girlfriend, so he ordered his beast to attack. However, before the fight could even begin, Era had already intimidated the poor beast of an aggressive guy so much that he did not listen to commands at all. Before the battle had even begun, the administrator approached and scolded the aggressive guy, threatening him with a complete ban from visiting the gym, to which he apologized and promised not to behave like that again. As soon as everything calmed down, Yuna approached the hero, and seeing a pear in his hand, she was glad that the hero was given it. The hero was also happy about the acquired item for evolution, because now he only had to increase the level of Erhi to 9 stars. While the hero and his girlfriend were enjoying their new acquisitions, the twins and their father informed the administrator about the conflict between the Star Guard and the Kings of Thunder, which greatly surprised the woman, because usually these animals got along with each other. The administrator took this into account, so in the near future they will limit visits to the Thunderstorm Canyon and thanked them for the information. The father of the twins again approached the hero and thanked him again for saving him, after which he reminded him if he remembered his story about the humanoid beast. He asked Steve to be careful in the future, because he too might still meet this beast, and given how adventures attracted the hero, The chance that he would meet such a beast was not at all small. This mysterious beast was truly dangerous, and its reserve of spiritual powers was extremely large, so such a monster should be reported to the association. Placing his hand on the hero's shoulder, he wished him good luck, and believed that he would become a powerful tamer of spirits, and they would hear his name more than once. Having warmed up on this good note, the guys headed back to their city. Yuna checked out the mushrooms on the train that the guard had so kindly provided them with, and learned that this species was different, several times better than ordinary thunder mushrooms. The mushroom in the girl's hands sparkled. She could feel the power that came from it, and her hair stood on end due to the static. The boys' conversation was overheard by two brothers from places nearby, who were clearly up to something evil. The guy with the scar on his nose wanted to suggest stealing the mushrooms, but his brother stopped him, reminding him that they weren't done with their main task yet. Yuna was glad that she was able to find so many evolution materials, but she also wondered if they would fit with the hero's pair. The hero did not understand why the fruit was so valuable, but his girlfriend was more worried about whether Erha could develop into a spiritual beast with the element of thunder. The guy asked her not to worry so much because the fiery evolution was quite easy for them, so this one should have gone like clockwork. The girl agreed with what was said because doing something impossible had become quite commonplace for Steve and Erha. Although the brothers decided not to get involved in trouble, the pair that stood on the table of the hero and his girlfriend still caught their eye. These legendary pairs were very rare, and their prices were incredible, because one of these could develop any spirit beast, granting them the element of thunder. With the money received from the sale of this pair, they could live without any problems for about 5 years, and they would no longer have to poach in the snowy fields. The guy with the scar was worried that they would get caught if they tried to steal it, but his brother, forgetting about all the dangers, decided that the risks were worth the result. The criminal duo understood that they were freshmen, so they decided to follow them when the guys got off the train, after which they would rob them in a quiet place. The hero, thanks to his new ability, was able to notice that the couple was watching them, and informed his friend about it. The girl assumed that they were interested in the materials that the guys had, and asked Steve what they should do. The guy continued a casual conversation with her about their fun trip, but in the meantime, he told his friend in a whisper that for now, they would not do anything, so that the robbers would not realize that the guys knew that they were being watched. The trick worked. The brothers thought that they were still unnoticed, so they continued to wait for the right moment to attack. As soon as the train arrived in the city where the guys studied and lived, they began to get ready to leave. The guys rushed to the exit. The brothers noticed that their targets were leaving the train, so they quickly followed them. They followed the guys until they entered a deserted alley. The duo of brothers realized that they had been noticed since they were taken to such a strange place, so they decided that they could not wait any longer and needed to attack. They released their beasts, a wild orangutan and a flame lizard, who were ordered to attack as quickly as possible. The guys also called on their animals, preparing to repel their pursuers. The brothers were not happy that they were noticed, and their targets were ready for battle, so they decided that they needed to act quickly before they were found. The orangutan rushed towards the guy's animals. In response to this, an ice wall appeared in front of him, which was supposed to stop him. Instead of flying into the ice wall, the beast jumped up, flying over the wall without any problems. At the same time, the lizard crept up to the wolf and was already preparing to attack with poisonous breath. Yuna ordered her fox to protect Erha with an ice cage. An ice wall appeared between the lizard and the wolf, preventing the flaming poison from reaching Erhu. With the help of his abilities, the wolf was able to grab the monkey, thereby immobilizing him. The robbers were surprised at this situation, because their animals were of the level of a lord, and the fact that an elite wolf could stop their beast. The robber ordered his beast to use gigantism, as a result of which the monkey noticeably increased in size and was able to escape from Ares' grasp. Next, the wolf used the fire snake ability, choosing the flame lizard as its target. The lizard was not idle and attacked in response with poisonous breath. This attack did not even slow down Era's fiery snake, which quickly continued to fly towards the lizard. The lizard did not have time to do anything, and the snake, flying into the poor lizard, caused an incredible explosion. The brothers were shocked. Not only was their fiery beast unable to repel the attack of the ice elemental beast, but this same ice beast also had fire attacks. Having defeated the lizard, the wolf switched to the monkey, using intimidation on it. Fear struck the orangutan. The will to fight completely left the poor beast, and the ability of gigantism ceased to function, causing the beast to return to its normal size. Realizing that the beast could no longer continue the fight, the robber rushed into battle himself, and since he was a top-level tamer, he could use the abilities of his beast and use gigantism. The robber increased in size and was about to attack Steve, but he, using his glove, protected himself from the attack with an energy shield. At the same time, the night guard, already familiar to the hero, was on a mission. She and her assistant detected the movement of their target, whom they needed to capture alive. Seeing the orangutan, the guard and her animal rushed to attack. The frightened orangutan noticed them and immediately raised his hands, indicating that he was not going to fight, which greatly surprised the guard. Steve and his girlfriend noticed the guard. They were glad to see her, even taking into account the fact that the fight had already ended and the offenders had been caught. The guard was very surprised to see such a ferocious beast in normal times. In such a calm and depressed state, she asked the hero if this was his work. Before he could answer, a manager appeared who wanted to help the hero with his pursuers, but he arrived after everything was over. The warden was surprised to see the night guard here, but he was more interested in where the criminals were now. He was told that the criminals were here, after which they pointed to the criminal duo tied up and lying to the side. The caretaker believed that it was the night guards who had captured them, and therefore praised them for their quick work. The guardian was mentally amazed at how quickly Steve's wolf was developing. Hearing the praise, she corrected the caretaker, explaining that they themselves had just arrived, and the hero and his girlfriend did all the work for them. The caretaker was surprised that the guys were able to cope with the criminals themselves, to which they only replied that it was just self-defense, and they would not have attacked first. He slapped the guy hard on the shoulder, even going overboard in his zeal, and praised the guy for doing a great job with the scoundrels. One of those who found out the identities of the robbers approached the guard and confirmed to her that these were the poachers they were looking for, to which the guard said to arrest them. The guard also praised the guys and promised that someone would take them home, for which the guys thanked her. The guard noticed that they were very lucky that the poachers they had been tracking for so long fell into their hands, because this couple tried very hard not to get caught in hot pursuit. She turned to the couple and her mood was not at all friendly. She was infuriated that these two, in addition to poaching, now decided to also engage in robbery. The unfortunate robber tried to justify himself, saying that he could not resist the temptation to get the thunder pair, but they did not want to harm the guys. The guard was surprised by what he heard. After all, these pairs were guarded by lord-level animals, and it was extremely difficult to get them, but the guard was amazed that Steve was really so serious about the evolution of his wolf. The guard noticed that the guard was very interested in the hero, and even personally came to help him, to which the guard himself noticed that the guard was also suspiciously actively following the hero, as if she needed something from him. Without hiding anything, she directly answered the warden that such talents as Steve should not be wasted, because while still only a freshman, he is already a worthy candidate for the night watch. She asked the caretaker what he thought about this, to which he replied that he would not interfere with her in any way, but reminded her that the boy was still a first-year student. What the caretaker said amused her. She reminded him that in the second half of the year there would be a Yunjo League, and the hero could join the ranks of the guards, but at the same time continue to study. This alarmed the caretaker. He told her that he hoped that they would not declare Steve as a representative of their city in this league. He did not want the guy to become acquainted with the cruel world of tamers too early. As he left, he reminded her that the hero acquired his spirit beast only a couple of months ago, and advised her to familiarize herself with his biography. The caretaker was mentally amazed at the boy's success, because just recently he had just broken the record on the first floor of the Hall of Spirits, and now the night guard was already interested in him. The night guard ordered her subordinates to pick up the criminals, because they also needed to go. After some time, already in her office, the guard remembered the caretaker's advice to familiarize herself with the hero's biography. She ordered her subordinate to find all the information about Steve. The documentation indicated that the boy was a hereditary tamer, and his parents were tamers in the army and died while on duty 10 years ago. The guard was familiar with an incident in which the hero was able to survive, but she never thought that it was him, and besides, it was not customary for them to take orphans into their ranks. This information greatly annoyed the girl. She decided that he should not follow in the footsteps of his parents, and therefore she needed to do something to help the boy. Not knowing how exactly she could help him, she decided to ask the hero directly what he needed, under the pretext of a reward for helping him catch criminals. At the same time, Steve was sorting out artifacts at his home when he received a call on his phone. It was the night guard. The boy was very surprised by her call, but immediately found out if something had happened. She told the hero that the guys he caught turned out to be poachers, to which he replied that they immediately seemed suspicious to him. The guard continued to say that there was a reward for the capture of dangerous criminals, and found out if he needed anything. Under the pretext that they could not refuse a reward, she said that if he needed something, he could tell her about it, to which the hero quickly came up with an idea. He asked to be taken to the alien kingdom again, because he really wanted to develop Erhu as quickly as possible, and in such places it was the fastest to do this. She was surprised by such a simple request, because getting the right to enter was not something very difficult. But the boy said that this was more than enough for him. She heard Steve's request and promised that she would fulfill it, to which he happily thanked her. After finishing the conversation, the guard suggested that it was precisely such zeal that was the reason for the boy's rapid growth, after which she thought about how she could obtain the right of entry for him. She instructed a subordinate to draw up a document to transfer her quota for a quasi-night raid to Steve, which her employee was very surprised by. He asked the guard if she was sure of this decision, because if she did this, the boy would be able to apply for her position in the future. She was tired of her subordinate's unnecessary questions, but she replied that this was her place, and she decided how to deal with him. She hurried her subordinate. She believed that most likely the guy would not even think about taking her place, so they would not replace her soon, but this way she would at least be able to fulfill his request. Later that day, someone came to the hero's house. Indignant, he went to meet the uninvited guests. Army workers came to the guy to present him with an award, and how quickly the award was prepared for him was amazing. The envelope that was handed to him contained the token of the chief assistant to the leader of the night guards, which meant that the night guard Triss had appointed the hero as her successor. This news stunned the hero, because they were only defending themselves from the attackers, so the reward seemed to him too large. The army workers explained that this was a gift from their head. With its help, you can freely visit alien kingdoms and calmly leave them. And the guard also said that he would not accept refusal. The guy thanked the soldiers and asked them to convey their gratitude to the guards. It was unexpected for the hero that he could return to the kingdom so quickly, but he was incredibly happy about it. Thanks to this medal and his new status, he became even closer to his goal. He scratched the wolf and said that he would soon be able to take him home. The next day, the hero already arrived in the alien kingdom to pass. He took advantage of the new privileges. The soldiers were not aware that such a young guy would come to them, but the token shown to them was real, so their doubts partially disappeared. Approaching the camp, the guy was introduced to everyone present as a recruit to succeed their head. This was immediately followed by laughter among the soldiers, because in their opinion, the hero looked too young and weak. One of the soldiers took the guy by the arm and began to explain that such young guys like the hero had no place here, because the rules here were very strict. There were no special privileges here, and only strength was respected. Otherwise, there would be no way to survive in these lands. The soldier brought Steve to the captain to introduce him to the newcomer, and at the same time asked permission to conduct their joint training. In the captain's eyes, the hero looked too young. He was not sure if he was even 18 years old, but he only asked about who sent him here. The captain was very surprised when the hero named Triss's name. He was also surprised that the main guard chose a successor for herself, and such a weak-looking one. He explained that for now they could not let him into the kingdom, even taking into account the quota, since they could not guarantee his safety inside, so they asked him to train with them for a couple of days. The hero didn't even think about arguing with the captain, so he agreed. But at that very moment, a tall guy in a black cape approached them and asked to register him to enter the underground palace of Level A, to which the captain only said that he understood him and called him by name Bogart. This tall guy wondered where Steve came from here and why he was wearing a badge, to which the captain told him that it was Triss's successor who had arrived recently. Bogart was surprised by what he heard, but did not say anything. He was wondering why the main guard chose this guy and not him. However, questions about the hero did not bother him for long, so after moving away a little, he relaxed, not seeing competition in him, and went on about his business. The hero became interested in why this guy could move freely here, to which the captain told him that at the age of 20, he was already a professional level leader and had sufficient qualifications to freely visit dungeons. The captain called the boy along, saying that perhaps they would be lucky to see Bogart in action, and Steve thought that if he could show his strength, he would be recognized, and he would also be able to freely visit the dungeon. The hero asked the captain what a Level A palace was, to which he received the answer that this is how they ranked dungeons according to the degree of danger into levels B, B, A, and C, where B were ordinary, B were ordinary elite, A were elite, and special rank C were extremely dangerous. The Dark Maiden's Nest dungeon that Bogart went to was one of the most dangerous among the A level. Only due to the lack of a monarch-level boss in it, it was still not recognized as a C level. The boy noticed that he was already familiar with this dungeon, but even so, before going, he needed to prepare in any case. The hero was forced to obey the order, but he really wanted to quickly raise his wolf to the level of a lord, and this particular dungeon was a suitable option. The commander received a call and was informed that a dungeon, presumably level B, had been opened nearby, to which he replied that he would send a team to investigate. The commander turned to his subordinates, checking with them whether their animals were rested, and whether they themselves were ready, after which, making sure that everyone was ready, he gave the order to explore the dungeon. Steve seized on this as an opportunity to prove himself, so he asked the commander to send him along with the squad. Reluctantly, the commander nevertheless agreed, asking the hero to obey all instructions, otherwise he would get into trouble and they would not be able to help him. The squad moved through bad weather. The wind and snow did not allow them to move calmly towards the dungeon, but did not stop them at all. One of the soldiers turned to the elder with a question about the hero. He wanted to know whether they should even take him with them on their further journey, because if they encounter danger, they will have to save him. Until this moment, the guy had not complained and calmly overcame difficulties. But it was still clear that he was not very strong yet, because he had recently turned 18. And at this age, people usually have only ordinary or high-level animals with them. The soldiers were interested, why he was chosen as a successor. In response, the elder only said that they would try to take care of him as best they could. After all, the chief guard Triss helped them a lot at one time. The elder summoned his beast Shachan to use his wind barrier ability. The hero noticed this, in his opinion. Using the beast to make his way easier was reasonable, but it must waste a lot of energy, so he assumed that the elder did this in order to help him. Steve immediately turned to the elder named Qian, so that he would not waste spiritual strength on him. But the elder only told him not to worry, because the wind should soon end, and the boy should save energy. After some more time on the road, the squad safely reached the underground palace of Level B. Qian turned to the squad and outlined all their tasks, namely, determining the types of alien beasts, deeper penetration for detailed study. They had to avoid fighting, because if there was a clash with the enemy, the most correct decision was to retreat. The elder gave instructions to Steve to follow him. The boy did not contradict and simply replied that he understood everything. The detachment began their descent, but before even a minute had passed, the soldiers had already detected movements in the caves. A giant stone snake, Fang, appeared in front of the party. It was an elite 8-star level, and was clearly not in a friendly mood. One of the soldiers reacted immediately, summoning his beast with steel claws, thereby taking on the enemy. With one swing of his paw, the beast smashed the snake's body into pieces, instantly killing him. Han quickly analyzed the situation and reported that since they came across elite stone snakes, then most likely there was a stone python lair somewhere nearby. The coherence of the soldiers' work surprised Steve very much. After all, it was not for nothing that they were called an army. At the same time, in the office of the head of the Night Guard, Triss was informed that her new successor had been sent on reconnaissance to the newly discovered Level B palace. The guard in general was not worried about his successor, but when she heard that he was sent to Dungeon B, she only said that there was nothing to worry about, because Steve would playfully cope with even a Level A dungeon. Returning again to the caves of Palace B, one of the soldiers reported to Qian that they were going to go deeper into the dungeon, and they had not noticed anything except Level B beasts. The elder ordered them to use special messengers to notify everyone about the end of the mission. Suddenly, the squad heard a prolonged cry. Qian immediately recognized this as the skill of crying sand, characteristic of rare desert animals. But this dungeon was the Kingdom of Stone, and sand abilities were unusual for local animals. A soldier from their squad volunteered to conduct reconnaissance, so he called on his beast with the ability to fly. Without having time to fully look around, the animal saw something large about to emerge from the sand right below it. Someone's giant mouth emerged from the sand, trying to catch and devour the beast hovering above the sandy field. Something closed its mouth in an attempt to catch and swallow the small animal, but it quickly dodged this attack using the high-speed flight skill. A gigantic something appeared before the squad in full growth. It was an incredible-sized mythical rattlesnake, and it was a lord level with 5 stars, which shocked the entire squad. The soldier first decided to save Steve, because he considered him scared, so he ordered his beast to drag him to a safe place. The animal grabbed the hero and began to try to drag him away, but at the same moment Erha burst out of space. Distracted by saving the hero, the soldier did not notice how the snake had already rushed at him, ready to devour the poor guy. But Steve and his wolf were not weaklings. Then they decided to help. A giant fiery snake clung to the rattlesnake's neck, stopping his attack and thereby saving the soldier, who was in shock from what had happened. A moment later, an icy explosion occurred next to the snake, which also knocked down the balance of the beast, and the soldier only realized that it was the weak boy who saved him. Qian saw that his subordinate was numb with shock, so he rushed towards him, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, shouting that he should not stand like an idol. Several more dunes appeared on their way, blocking their path to retreat. 2 more snakes burst out of these dunes, and in order not to end up in their mouths, the commander turned around and ran with his subordinate in the other direction, assuming that they had ended up in a lair. On the tails of the kites one could see something vaguely resembling the silhouette of a person, but made of sand. With the help of this something, the snake took advantage of the ability to rain from sand. Qian summoned his steel-clawed beast and ordered it to use a storm of steel claws to repel the attack. The animal spun in place like a top, reflecting lumps of sand flying at them. Although this method worked, some of the attacks still reached the soldiers, causing them minor damage. Steve jumped up to them and covered them with his energy field, demanding that they get out first. Qian thanked the hero but shouted for him to also retreat while his steel tiger delayed the opponents. Before they could do anything, the sand under their feet began to disappear, opening up a gigantic mouth into which they were about to fall. The elder and the other soldier gradually slid down the sand, realizing that things were bad, Qian ordered his subordinate to save the guy. Steve didn't like the fact that the squad believed that he definitely needed to be rescued, so he got ahead of them. At his command, Erha rushed down, directly towards the snake, preparing his wolf soul skill to attack. The wolf slashed his shadow paw right across the snake's face, thereby forcing it to close its mouth. Qian, seeing how the snow wolf was pushing back the snake lord, being only an elite rank, could not believe his eyes. Steve went down a little lower to the soldiers, shouting for them to get out. But they were unable to grab onto anything, because the quicksand was an obstacle. Thinking how they could all get out, the guy ordered his wolf to use an avalanche on the sand. Before carrying out the order, Erha threw a fire snake directly at the snake at the bottom of the quicksand. The snake was severely scorched, after which he lost consciousness, unable to fight further. Realizing that the snake was no longer a threat, the wolf, as his master ordered him, used an avalanche directly under himself. To prevent the squad from being accidentally hit, the boy used his shield and now, having the opportunity to cling to less viscous snow, helped the soldiers get out of the trap. Erha at that time soared into the air, and another snake attacked him from under the ground. The wolf, without hesitation, hit him right in the face with his shadow claws, not giving him a chance to attack. The squad was able to grab each other, thanks to which the flying beast of one of the soldiers was able to pull them all out of the depression. The animal lowered the entire squad to the ground, where they were able to calmly catch their breath, and the soldiers realized that they were very wrong about the new guy. At the same time, a flock of snakes surrounded the steel tiger and the snow wolf from all sides, closing all escape routes. However, the beast tamers did not even think about retreating, attacking all the snakes in turn without giving them a chance to attack. The squad ran as fast as they could while the animals were making a meat grinder behind them. The soldiers were amazed that Steve's wolf could fight side by side with the Tiger Lord Elder and not yield to him in any way. The boy felt that his wolf could not cope with all the snakes, so he asked the Elder to call off the tiger, since he had a plan. The tiger and the wolf, on the orders of their masters, rushed to run after them, but Erha still managed to throw streams of flame at the kites, which once again surprised Qian. Having finished throwing flames, the wolf took advantage of the icy fog, completely blocking the visibility of the kites. The Elder noticed how, with the help of his abilities, the hero tried to slow down the kites. He was amazed at the guy's ability to improvise on the go. While running away, Qian asked the guys if they had contacted the remnants of the detachment, to which he was told that everyone had already gotten out of the cave and had not encountered any similar animals along the way. 2 other soldiers from the squad were peacefully waiting for their comrades outside, and were already beginning to worry a little about the remaining squad, since they had been gone for quite some time. At the same moment, the Elder with another part of the detachment appeared. The soldiers noticed that they were wounded. The soldiers rushed to ask them what happened below, because while they were waiting, the shaking reached them. They were even more surprised when they noticed that Steve was not injured at all, which led them to assume that their Elder had been guarding him too closely. Qian gave an order to his soldiers that they needed to retreat as quickly as possible, which made the 2 think that it was all because the Elder was too worried about the new guy. But the Elder only barked at them, ordering them to shut up. Without explaining anything to the guys, Qian only turned to Steve again, telling him to contact him if he needed help applying to explore the palaces. The 2 soldiers continued to grumble at the guy, even though he heard everything, for which the Elder yelled at them again. After treating the wounds, the squad went back to base, and after some time they returned safely. Upon returning, Qian immediately turned to the commander, who first of all asked where the boy was who went with them, but Steve immediately responded himself. Having made sure that the guy was with them, he immediately asked about the dungeon, asking them if they had found out how dangerous it was. He was immediately informed that the cave was at least level A, but with a high probability it could even be level C, due to the presence of a cave with a pack of giant snakes of an average lord level. But even they, apparently, were not the strongest there. Hearing this, the soldiers who were engaged in external level reconnaissance were shocked, because they only met a few elite beasts. They immediately turned to their Elder, trying to find out from him whether these creatures had left him wounds, to which they received an affirmative answer. The commander asked them how they were able to get out of this situation with a couple of minor injuries, to which they replied that they were helped by Steve and his wolf, which greatly surprised the commander. The soldier who went down with Qian and the boy confirmed what was said, because the hero saved him and the Elder several times during the battle, for which he was invaluable to him. The 2 soldiers who were checking the external level only now realized that the vibrations they felt were from the fighting of the squad below. Qian turned to the boy and said that they were very grateful to him, because it was thanks to him that they all got out alive and without serious injuries. The attitude of the entire squad towards Steve became completely positive, as a result of which they now offered to go on reconnaissance together next time. The boy was amazed at how quickly these guys changed their minds about him, and their commander finally noticed why Triss liked this nondescript child. After everything he had heard, the commander still recognized Steve, and therefore informed him that now he would not refuse his request to explore the palaces, and if he had any specific ones in mind, he could report it. Before arriving here, the boy asked the guard which palace he should go to first, to which he told him that the best option would be the Cave of Crazy Ants. He told the commander where he wanted to go, but Bogart came up with him again and, in unison with the hero, said that he wanted to register. The hero heard the voice of a tall guy already familiar to him, and turned in his direction. The commander, hearing that they both wanted to go to the same place, suggested that they team up and go to the cave together. Bogart doubted the commander's proposal, coming closer to him and asking him if he was sure of this idea, to which he only replied that the guy had proven himself well. That's why he should have taken him with him. Although he did not want it, the tall guy nevertheless agreed, only hoping that he would not be disturbed. The hero himself was not against it. The most important thing for him was to quickly develop his wolf to the rank of lord. On the way to the cave, a conversation struck up between Bogart and Steve. The tall guy asked his forced partner if he knew what his title of night raid assistant meant. The hero replied that he was the successor chosen by the night guard. The tall guy confirmed the correctness of the answer, and also noted that there is only one badge for each night raid. The boy realized the importance of the medal given to him only after Bogart's words. The tall guy himself continued to say that he did not know why the choice fell on Steve, but since this happened, it only meant that high hopes were placed on him. At the same time, somewhere in the valley a portal was opened, next to which stood 3 unknown people. After passing through the portal, the shortest guy with blonde hair noticed that the area was beautiful, and asked if it was another world. The beefy guy to his left called the guy a master and replied that yes, this is another world, and it took them 2 months to find the secret passage here. The master noticed that with this portal it would be easier for them to engage in poaching, to which his comrade only replied that if their master called it that, then it would be poaching. The subordinate asked the master to tell them about his future plans. His main plan was to wreak havoc in the peaceful dungeons, which were already in decline. The boy's subordinate told him that the nearest dungeon was a cave of crazy ants, and that's where they decided to visit. At the same time, the hero and Bogart were able to get to the dungeon. The tall guy explained that mostly lord-level beasts live here, and the bosses here could be 7-star beasts. He also asked the boy about the level of his beast. Steve replied that his beast was the 7th elite, which made the tall guy shocked and immediately regretted taking such a weak person with him. He said that they were not here to kill the boss, but only to kill a few ants and collect their fangs. Going downstairs, Bogart asked Steve why Triss chose him as her assistant, to which he replied that he simply helped catch the poachers. The guys didn't have to look for the ants for long, because literally just after going down, they immediately came across one. They explained to the hero that the weakest part of the ants was the stomach. Bogart summoned his beast to fight. It was a level 5 Phantom Mantis Lord. Noticing the movement, the ant rushed into battle, angrily clattering its mandibles and flying at great speed towards the hero and his comrade. However, unfortunately for the ant, the mantis was more agile and strong, so in the next moment it lunged towards the ant. With its attack, the mantis tore the ant to shreds, leaving it no chance of survival. The ant's behavior seemed strange to Bogart, because when he came to fight with them before, each ant released pheromones, thereby inviting whole crowds of their comrades. But for some reason, this one was alone. Steve, having watched the fight, wanted to take part, so he asked his friend to let him fight the ant himself, to which he received consent, even taking into account the fact that the guy did not believe in the hero's victory. They were able to find an ant, with which the boy and his wolf entered into a battle, and the tall guy simply watched from the side, ready to save them at any moment. The ant rushed towards the wolf with incredible speed, so the guy ordered his wolf to start by awakening the true beast in order to be ready to attack the monster. Bogart was amazed that the wolf managed to achieve the same speed as the ant, but he thought it a dubious decision to attack the monster while jumping. Erha grabbed the ant and took advantage of the intimidation, but the ant was not afraid, and was still ready to fight further. Realizing that this tactic was not working, the wolf threw the ant into the ground, stunning and immobilizing it, and its owner ordered it to be finished off in its weak spot. The wolf took good aim and threw a fire snake attack at the ant, causing critical damage and instantly killing it. Ant proved to be a difficult enough opponent for Erha to be promoted, so he was now an 8-star elite. The system notified the guy that the defeated ant was under the effect of rabies, which could explain why the wolf's intimidation did not work. Bogart stood amazed at the fact that the snow wolf, before his eyes, was able to defeat a lord-level beast, without even really getting tired. Steve hastened to inform his older comrade that he had noticed strange behavior in the ants, and apparently they were furious, which alerted Bogart, because these ants would only go berserk if their boss, namely the queen, died. At that moment there were already poachers in the boss's lair. Their master was disappointed in the ant queen, because for him the 7-star lord was too weak an opponent. The guy's henchman praised how his master quickly and single-handedly defeated the queen, and also reported that simple ants outside had already begun to rage. Realizing that they had nothing to do in an A-rank dungeon, the guy asked his assistant where the C-class dungeon was, to which he replied that there was one nearby, in which many stray mechanical beasts lived. The guy heard someone approaching them, to which the assistant replied that the army could not arrive here so quickly. Using the mechanical beast, the smuggler master was able to discover that only 2 people were approaching them, so he immediately stopped worrying. The henchman suggested that his master get rid of possible witnesses, because even though these 2 were clearly strong, they could definitely deal with them. The guy called his henchman an idiot, and explained that if they killed these 2, they would most likely start hunting for them, so the best decision for them was to leave as soon as possible. The assistant noticed that it was still risky to leave these 2, because if they went further, they would most likely discover their passages, so they still needed to somehow deal with this pair. The master poacher noticed that there were enough strange animals around that they could deal with these 2, and besides, death from these animals would sound less suspicious. The only thing they could do was to direct all the creatures around to very specific goals, for which the master called upon the demon of confusion. Using the ability of the voice of illusion, they drove the ants into an even greater frenzy, while designating specific targets for the ants in the form of the hero and his senior companion. Enraged ants surrounded the duo, angrily clattering their mandibles, but the guys did not understand why the ants altogether became so angry at them. Bogart suggested that it was all about their deceased relative, whom they had recently killed, as a result of which he released pheromones that could attract his relatives, and also told Steve that if he could no longer fight, then they should retreat, to which he only replied that he wanted to develop his wolf. However, the guys had nowhere to retreat, because the ants had already surrounded them from all sides. The elder turned to the hero, asking what other animals he had that could help them in battle. Steve was forced to upset him, because his second beast was only a mechanical glove that could only protect him and the wolf. Hearing this, Bogart realized that he could only rely on himself now, so he summoned all his spirit beasts at once. A huge skeleton warrior appeared in front of the hero, in whose hands was a giant sword the size of a whole man. This was the second beast of the eldest. The third was a small spirit boy, sitting astride some kind of jade object. At this time, the praying mantis cut the attacking ants with its claws, leaving them no chance to attack. The elder told the guy that he had already called the guards here, but he himself would not last long if he continued to support 3 spiritual beasts at once, so they needed to retreat. There were an incredible number of ants, but they were lucky that they did not have any skills. Bogart's beasts continued to chop down ants left and right, destroying them in droves. The elder's strength was at its limit. The skeleton alone absorbed half of his spiritual strength with its skills. He grabbed the hero and dragged him away from the battlefield while his beasts gave them a chance to retreat. Steve saw that his comrade was very ill, but he did not let them stop and continued to run away. His beasts continued to destroy the ants behind them, using up more and more of Bogart's reserve of strength. Moving further away, he told the hero to leave first, and he and the animals would buy him time. He believed that this was the right thing to do, but he was already practically exhausted. At that same moment, his strength completely dried up, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground. Steve couldn't leave him like that. To spite them, a more dangerous species also appeared among the ants, which rushed at them with even greater fury. The wolf rushed at him in an attempt to stop the advance, but this ant was noticeably stronger than usual. The ant attacked the wolf, but he managed to repel the attack with his ability. Erhu was thrown straight into the rocks hanging at the top of the cave, collapsing part of the ceiling down. Steve managed to cover the wolf with a shield, so he did not receive too much damage, but the power of the enraged ants amazed the hero. Bogart was still lying on the ground unconscious. These ants definitely wouldn't let them retreat, so the boy shouted to his wolf that they would fight to the last. The guy shouted to the wolf that it was time for them to give it their all, thereby trying to cheer up his beast. Erha heard his master, so he concentrated all his strength, preparing not to restrain himself at all. The wolf was transformed. His fur became dark as the night sky, strewn with many stars, and his ears and tail became noticeably longer. In its true form, the beast of the night was preparing to attack with incredible destructive power. He used the absorption of emptiness, which began to draw all objects nearby to one point where the wolf himself was located. The hero was glad that Era had become much stronger since their first meeting, but the ability that he was now using consumed an incredibly large amount of the boy's spiritual energy. Realizing that the fight was not over yet, Steve commanded the wolf to continue the fight. The wolf obeyed and used another new technique on his opponents, the Void Strike. Another crowd of ants collapsed under another attack, but the guy was surprised that this ability could easily ignore any rules and deliver an accurate blow at any distance. The wolf again used the absorption of emptiness, because of which another pack of insects was instantly destroyed. The skills were incredibly powerful, but due to their need for spiritual power, the hero was already on the edge. In the depths of the dungeons, caves began to collapse, The assistant of the smuggler master suggested leaving these places, because the military might soon appear here. The head agreed, so he ordered his subordinates to go to another dungeon. At this point, Bogart began to gradually come to his senses. At first it seemed to him that he had died, but he quickly realized that he was still alive, sensing that his warrior skeleton was still active somewhere nearby. Gradually he gained the strength to open his eyes, but he still found it very difficult to focus his gaze. After some time, the guards finally arrived in the cave in search of their recruits. One of Triss's subordinates was able to find both guys, which he immediately reported to her. They were both alive and well, but the subordinate insisted that the main guard come and see the picture that he himself was now seeing. After an even longer period of time, Bogart finally came to his senses, but in a hospital room. He was not sure who saved him, but he definitely remembered that he was able to see a strange beast that he had never seen before. In another ward, Steve also came to his senses, who at the same time was being visited by his friend Yuna. The guy didn't understand where he was, so his friend explained to him that he was in the city hospital, and she also said that although he was not seriously injured, he still scared her a lot. His girlfriend also said that Bogart was also in this hospital, but his injuries were noticeably more serious than the hero's. Erha also expected his master to awaken, but something changed in him, namely that he was now a 9th level elite, and his reserve of mental strength had increased significantly. Since Steve did not have serious injuries, he was discharged quite quickly, and already at home he wondered why Erha's strength had increased so much. The main assumption was that this was due to the large number of killed ants. The guy assumed that the wolf was able to absorb the defeated animals, and because of this, it noticeably increased its characteristics, which could explain its gigantic gap in strength with simple wolves. Steve directly asked his wolf if he could become as strong as a witch when he reached the level of a lord, but Erha just shook his head. Then the hero took a smaller bar and asked about the demon bull Triss, but the wolf did not answer anything. Deciding not to pester the wolf with questions anymore, he simply scratched him and said that most likely he was already at the level between a lord and a monarch. The guy remembered how Erha used void absorption. The skill was very effective, but it absorbed too much energy, and he also noticed that most likely the wolf can only reincarnate when no one is around. Realizing that with such limited abilities they would not go far, the hero decided that it was time for them to evolve into a wolf. He gave the thunder pear to the wolf, causing the beast to sparkle a little, and the pear itself in his mouth began to glow. Erha swallowed the pear, after which electric charges passed through his entire body, scattering further throughout the room. Erha's spiritual power was at a very high level, so Steve's help in evolution was not required. The wolf could handle it on his own. Erha successfully evolved to become a beast lord, increasing his reserve of spiritual powers to an even more incredible value and giving him new electrical skills. Following the evolution, the hero gave the beast an ability stone, because now nothing prevented them from learning electrical skills. The stone skills were successfully learned, making the wolf even stronger than before. Out of joy, Erha jumped to Steve, but since he had not yet fully learned to control his powers, the hero received a very strong electric shock. Having reprimanded the wolf properly, the hero remembered that with his evolution he also developed, and now he was a professional tamer, which opened up new skills for him and strengthened him. With his new rank, he could now use the abilities of his beasts, but he was a little afraid to try. Gathering all his courage into a fist, he nevertheless tried to use the new power and was successfully able to summon an electric spear. With his new abilities, it was now easier for him to protect himself. But unfortunately, at the moment, he only had one skill. Steve decided to test Eri's new skills, so he commanded him to use the Thunder Shadow. Using the skill, Erha managed to summon an electric copy of herself that was about half as weak as the original. In addition, another disadvantage was that the clone only had one skill, so in the future the hero thought of trying to use the clone first in battle. At the same time, in the ant caves, the guards were conducting their investigation. Triss approached her subordinates and asked how their investigation was going. They were able to discover that the queen was killed very quickly, and this was very strange because even if she did not have any fighting skills, she was still a 9-star lord. Triss immediately assumed that only someone with the power of a monarch could have done this, and the only thing that came to mind was a wandering beast that they had never been able to spot. But she did not believe that someone could get here without the knowledge of the army. After all entrances were carefully guarded. Those who got here had to do it secretly and most likely, they planned to get to another place, but it was not clear why those who got here didn't touch the guys, and where the huge hole next to them came from. Her thoughts were interrupted by Bogart, who came to her. They said hello, and the guard asked how the guy was feeling. He told her that everything was fine with him, but the girl still advised the guy to return to rest, after which she decided to find out why he came here. Bogart explained to her that he had not arrived to find out what happened here, but to convey important information to her, after which Triss began to listen to him carefully. He told her everything that had happened before they fought the ants. She was surprised that the ants were furious even before the guys came to their cave and lost all their remaining sanity when they saw them. She wondered how they were able to survive this battle, because even she would have had a hard time in such a meat grinder. He was unable to answer this question clearly, because he himself did not know what exactly helped them survive, and he only remembered something that got rid of all the ants. From this vague description, she could only guess that it was the monarch-level wandering beast that helped them. Without dwelling on this thought, she was only glad that the guys were okay and asked Bogart if he had seen Steve, to which he replied that he initially doubted the boy, but after this whole situation he changed his mind. Realizing that there were only the two of them in the cave at that time, it was most likely the hero who saved him, which indicated that he had incredibly frightening power. The Guardian asked Bogart to introduce the boy to the rest of the applicants, to which he agreed, because he himself was interested in seeing the shocked faces of his comrades when they saw the hero's strength. At the same time, smugglers were watching the cave from the outside. The henchman informed his leader that the army had already reached the 6th level of the cave. Worried that the army might find some clues, the henchman asked his leader if they could have left any clues in the caves. The henchman immediately corrected himself, saying that he did not doubt his master, but he simply answered him that he had tried to erase all traces of their presence, but was only unsure whether he had checked the entrance to the dungeons. The henchman said that the entrance is not always open, but if the army stays in the dungeons long enough, they will most likely be able to find it sooner or later. He continued to say that if they did, they would be discovered quickly, but his leader simply said that it didn't matter. He said that if it is not possible to get out of one kingdom, then it is worth capturing another and turning this world upside down. Already at another time and in another place, Steve and Bogart met in the Imperial Hall of Spirits. Bogart was wondering if the hero remembered what happened in the cave, but not wanting to reveal himself, he only replied that he himself did not remember anything. Hearing that Steve did not know what happened to them, the guy could only think that a wandering beast had helped them, but he was haunted by the thought of why he saved them. He continues to tell the hero that because of this incident, Triss wanted the guy to meet the rest of the applicants, because they were unhappy that the hero could so freely go to dungeons above Class A. He also noted that candidates can be arrogant and rude, so there is no point in arguing with them. And he also noted that Steve had reached the level of a professional, which was worthy of his respect. The hero thanked Bogart for the compliment, but kept in his head the idea that he should be careful with him. After some time, the guys arrived at the training hall where other candidates were training. A guy with yellow and red splayed hair was practicing a technique called a mental strike. After performing the blow, a notification was heard, announcing the strength of the guy's blow and other characteristics. There was also a girl training nearby, but she was using the landslide ability. Her attack was even more devastating, although not by too much of a percentage. The girl heard that her result was better, so she began to praise herself, to which the guy only snorted under his breath and expressed dissatisfaction that her attack was stronger. She tried to hook him by saying that her attacks were stronger even though she was at a lower level, and she succeeded as the guy was clearly angry, questioning her ability to win in a real fight. Their argument was interrupted by Bogart, asking the disputants where the other contenders were today. The girl immediately answered him that after he forbade everyone from going into the dungeons alone, the guys gathered a squad and left altogether, and she, because she was late, was forced to stay here and train. She asked to introduce the newcomer, and the hot-tempered boy continued to grumble, reminding Bogart that it was forbidden to come to this hall without an envoy badge. He heard the little man grumble, so he replied that the hero was Triss's successor, which made the guys very surprised, because they still didn't believe that she had really chosen her successor. Steve introduced himself to the guys and was once again surprised at how important the guard was. The guys also introduced themselves. The hot-tempered boy's name was Leon. His beast level was a 6-star lord. The girl's name was Barbara. Her beast level was a 5-star lord. The hero answered them that his snow wolf had just become a lord. That's why he had 1 star. The guys were surprised by what they heard. A lord of only the 1st level, and also a snow wolf. For them, it sounded like a joke. They didn't want to offend their new comrade, so they very artificially tried to say that the snow wolf was really strong. Bogart saw this whole picture. The naivety of the guys reminded him of how he had just recently underestimated the hero in the same way. Steve quickly broke the awkwardness by asking the guys what they were doing now, to which they immediately perked up. The wall they hit with their skills was called a training wall. It could calculate the skill's power level as well as their inheritance level. The hero did not understand what the level of inheritance was, to which the girl answered him that after the spiritual controller reaches the professional level, he gets the opportunity to use the skills of his animals. The short guy continued to speak for her. According to the inheritance level, skills are divided into B, B, A, C, as well as a special incredible level. They all went from 1 to 100%, transferring a skill to a new level every 20%. And of all of them, incredible was the rarest, if not impossible. Leon's mental strike skill level was B, and the inheritance percentage was 39%, while Barbara's skill was A level, with an inheritance percentage of 51, making her punching power higher than that of her comrade. The girl's extra comment again offended the guy, which made him very angry, but Steve didn't pay any attention to it, thinking about what percentage of compatibility his only skill had. He interrupted the guys by asking if he could use the wall, to which he received a positive answer. The guy walked a little further away from the guys, and then concentrated to use the skill. Watching him, Barbara asked Bogart whether the guard had really chosen this boy, to which he replied that the hero could be relied upon, because his wolf was able to master shooting skills, which was incredible for them. Lightning sparked near Steve's outstretched hand, forming a bright electric spear in it. Everyone was surprised because according to Bogart, the hero's wolf was snowy, but he also did not expect that Era mastered the element of electricity. The spear finally took its shape in the hero's hand, surrounding him with bright electric flashes. From the static around the hero, the hair on his head moved as if alive. The guys noticed what skill the hero was going to use, so their interest decreased, because the Thunder Spear was a very weak level B skill. Steve didn't care what level the skill was now. He was concentrated, preparing to throw an electric spear at the wall. He pulled one leg back and raised his spear, preparing to throw it away with all his might. One moment, and the spear in the blink of an eye from his hand turned out to be a lightning strike on the wall, scattering sparks in all directions. Leon was even impressed that the blow was stronger than he expected, because the skill was difficult to use by people. The hero walked towards the guys. The lightning around him gradually died down. The system announced the result of 7,700 points, but could not immediately determine the percentage of inheritance. No one in the room had any words. A skill that had never been considered strong was now showing the greatest results among those present. The guy, like the guys watching him, did not believe the announced result, and asked Bogart if the wall was broken. To top off all the absurdity that was happening, the training system announced that the skill inheritance rate was 100%, after which the guys also thought that the wall was broken. Barbara ran to the wall. A stream of swirling vines burst out of her hand, with which she hit the training wall with all her might. The system announced the same results that it had announced for the girl before, informing that the wall was working properly. Everyone was shocked, because this was the first time they had seen 100% compatibility. To this, Steve simply replied that his wolf had recently evolved and had just learned this skill. They still didn't understand how the snow wolf could have electrical skills. Leon even pinched himself to check if he was dreaming. Having seen enough of such an impressive performance, the guy still asked the hero to call on his amazing wolf. Steve granted their request and immediately summoned a wolf from spiritual subspace. The wolf revealed himself to everyone present, scattering sparks in different directions. Bogart did not understand how the hero managed to evolve his spiritual beast and endow it with the skills of completely versatile elements. Leon unsuccessfully decided to scratch the wolf, and the remainder of the discharge that was hovering around hit the guy with incredible force. The electric shock knocked the poor guy out. It's surprising that after this he escaped with only a slight fright. Barbara was amazed at the chosen successor. The hero in her eyes now looked like a real monster. Bogart was amused by the guy's reaction, because he reacted the same way to Steve. The girl could not sulk for long. The desire to go in search of adventure was greater, so she invited everyone to unite into a squad and follow their comrades into a rank C dungeon. Among their comrades, a guy who went to the dungeon was the only Lord-level spirit beast cultivator among them. His name was Vance. The girl continued to explain that now, to go to the level C dungeon, you need 4 people, and that's exactly how many of them there are now. Bogart noted that he was now wounded and was not ready to assist in the campaign, but she only said that they could protect him, because now they also had Steve. With their combined strength, the only danger for them can only be the boss of the dungeon monarch, but they are not going to fight him. But in this entire kingdom you can find many rare mechanical beasts. Steve was interested in the fact that this dungeon was connected to mechanisms, where he could get materials to improve his glove. He quickly agreed with the idea, but turned to Bogart as the eldest, to which he replied that he would not mind participating, because they could join Vance and his squad. Without delaying for another minute, the guys immediately set off to prepare for their trip to the mechanical kingdom. At the same time, the kingdom itself was very restless. Something completely unusual was happening. Vance and his partner Irma were discussing a message they had received about a disaster occurring here. They had already been here several times, so if they didn't meet the monarch boss, then there shouldn't be any problems. The commotion that was happening here seemed strange to the partners. They had been here several times, and until now the local mechanisms were calm. The girl suggested that perhaps it was not the mechanisms, but this assumption seemed strange to the guy, because they were precisely in the mechanical kingdom. She took out a tablet, and after double-checking the information on the local map, told Vance that their comrades had been in one place for a long time and were not moving anywhere. They assumed that most likely something had happened to them, so they both needed to rush to help. Moving forward to her comrades, Irma notified the guy that Barbara and her new group were going to go to them, but Vance told them to call off their raid. Unfortunately for him, the message had arrived an hour ago, so it was only a matter of time before their comrades showed up here. From the opposite side of the mechanical palace, the hero and his squad had already approached, full of enthusiasm to obtain new mechanical animals and materials for development. Barbara received a message from Irma. She asked them to be careful here. Bogart was immediately alarmed by this, so he clarified what happened to them. Unfortunately, the message did not contain accurate information, but the guys did not worry, because Vance was in this squad. However, Erha confirmed the leader's anxiety, telling the hero that he felt something foreign in this place, just like in the ants' cave. All this time, the detachment was being watched. The mechanisms went out to hunt for the strangers who had invaded their monastery. Something with a terrible clang bounced off the stone column towards the detachment, announcing its intention to eliminate the strangers. The mechanical squid rushed through the air as if it were not made of metal. No emotions could be read in the metal mask, but the beast directly communicated its intention to destroy the uninvited guests. Without even having time to approach the detachment, a bunch of vines pierced the beast from underground, leaving him no chance of survival. The guys in the squad had no hint of alarm. Barbara joked that she would fulfill her promise to protect Bogart. The hero was amazed at how easily the girl dealt with the Beast Lord, without straining at all. Another swarm of squids flew to the squad, but they still walked calmly. Leon asked Barbara to take care of the mechanisms, because his skills were useless against the mechanisms. A forest of vines burst out of the ground, piercing every squid. The booms of explosions did not subside, illuminating the area around. One of the mechanisms was able to bypass Barbara, approaching dangerously close. An electric spear pierced the mechanism, catching it by surprise and throwing it away from the girl. Steve's reactions clearly improved as he became a professional handler, and he used the skill as if he had known it since birth. The mechanism was nailed to the wall by a spear. It screamed in a mechanical voice that its core was damaged and that it was ready to self-destruct. The beast would not have caused the girl much harm, because she was much stronger, but she still thanked the hero for his vigilance and help. Leon noticed how effective electrical skills were against machines, so he decided that he would stay closer to Steve, although the real reason was only that he disliked the girl. At the same time, inside the mechanical fortress, Vance and his girlfriend finally found one of their comrades. It was Phil. He was covered in wounds and abrasions. He miraculously remained conscious. The guys tried to find out from him what happened to him and where their other comrade Alan was. The guy tried to say something, but he was too weak even to just speak. It was Alan who sent the request for help, because the guys were very worried about his condition. Irma tried to cheer up her exhausted comrade a little, saying that their friends were already on their way to help. Phil still found the strength to speak. His friend also reported that he was in trouble, but having said this, he immediately began coughing up blood. Suddenly his face changed. The tone of his voice became completely even and calm. He said that their comrade was behind them. Behind the guys, someone actually quietly crept up and was already at arm's length from them. He raised his hand, which contained some kind of reinforcement, above himself, preparing to hit the guys. He struck with all his might, as if in front of him were not his comrades, but his worst enemies. The blow fell on Irma and was so strong that the poor girl was thrown several meters away from them. Alan stood in front of the guys, but an incomprehensible one-eyed beast was sticking out of his mouth. It was the Demon of Confusion, the Seven-Star Lord, who apparently controlled their comrades. After such a strong blow, Irma was still able to get up, but consciousness left her body, replacing her own will with someone else's influence. Vance was still conscious and in control of his body, but he felt that the connection with his spirit beast had been severed. Above this whole picture was observed by the leader of the smugglers and the owner of this terrible beast. He was amazed at the guy who could still resist the influence of the demon. His henchmen offered to send his subordinates to deal with Vance, but the leader refused, saying that it was more interesting to see how they themselves deal with each other. The guy below was still able to restore contact with his spirit and call on him for help, and a lizard swordsman, a Seven-Star Lord, appeared before him. He ordered the lizard to destroy the demon that was influencing him and his comrades, to which the lizard only nodded obediently. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the sword from its sheath and drew it with a wild clang in one swing. This swing immediately cut through the creature sticking out of their comrade's mouth, but without hitting the guy himself. The blow was accurate, but it had no effect on the creature, because the demon was incorporeal, and physical attacks could not affect it. The head was surprised at how steadfastly Vance held himself, but decided that he had no time to watch this battle, and called his henchmen with him to go to the local boss and try to profit from something. The singer did not contradict and only obediently pointed out where they needed to go. His comrades surrounded Vance. They were all under the control of the demon, and no good could be expected from them now. The demon loomed over them and grinned terribly only as he watched as his comrades were about to attack their leader. A fight was clearly unavoidable, so the leader was going to accept this fight. But he also remembered that he could not overdo it, and that he could not overdo it and harm his friends. The lizard swung his blade, throwing away all the puppets controlled by the demon, opening up space for Vance and marking the beginning of a full-fledged battle. At the same time, the guys outside were still calmly fighting with the mechanisms. Barbara was worried about her comrades inside the fortress, because Irma had not answered her for a long time. Leon offered to find them in order to destroy a couple of high-level monsters. He turned around and walked away, saying that he was leaving the remaining squids to the girl, which infuriated her wildly. Steve wandered from one piece of machinery to another, trying to find materials for his gauntlet, but they were all too damaged to use. Barbara checked the map once again and found that they had almost arrived at their comrades, who were probably waiting for them. A little later, already inside the building, the guys were able to find the room where, judging by the map, their comrades should have been. The guys entered the room, but there was no one around and there was deathly silence. A small light source caught my eye, lying on the floor a little further into the room. Barbara approached the light source and discovered that it was her friend's tablet, which she used to track her comrades. She came close to pick up and examine the tablet, but someone was hiding in the darkness next to her. The guys noticed the silhouette and hastened to warn their friend that she was about to be attacked. The girl was surprised, so she decided to just see what her comrades were worried about, but they were already preparing to attack her. The flame doused the girl, but she managed to jump away and cover herself with vines. The attacker was her friend Irma, which made Barbara doubly no longer understand what was happening. She ran back to her comrades, who worried about her, asking if she was safe, to which the girl only replied that she was fine. She didn't understand what happened to her friend who was standing right in front of them. The next moment she rushed away from the squad. Barbara tried to call out to her, but it was to no avail. Steve noticed that there was someone else sitting on the balcony above, and he also didn't look too friendly. Leon immediately recognized the guy who had jumped on them as his comrade Alan, as well as his technique, which he was already preparing to attack. The guys dodged the attack, but they still could not understand why their comrades attacked them. Everything that was happening seemed very familiar to the hero, as if he had already encountered such a situation quite recently. Bogart also noticed this when he turned to Steve. It all reminded them of the same situation that happened to them during the fight with the ants. Alan swung his giant sword, not allowing anyone to approach him and trying to catch at least someone, and unfortunately, Barbara was exposed to the attack. A little more and the sword of her maddened comrade would have cut her, but something stopped the blow right in front of the girl. It was Vance. He held Irma, who was already unconscious, on himself, simultaneously repelling Alan's attack. Having fought back, the guy silently threw his girlfriend towards Barbara, after which he immediately rushed back into battle. The girl caught her friend, but still could not understand why her comrades were at enmity with each other. Vance quickly overcame his crazy comrade, after which he nevertheless turned to the arriving squad. His voice sounded cold, not at all characteristic of a living person. He turned around, presenting his face to the squad. A violet eye was visible on his forehead, and he grimaced an eerie smile, after which he told the guys that they would all die here. The next moment, an ominous aura surrounded him. He was clearly preparing to attack them. Just one moment, and he was already flying towards his comrades, swinging his sword and preparing to cut them with one blow. The blow fell on Barbara, but the girl deftly dodged the blow, which almost overtook her. Leon tried to bring her to her senses by informing her that their comrade was also under someone's control, after which he summoned his spirit beast as quickly as possible. Not a beast, but a book spirit appeared next to the guy, preparing to attack. The spirit rushed towards the distraught Vance, preparing to use a mental blow. The guy deftly dodged this attack and rushed towards the squad, again preparing to strike. Leon asked his comrades to help him detain the mad swordsman, because he knew how to get rid of control over his mind. Barbara revealed her spirit, a mountain god, who looked like a giant tree of roots and vines that vaguely resembled a person. She ordered him to grab Vance, after which the beast plunged its hands into the ground, from which writhing vines immediately began to appear. The swordsman deftly dodged the branchy thickets, but they still served their purpose, slowing him down. The distraught swordsman froze. The vines gradually surrounded and enveloped him entirely, blocking his ability to move. With one powerful and lightning-fast blow, Vance cut through all the vines that surrounded him, once again opening up the entire battlefield to him. Barbara knew that the swordsman's skills were level A, but after seeing how he cut off all the vines of her mountain god with one swing, she did not believe that he was that strong. Bogart stood aside, covered by his warrior's skeleton, because in his condition he could not help his comrades in any way. The spirit of Leon called for help from a small spirit in the form of a unicorn, who was preparing to attack their mad comrade. He rushed towards Vance, preparing to strike him while he was not looking. The guy reacted with lightning speed and simply cut the spirit in three, instantly destroying it. Steve noticed that the swordsman in his current state cannot accurately determine the target, so he attacks the nearest one. The next moment, he summoned an electric clone of Eri, which he ordered to divert the swordsman's attention to himself. The electric clone appeared in front of the hero and obediently rushed towards Vance. What he saw greatly puzzled Leon, once again raising doubts about whether it was a snow wolf and not some other animal. The clone caught up with the swordsman and rushed at him in a frontal attack. The swordsman parried the attack, throwing the electric clone aside but not destroying it. The next moment, the clone's thunder spears began to hit him, but he safely dodged all of them. The demon inside Vance went berserk. He looked back at the entire squad with a look filled only with pure hatred and the desire to kill. Barbara noticed this, which made all her desire to fight the swordsman in such a state disappear. The next moment, Bogart's warrior rushed at him, who nevertheless decided to expose himself, but to help the guys. He decided that, together with Eri's clone, his warrior could distract and tire the crazed swordsman so that Leon would have the opportunity to stop him. As he had planned, the swordsman began to rush between the two animals, trying to overtake at least someone. The guy heard the leader, so he ordered his spirit to use the ability with which he could calm the swordsman. The wolf clone rushed around the guy, diverting all his attention and noticeably slowing him down. Leon and his spirit took advantage of this delay and were able to grab Vance, entangling him and completely immobilizing him. Bogart also did not miss this opportunity, so he summoned his mantis to disarm the swordsman while he was immobilized. The spirit, on the orders of its master, used another ability, which was supposed to destroy all the effects of subjugation imposed on the mad swordsman. An incredible mental blow overtook him, causing significant damage to the demon inside. Unable to continue to maintain control, the demon began to weaken and leave the guy's body. The demon finally left Vance's body, leaving him tied up and lying on the floor unconscious. The guys were glad that he realized that something was wrong with him, so he first immobilized his comrades and weakened himself. Leon also noticed that thanks to Steve and his wolf, they were able to distract their comrade because if not for them, no one would have been able to cope with his speed. Barbara wondered what happened to their comrades and what exactly caused their madness. The hero also wondered who could disturb the peace in alien kingdoms, creating such confusion. The next moment the ground shook under their feet. It felt as if a powerful earthquake had begun. Sirens blared. A mechanical voice announced that a program of extermination of aliens was beginning. Apparently the boss of this place had awakened. The guys began to panic, because although the boss here was a mechanical monarch, which made him weaker and stupider than ordinary beast monarchs, he was still incredibly strong. Now Steve understood for sure that someone was behind this, as well as behind the madness that he had experienced in the anthill. At the same time, the leader of the poachers and his closest follower were in the boss's room of this fortress. They were unable to fully study it, so their plans could have failed. An incredibly huge robot appeared in front of them. He was the local boss, a one-star monarch, a divine mechanism. Behind the leg of this giant robot, a portal began to open, which was what the leader needed. Seeing this, the panic on his face was replaced by a solemn smile. He was lucky again. He was glad that the secret of the alien kingdoms was so close to him, so he called upon one of his animals to help him. To help himself, he called upon a shadow spirit, a 9-star lord, with whose help he was going to get into the portal undetected. The spirit enveloped him like a shadowy savanna, completely hiding their presence from the giant robot's sensors. His henchman remained behind, watching his master commit another act of madness. The robot noticed the henchman and loudly announced that he was launching a program to clean up aliens, which made the henchman very scared. The leader noticed that his subordinate was about to be destroyed, so he took pity on him, ordering the spirit to envelop him in a shadow veil. The spirit hid the presence of the assistant, for which he was incredibly grateful to his master. The assistant instantly disappeared from the robot's sensors, so he activated a new program to search for violators. He and the pack of mechanical squids that surrounded him moved forward, looking for anyone who disturbed the peace of this fortress. Several squids discovered the hero's squad, so their next goal was to eliminate or delay the intruders. Mechanisms hovered in the air, annoyingly circling above the guys' heads, squealing that they were able to detect targets. Taking aim, they opened fire on Steve, trying to burn him with lasers, but the guy covered himself with an energy shield in time. The attacks were extremely powerful, causing the gauntlet's spiritual energy to deplete very quickly, forcing them to retreat closer to their squad. The squids immediately rushed after them, shouting incessantly with their mechanical voices about their desire to destroy the intruders. Having regrouped, Erha turned towards the mechanisms and threw 2 thunder spears in their direction. Both strikes found their targets, short-circuiting the robots and forcing them to self-destruct. The hero was too close to the mechanisms, so the only thing he could do was cover himself with a shield, hoping that it would hold out. The shield shattered under the onslaught of explosions, but it was still enough to absorb most of the blow. As soon as the smoke from the explosion cleared, the hero was able to see that almost nothing was left of the mechanisms again. They didn't have to rejoice at the victory for long, because besides the squids, something else was approaching them, something much larger and more dangerous. Two giant metal hands grabbed the edges of the doorway, and then began to pull back the metal walls as if they were made of cardboard. The giant-sized robot tore the entire wall to shreds, giving the squad a view of the giant himself and the pack of squids surrounding him. The guys were incredibly scared, because the monarch boss appeared before them, a battle with which they were not at all prepared. The robot fixed its attention on Steve and Erha, choosing them as its primary targets for attack. The next moment, a compartment opened on the machine's wrist from which missiles poked out, humming quietly and preparing to launch. Leon realized that the mechanism was preparing a massive attack across the area, so together with his spirit he began to prepare a shield. The missiles scattered in different directions, after which they focused on one point, but did not reach, crashing against the newly summoned shield. It was a very powerful attack. It didn't hit anyone, but the aggressive boy felt it well, receiving it with his shield and partially taking the blow on himself. But even so, he volunteered to cover the guys during the attack on the giant mechanism. The giant machine stood in front of Steve. He thought that if the Thunder Spear had an excellent effect on other mechanisms, then with this robot the skill might not be so effective. There was no time left to think. The giant machine swung at his comrades, so the guy ordered the wolf to use a Thunder Spear, in the hope that it would work. The wolf heard his master, so as quickly as possible he threw lightning into the mechanism, which flew in a curved arc straight into the attacking hand. The spear successfully reached its target, and with a bright flash flew straight into the joint of the machine, scattering sparks in different directions. It worked. The arm of the mechanism froze, and he himself loudly announced the breakdown of the engines in the damaged arm. Leon was surprised that the hero managed to damage the Monarch's mechanism, but Steve himself shouted that no one should relax, because the robot's arm was only temporarily disabled. The next moment, the robot slammed its damaged arm onto the ground, shaking the room with the force of the impact. The guys almost got hit, but Leon was able to cover them, so they did not receive any injuries or serious damage. The guys were on the verge. The enemy of the battle had already noticeably taken away their strength, but the battle with the Monarch exhausted them many times faster. Nearby, Bogart tried to revive Vance. He woke up, but did not fully understand what was happening and why they had not escaped yet. Unfortunately, the reason why they had not yet escaped was raging nearby. The swordsman noticed a boss fighting with his comrades. Barbara tried to use the vines to delay the mechanism at least briefly while her comrades regrouped for the final retreat. Their plans were disrupted by Vance, who had come to his senses, suggesting that the hero try to defeat the boss, and if they fail, then retreat. Barbara tried to tell them how crazy their idea was, but she was quickly asked to step aside, because she was now even less useful than the wounded Bogart. What was said greatly hurt the girl, so she immediately wanted to punch the rude swordsman, but Leon kept her from rash actions. The swordsman turned to the hero and asked him to again use the skill on the boss that had previously made him numb. Steve's main task now was to slow the machine down enough so that Vance could inflict sufficient damage to the machine's core, thereby disabling it. Meanwhile, somewhere on the other side of the portal, the leader and his followers were studying their surroundings. The air was very heavy, making it difficult to breathe. A closed bud cocoon appeared in front of them, glowing bright red, roots branching from it in different directions, and the aura from it was extremely frightening. The bud opened, revealing to the leader what resembled an adult woman with red lilies growing chaotically from her hair. Taking a closer look, one could see her eerie grin made of many sharp teeth, as well as eyes black as night with completely violet pupils. This creature radiated an ominous aura, and even before that, the rather cold-blooded leader felt a chill of horror that touched directly to his soul. He did not understand how such a creature could even exist. She carefully began to crawl out of the open bud, making it clear that her intentions were definitely not peaceful. The leader quickly summoned a shadow to hide his presence, while the six stood behind, still not understanding what fate was approaching him. The henchman tried to call his beast for help, but something suppressed his connection with his spirit, causing him to panic. The leader shushed the bad henchman and ordered him to immediately come to him so that he could hide him. It was too late. The six felt that something was wrong. He grabbed his neck. Something in him was changing with incredible speed, getting ready to break out. He didn't even have time to move when a gigantic crown of red burgundy foliage covered with flowers burst out of his mouth and crawled upward at great speed. The vines and branches of this tree quickly enveloped the poor guy, not giving any chance of salvation, but the leader jumped away so that he too would not be hit. The creature amazed him with its power, because he didn't even have time to understand or feel when she managed to activate the skill. His heart trembled with the realization that he could enter into an agreement with such a monster. The battle with the robot continued. The guys rushed into the scattered area so that the robot would be distracted by the swordsman, because the Colossus fixed its attention primarily on opponents with the greatest reserve of strength. The robot continued to record targets, but instead of what the guys had planned, the machine recorded Erhu as a target. From the visor on the head of the car, A laser shot right at the place where Steve and his wolf had just been, narrowly missing them. Vance was surprised that the plan immediately went downhill. He did not expect the robot to prioritize a target based on any criteria other than spiritual strength. The robot continued to shoot lasers, but from his hands. The swordsman was even offended by the fact that the Colossus ignored him as a potential target. The hero and the wolf continued to evade the machine's single attacks, so the giant decided to change strategy, starting to fire from everything at once, firing suppressing fire and limiting the escape routes. A new priority target appeared on its sensors. The sword lizard was freed by its owner, which immediately attracted the machine's attention to itself. The giant did not have time to react to the unexpected appearance of a new enemy, so he missed a serious cutting blow directly to his body. The blow was so strong that the Colossus began to fall onto its back, continuing to fire from its cannons at the ceiling, bringing it down. Leon managed to cover Barbara, who was dragging away her wounded comrades. She offered to help the guys against the robot, but Leon convinced her that their help would be useless against the giant, so they should concentrate on helping their wounded comrades. The robot finally collapsed and sat on the ground. A giant scar from the swordsman's attack was on its body. Steve congratulated his comrade on the fact that he managed to knock down the Colossus. Vance barked at the newcomer, because such a blow could not completely destroy the giant and their fight was still ongoing, so he needed to use the spear against the machine again. The boy was a little offended by such harshness on the part of the elder, yet he was just trying to be happy for him. Fortunately, he was not one of the touchy people, so he let the situation slide and, together with his wolf, prepared a joint attack with a thunder spear. A barrage of lightning appeared directly above them, after which each of the spears rushed straight towards the giant robot. The robot's sensors detected the resulting beam of energy, so the defense systems immediately began to activate the shield around the robot. The swordsman was very surprised by such a flurry of attacks, but after a second he realized that he was in the line of attack, and he should have jumped to the side. A protective dome appeared around the robot and completely covered it, causing all the spears to crash into the barrier and explode into bright sparks. Vance commanded the hero to continue attacking while he began removing the barrier. With a series of blows, the swordsman got rid of the barrier, depriving the robot of its last defense. The robot loudly announced the loss of its barrier and its rollback in 2 seconds. The guys decided to take advantage of this time interval. Another hail of lightning appeared directly above the heads of Steve and Era, gradually flaring up brighter and rushing towards the giant Colossus. This time, the machine had nothing to oppose such a barrage of attacks, so each spear pierced the robot, thereby immobilizing it. Short circuit after short circuit damaged the robot from the inside, and numerous warnings indicated that the circuits inside the machine were frying out one after another. Realizing that there would be no better moment, the swordsman rushed at the machine, preparing to deliver the final blow directly to the giant's core. Together with their beast, they slashed with all their might directly at the protective glass of the core. The glass could not withstand the pressure and shattered, making it possible to climb right inside the robot. The machine sounded the alarm throughout the entire area, but the swordsman was able to penetrate straight to the core and tear it out with his bare hands from the hole in which it was located, and fed the giant. Steve stood nearby and waited for his fellow swordsman to finish with this giant. They were lucky that it was a mechanism, because an ordinary monarch beast is many times smarter and stronger. Vance did not have to wait long. He safely jumped out of the skeleton of the robot, which was laid to rest, now forever. In his hand was the very same core that could be used to improve mechanical beasts and mechanical equipment, so it could also improve his gloves. The swordsman noticed how Steve was looking at this core, so he asked if he wanted to get it, to which the hero only joyfully confirmed his desire to get this item. Vance wanted to assert himself a little, so the condition was that the hero now call him Big Brother, to which he obediently agreed, immediately addressing him as his elder. The swordsman was satisfied with the hero's complacence, so he recognized him as his younger brother and threw a cannonball at him, but it never reached the target. Their comrade intercepted the cannonball on the fly, after which he immediately ran away from them. This action puzzled the swordsman. He was surprised that their comrade was still under someone else's control, even though it seemed to him that Leon had already taken care of everyone. As it turned out, the guy was in his right mind, and simply did not want to give such an expensive artifact to some unknown person, reminding him that all the loot should be handed over to the night hunters. The swordsman did not like the words of his comrade, yet it was thanks to Steve that they were able to get out of this whole mess alive. Phil didn't want his elder to look at him so disapprovingly, but he reminded that all materials received from dungeon bosses from level C must be handed over to the night guard. He looked at Steve and said that he could not betray such a valuable find to an incomprehensible strange guy whom he had seen for the first time. The hero did not start a conflict, so he simply agreed to give what he found to the guards, which surprised his new older brother. So he tried to cheer up the boy, saying that the guards would definitely give the core to him when they read the report about this incident. Steve asked his brother not to worry about him, because if the rules were like that, then they should stick to them. Vance replied that he would help apply for this core. Leon and Barbara approached the guys. The hot-tempered boy was surprised that Phil had the core, to which the hero answered him that they would hand it over to the guards according to the rules. Those who came up were surprised by what was said, because according to them, they always shared what they found on their own, without any commissions. Phil continued to insist that this was the right thing to do, and that he had previously made a big mistake by violating the general rules, which caused even more misunderstanding in his behavior. Still doubting, the elder turned to Leon with a question whether he had brought their strange comrade back to consciousness, to which he was told that Phil's head had been properly cleared. Vance had no doubt about his comrade's ability to bring people to their senses, but the fact that their comrade wanted to do the right thing raised a lot of questions. Steve approached the older man and distracted him on another issue, wanting to discuss what actually happened here. He told about all his notes and guesses about mind control and the invasion of someone else, which forced the swordsman to think deeply. However, at the moment, no one in the squad had the strength to investigate. The battle had exhausted everyone. Vance would have been happy to help his new little brother with the investigation, but as the leader of the group, he was obliged to get everyone out of here alive. Defeating the main boss of this dungeon would most likely negatively affect the functions of the other beasts of the mechanisms in the fortress, so it was not worth staying here for a long time. The best idea was to leave the fortress now and inform the guards that the place needed to be locked down for further investigation. The guys ran away from the fortress of the god of mechanism. The remaining machines flew around, almost not paying any attention to them. So leaving this place was not something difficult, but already outside they heard an ominous aura from behind them. This aura was difficult not to notice, so the entire squad turned around to find out what was behind them that was emitting such an eerie and chilling cold horror. Behind them, they saw how the territory of influence of the unknown beast of the monarch was being formed. Apparently, besides the god mechanism, there was something else in the abandoned city. Something more sinister and dangerous that was already consuming this place. A giant spider lily flower appeared in front of them, which was even more frightening with its size. The power that had just created this gigantic something in front of them was incomparably greater than that of the mechanism monarch, which frightened the hero. Steve knew that if he wanted to fulfill his goal and bring Erha home, he would need to work harder to be able to fight such monsters. So materials were needed to improve his mechanical beast. The boy hugged the wolf, promising that they would both try in the future. Erha suggested that the owner fight in order to quickly raise the level, but Steve understood that there was a completely different level, and entering into battle was mortally dangerous. Before all this happened, the leader of the poachers continued to observe the mysterious feminine monster. The monster that appeared before him was of the level of a monarch, which meant that it could change the surrounding area, increasing its strength and weakening its enemies. For example, lava beasts changed the territory so much that any beast specializing in close combat simply could not get close to them. He did not expect to stumble upon such a beast, which was obvious luck for the arrogant guy. Continuing to hide in the shadows, he rushed at the creature, intending to attack and weaken this thing. The beast froze as if waiting, and the guy approached her as close as possible, preparing to attack her. He almost struck, but the creature somehow noticed him and looked straight into the leader's face with its black eyes. She parried the attack and grabbed the arrogant teenager by the throat, preventing him from attacking and immobilizing him. The guy was shocked by the fact that he was noticed when he was hidden by the aura of his shadow spirit, and the creature smiled from ear to ear, revealing its sharpest teeth. Using several skills, the guy literally disembodied in the hands of the monster, instantly becoming a shadow and quickly running away from the battlefield. The creature looked puzzled at its hand, in which it had just held the arrogant guy, not understanding where he had suddenly disappeared. The leader, in turn, scurried away from the battlefield, trying not to allow himself to be detected by the enemy. After thinking a little more, the monster realized that its prey was escaping, so it decided that it was worth doing something to catch it. She curled into a fetal position, after which ominous energy began to accumulate right around her, which she was about to release. The energy scattered in a wild burst in different directions, releasing the incredibly creepy aura of this creature. This aura began to spread over tens of meters, increasing the monster's territory of influence more and more. Having closed the distance sufficiently, the arrogant leader returned to his corporeal form and summoned his demon of confusion back. Behind him, that same ominous energy burst out of the portal, spreading in this world like some kind of virus. In the places where the dark energy settled, red spider lilies sprouted, from which a bone-chilling horror emanated. The reconnaissance drone watched as a giant lily, glowing an ominously crimson color, reigned over the former fortress of the god of mechanism. Triss's guard was conveyed information that a detachment of successors had told them the truth about the territory of a monarch-level beast, which already occupied about 300 meters in diameter. This indicator indicated that in front of them was none other than a monarch of at least 3-star level. The Guardian assumed that at this rate, her successor would soon be prohibited from going to the palaces, given that every time he gets into some kind of trouble or adventure there. Later, in the guards' administration building, Vance spoke with one of the people involved in the distribution of the loot and asked to transfer the core of the mechanism god to Steve. He was only told that they themselves would figure out how they would distribute the resources found, so his requests did not influence the decision in any way. After leaving the office, Vance met with his younger brother, conveying the sad news and offering instead a cash reward, which Steve tried to refuse and asked the elder not to worry about him. Phil came into the office a couple of minutes later, with a cannonball in his hands, and he himself was telling the manager that his senior was messing around too much with this newcomer. The manager only noted that the core was now his, and he should quickly use it so that no one would know that it was he who got it. The guy thanked the manager, revealing the truth that he was his own father. After some time, Steve came to Triss to find out what plans the guards had for the core, to which she told him that they had no agreements regarding him. She clarified that the spoils would be distributed in accordance with how and who invested their strength during this task. The hero answered her that most likely he did not receive the reward, since the guards did not particularly notice his achievements, which she decided to find out in more detail. The guard also informed the hero that he should return to the city, since the general situation in the world had become not very stable, and she would report any results of the investigation. Steve asked her if the guards knew about what happened in the mechanical city. The girl replied that they had discovered a portal that led to an even deeper dungeon, the territory of which could be occupied by monarchs. But this information was still not enough. The hero asked the guard to be careful and he went home. She then told him that a car was waiting for him and wished him good luck. Already at home, Steve and Era sat down to find out how much they were able to develop after the fight with the mechanical monarch. The wolf began to develop right before our eyes, raising his lord rank to 2 stars along with his characteristics. Following this, the wolf continued to grow, becoming 2 more ranks higher, eventually receiving a rank of 4 stars. The power of the soul has grown significantly, even exceeding the power of the god of the mechanism, with whom they fought just recently. Like Erha, the glove on the hero's hand also glowed with a blue glow, signaling that they too were somehow able to evolve. Although the gloves had grown to the 9th elite level, their supply of spiritual energy remained almost unchanged, remaining at very low levels. The hero did not like this. Meanwhile, Era continued his development, but now he awakened new ice skills within himself. The room suddenly became very cold. The guy felt the frost, because it was very noticeable. As it turned out, the wolf was able to develop control of the territory, which was owned mainly by monarch animals. This discovery very pleasantly surprised the wolf's owner, because thanks to this ability the wolf will become much stronger. The skill noticeably increased characteristics when activated, but in addition, it also weakened opponents who ended up in Ares' territory. The field that the wolf could control was only 5 meters in radius, but this was already enough to simplify battles with melee opponents as much as possible. This skill was very impressive, and the wolf himself was very proud that he had mastered it, but Steve still asked not to use it for now, because he was starting to get very cold. The wolf listened to his owner, sat down and concentrated. The field gradually weakened so much that it was practically not felt, so the temperature around began to rise. A little later the hero felt that their comrade Kvakva was approaching them, returning from his long journey. Opening the door, they immediately found a frog behind it with a large backpack. The hero immediately picked him up in his arms, rejoicing at his friend, whom he had not seen for a long time, and the little frog was also eager to see his owner after his long absence. The little frog immediately boasted that he was able to obtain valuable material in his travels. He was able to find the power unit of the small reactor, which contained the power of the mechanical beast of the Lord of the 9 Stars. The guy, without thinking twice, merged it with his glove. The reactor and the glove merged together, starting the process of evolutionary upgrade. Everything went well. The glove gradually grew over the hero's hand, covering it with a thick layer of high-tech armor. The end result was an evolution into a mechanical arm that unlocked a new offensive skill and improved its defensive stats and spiritual energy output. This result was ideal for the hero, because all the necessary parameters were improved even without the Monarch core. Steve thanked his amphibian friend with all his heart, and also informed him that Era was now a lord, so they should focus on the development of the frog. However, as it turned out, the skills of the hero and the wolf for general development did their job, and showed that the frog also grew during this time to the elite with 5 stars. The boy was incredibly glad that all his comrades were developing so rapidly. The next morning at the university, there was noise and uproar in the classroom about recent events. Yuna sat and waited for her friend, at the same time very worried about his condition and health. Their rude classmate decided to tell her that someone with the same last name as Steve was involved in recent events. Yuna rudely asked him to shut up, but the harmful guy continued to bend his record, saying that even the contenders suffered during the battle. So if there was a hero there, then it was probably fatal for him. He angered the girl even more, to which she jumped up and angrily asked what he meant, to which the guy only said that he would not mention him again, simultaneously hoping that he died. He continued talking, but this time about those who defeated the mechanical monarch, calling them role models, and not those guys who find themselves in convenient positions through connections. Yuna couldn't stand it and was about to beat the scoundrel, but Louis stopped her in time, asking her to just wait for their friend. She agreed with her friend, but still remembered that the hero told her that he was called on a small semblance of a night raid, which is why she was so worried. But her worries were quickly over as soon as Steve entered the audience, greeting everyone present. The sarcastic guy greeted him with obvious sarcasm, and said that he could hardly believe that he could return in good health. He also noted that while he was in other countries, he sincerely hoped that he would not see Steve again. Yuna approached her friend, and asked him not to pay attention to his bragging classmate, because he was so arrogant due to the fact that his beast recently became a 5-star elite. This guy again tried to tease the hero, saying that the qualifiers for the competition would begin soon, so it was interesting to see if the hero could improve without the help of others. The hero teased the guy back, telling him not to admit defeat before they met in the ring. The guy hoped that guard candidate Phil would help him develop in order to become stronger and defeat the hero. The guys left the audience while they were walking. Yuna grumbled that this guy better not come across her at competitions. Steve asked what levels her animals were now. She summoned both of her animals. The little fox was already an elite beast with 6 stars, and the night guard was an elite with 4 stars. Such strength should definitely be enough to defeat that brute. Remembering the guy who bothered her, she also remembered that he mentioned the new successor of the night guards, who was able to defeat the monarch. She asked the hero if he had heard anything about this. Steve only now realized that most likely the conversations were about him and his older brother Vance, because it was the two of them who defeated the monarch. The speed at which gossip spread surprised the guy. Yuna noticed that her friend had briefly fallen into a stupor, so she tried to bring him to his senses. Having come to his senses, the hero directly said that most likely the night guards meant him as a candidate. He and the other successors were there 2 days ago and defeated the monarch just because it was a mechanical beast. Yuna was delighted with her friend's achievements and felt that this was also more than worthy after all. It was still the boss monarch. She immediately became interested in what rank Era was at, to which the guy replied that after the victory the wolf became a lord with 4 stars. Yuna was shocked, because her friend had already achieved strength levels that can usually only be achieved after graduating from university, while her friend still had 2 free contracts. She explained to her friend that since news of their exploits became public knowledge, the hero had become a role model in the eyes of many, and it would be interesting if they could find out who exactly their idol was. She also became interested in what the place where he visited was all about, and was upset that she most likely would not visit something like this in the near future. But Steve tried to console her by saying that he would try to get her into one of the kingdoms. The next moment, a phone call came from the hero's coat pocket. It was Triss. She clearly wanted to tell Steve something important, because otherwise she would not have called at such a time. She immediately informed the hero that the issue regarding the core of the mechanism god had been resolved, but he definitely would not like what she would tell Steve at their next personal meeting.